This is the complete history and evolution of the Destiny franchise. Starting with the earliest versions of the game and ending with where we are today, we're going to be reliving what it was like to be a Guardian throughout the ages. Featuring interviews from your favorite creators, this video is the culmination of everything that has happened in the past decade of Destiny.
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 The year is 2007. Almost nobody has heard of Destiny at this point, but behind closed doors, the very first concepts of the game are being born. The developers at Bungie are planning to make Destiny a fantasy game. The current concept art features horses, medieval castles, and crazy-looking monsters. This incredible city is going to be the main social space, and this fantasy prototype called Dragon Tavern is basically trying to be the exact opposite of science fiction. After their previous work on the Halo series, the developers at Bungie are basically trying to make their new game as different as they possibly can in order to create new and innovative ideas. Alongside this prototype, another group of developers are also working on a different project that is much more open with tons of missions and quests. Both of these games are showing a lot of potential, and ultimately, they decide to scrap the fantasy idea. The concept is really cool, but the developers are just getting drawn back in by the appeal of science fiction. In order to maintain elements of both games, they've reached a compromise moving forward. Instead of being fully sci-fi or fully fantasy, they're going to blend the two into a genre called mythic science fiction, a place where medieval ruins and crazy alien spaceships can come together. Bungie decides that this image will define their vision going forward, and this space tiger inspires them to give Destiny the codename Project Tiger. Now rallied around a central vision for their game, Project Tiger has started to take some major strides forward. Bungie has developed a set of 7 pillars that define their efforts and goals, but the first pillar is really the one that is the most influential and memorable.
Let's build a world where we can tell any great story we want, a place millions of people will want to visit again and again for the next 10 years and more.
In 2010, Bungie is now searching for a publisher to work with on the Destiny project. They've started sending out pitches to all of the big dogs in the space: Microsoft, Sony, EA, and there are even talks with Nintendo, according to one employee. After many months and much deliberation, a conclusion has been reached. Bungie has hammered out a record-shattering $500 million deal with Activision. This is by far the biggest development deal in all of video game history at this point, and yet it's still private and nobody outside of the company knows that it has happened. After hundreds of additional concepts are made by Bungie's 400 developers, the first ideas for the Last City and the Traveler are now being created. Titans, Hunters, and Warlocks are being invented and tweaked alongside Destiny's races: Human, Awoken, Exo, and Tigerman. A few months later, Tigerman has now been removed, and we're left with the finalized 3 races and 3 classes. With some initial prototypes now complete, Destiny is set to be a third-person game unlike anything the world has ever seen. The developers are exploring tons of new ideas, and right now, there's a version of the game where you can manually fly your ship around different areas and explore the Destiny universe. Fast forward a bit, and the very first in-game prototypes of the most essential Destiny systems are now being created. One of the most important features is the Director, an ever-present list of activities and destinations for the player to select. This right here is the very first prototype ever created for the Director. Its nodes are just placeholders with names that people had invented but not used yet. For example, this future war cult meeting request has gibberish like, "Lord Oryx has requested to spend 5 minutes with the Eye of Grognok before you return it to Osiris." After some testing though, it has become clear that this Director concept is not very viable. And so, they decide that it's time to start iterating. After several more adaptations and changes to the Director, this is the final interface that the developers have decided to put into the actual game. By 2011, early versions of the now first-person Destiny are now playable. Bungie is actually making these prototypes inside of the engine from Halo Reach, their most recent title. The first enemies are now in the game, and the user interface is going through tons of different iterations to figure out what works best. The first playable version of the tower is created, and the user interface changes again, now including the option to trade items with other players. Worlds are slowly being constructed, and for the first time, things are starting to really come together. Around this time, the music for the game is also being created by some of the very best composers in the industry. In a completely unexpected turn of events, Paul McCartney from the Beatles has also signed up to help with the creation of Destiny's music. He is writing some of the main melodies and themes that will be used to create all of Destiny's other tracks, and together with Bungie's composers, they are creating a core collection of Destiny soundtracks called Music of the Spheres. A former contractor at Bungie has just leaked the name Destiny to the public for the first time. We're all unsure about the validity of this leak, but it is very interesting, especially considering that this Halo poster includes the words "Destiny awaits." A few weeks later, a copyright filing for the name Destiny and this tricorn logo is starting to confirm everyone's suspicions. Bungie teases the Destiny tricorn logo for the first time at the very end of a long video celebrating their 20th anniversary of making games, but at this time, very few players are really taking note of this. Even fewer people are noticing that the official Twitter page is starting to tease an upcoming reveal, as their post has only gotten 16 likes.
The stories tell of a golden age long ago, when our civilization spanned the system. It was a bright and hopeful time, but it didn't last.
Fast forward another year, and Bungie has just launched their first official Destiny reveal, a video called Pathways Out of Darkness. For the first time, we're seeing some details about what the Destiny universe will be like, and this is the point where the masses are finally starting to hear of the game, and it has many of us intrigued. Inside of this reveal, we're all getting a look at the user interface, a brief explanation of the game's story, and a few other brief communications from the developers. As interest in the game starts to steadily climb, YouTubers like Datto and Bife start to cover the game even though it won't be launching for quite a while.
Destiny is the new sci-fi fantasy shooter coming from Bungie. It is a very ambitious project that plans to take its course over the next 10 years.
You are invited to join our fire team as we introduce the world to Destiny.
Bungie is now hosting a series of events at E3 2013 to introduce the world to Destiny. News of Destiny hasn't spread too far because there's still a lot of time to go before launch, but right now the most avid fans are getting a first look at some real pre-alpha gameplay after hours of waiting in the lines. There are flashy graphics showing off all of the planets and sci-fi elements of the Destiny universe, and people are all recording with their phones, and everyone's very intrigued by this new information about the game. Meanwhile, over on the main stage, it's time for the big event. It's time for the world gameplay premiere.
From the visionary partnership between Bungie, one of the best developers in the industry, and Activision, I'm very proud to introduce the world gameplay premiere of Destiny.
This gameplay premiere shows off beautiful Destiny scenery, some cutscenes of the Fallen, and finally the player's ship flying overhead. As we get into the first mission, two Bungie employees step out on stage and provide us with rather awkward commentary as they acquire some loot like the Thunderlord exotic, use supers like the Nova Bomb, and make progress through the first playable mission of Destiny. Now that we've gotten to see a bit more of what the game is about, more players are starting to take interest in the game and look forward to its release. Players are indeed happy to finally see some actual gameplay of Destiny, and of course, everyone is operating with the assumption that this is just a small part of the overall Destiny experience. As it turns out though, this little demo that people are seeing is actually the only finalized playable piece of Destiny content in existence. Even this late in development, the core systems of Destiny have yet to be figured out by Bungie, and the unsettling truth is that nobody really knows how the game is going to work. Those 7 pillars that were invented at the beginning are being called into question, and the developers are lacking a unified vision on how to proceed. Hundreds of different iterations for the game are being created, and there is quite a bit of disagreement on key gameplay elements. For example, the game keeps going back and forth from first person to third person over and over again, and these changes are starting to get extremely expensive. And while we're on the topic of money, this video is sponsored by Rocket Money, the personal finance app that helps you cancel subscriptions, lower your bills, and manage your money better. With Rocket Money, I've been able to track all of my expenses together, which is great, and I also like that they can lower your bills by negotiating them on your behalf. One of their other features I really like is that you can monitor your credit score, which is really important for getting things like a car loan, mortgage, credit card, or renting an apartment. If you have any other long-term financial goals like owning a house or perhaps buying a fleet of exotic cars, Rocket Money will come in clutch by helping you save more and spend less. They've already helped people save over $500 million in canceled subscriptions, which just so happens to be the entire budget for the original Destiny game. Go to rocketmoney.com/shadowdestiny or click the link in the description to get started today for free. You can also pay for the premium features later, but you can start out for free, so go ahead and join the over 5 million members who are using Rocket Money today. With E3 now finished, the chatter about Destiny is starting to pick up a little. More people have now seen what the game will be like, and they are extremely excited. From a public perspective, it seems that everything is going great, and Bungie continues to post more and more information and awesome previews of the game. Everyone in the public is taking these new releases as a good sign, and it does seem that everything is going along smoothly. However, unbeknownst to everyone, the development at Bungie is taking a shocking turn. Bungie co-founder Jason Jones has just gathered everybody together in one room, and he is delivering an ultimatum. The leadership team has just decided to delete the entire story that they've been working on for years and start over from scratch. This is unleashing pandemonium in the studio because many people thought it would be impossible to reboot the story this late in development. The current plan is to release the game in spring 2014, and that is less than a year away. Given this looming deadline, the atmosphere in the studio is being described as pure panic mode by Bungie employees. The old story that is now being deleted heavily relied on a character named Crow, who is basically your companion. He goes with you everywhere to explore the Destiny universe and delve into the secrets of the collapse. The main goal is to recover an AI war machine named Rasputin, who has been kidnapped by the Hive. Crow is featured in nearly every single cutscene and plays a major role in your journey as a Guardian. Rather than being a main character, your Ghost is actually a supplemental character who comments on all of your actions. Overall though, after reviewing a supercut of this story, Bungie leadership simply doesn't like it. According to almost everyone who is seeing this original story, it is a complete mess. It is extremely unpolished, there are glitchy and incomplete animations, only partial dialogue, and generally it just is incomprehensible and difficult to follow. To quote one former Bungie employee, just about everybody in the studio is thinking, "Oh my gosh, this is a train wreck." With that said, this is just one of the many challenges that Bungie is facing right now, and everybody is scrambling to rewrite the story, create the game's infrastructure, and get every single little detail ready for launch. Bungie co-founder Jason Jones has put together a small group of his most trusted people to rebuild the story from the ground up, and this is being done in a rather strange way. His new team is excluding all of the writers, and therefore, as one former developer put it, his new story was written without writers. To make matters worse, the story keeps getting tweaked and changed and redone every few months. Voice actors are finding it impossible to record their lines because by the time they finish, they get the news that actually their work is being scrapped and rewritten. There is just such a rush to get all of the new lines recorded that quality is kind of going out the window, and hilariously bad stuff is getting recorded. Peter Dinklage is voicing our Ghost and not even having time to review his lines before recording, leading to some subpar performances and strange lines like,
Careful, its power is dark.
1 year has gone by, but Bungie's leadership still isn't happy with certain features like the director. This final prototype that was supposed to be used just seems so boring, and it feels like a menu instead of a beautiful map of the solar system. With just a few months to go until launch, the designers need to come up with a last-minute change to hopefully fix the director. Their first attempt results in this concept that is being used in the secret pre-alpha version of the game that some players are getting to test, but something still doesn't feel quite right. Doing a redesign this close to launch is super stressful, but a little while later, they've now landed on this final planetary structure, and everybody agrees that they've nailed it. At this time, the general public has still yet to play any part of the game, and therefore we know very little about what's to come. But behind the scenes, content creators are getting a peek at what's coming, and they are slightly concerned by the contents of the story.
pre-release, I was having a lot of apprehension for like the campaign, because I went to a capture event where we were allowed to play like a really large chunk of the game. And I remember playing with more console at the time, and him and I just kind of like looking at each other and being like, is this it, dude? Like, this is what's coming out? And it was like, it was a pretty like nerve-wracking moment.
It's now finally time for the masses to get their hands on Destiny. It's June 2014, and it is time for the alpha. Bungie is greeting their players with this cinematic, thanking them for downloading the game and saying, "We absolutely could not do it without you. Thanks for playing, we hope you have fun." Players are able to create a character that starts at level 3, visit the tower, and continue to level up on the Cosmodrome, a destination on Earth. There's also one strike and the Crucible. As described by Ninja here, the loot is extremely rare and quite sought after.
Purple's like legendary. Purple's like legendary. If you get a purple, poop yourself, freak out, make a YouTube video, call your mom, call your dad, call everybody, dude, because it's a big deal. And I haven't seen one yet.
Overall, playing the alpha is amazing. Even though you can only go to the tower and the Cosmodrome, the feeling of exploring a vast new world is exhilarating. People are finding little secrets like the fan in the tower that lets you fly up into the sky, and it feels like there are countless other Easter eggs just hidden around every corner. There's this map of the tower that can only be accessed by interacting with one of these bots, and also this level ? Knight who is extremely overpowered and almost impossible to defeat.
It was really cool to think, oh, I'm gonna like mentally bookmark this little area because I'm not strong enough to go there yet, but eventually I will be able to get that, hopefully, and you get geared up and you can go tackle that guy and see what secrets they might be hiding.
Whether you're grinding to reach that level 8 cap, trying out all of the weapons at the gunsmith, or just dancing in the tower, you're having fun in the alpha. The public perception of Destiny is drastically changing now that people are able to experience it. From the perspective of the masses, Destiny has gone from general interest to extreme enthusiasm, and people cannot wait for the full release. Hype has reached a level 10 times higher than it was before. The developers of the famed Halo franchise might have just done it again and created something truly incredible. It seems that everything is going very smoothly, and players are happy to find very few technical issues during their time in the new release. About 1 month later, it's now time for the beta. This is a fairly similar experience to the alpha, except we now have a bit more stuff like 2 more PvP maps and a new event called Iron Banner. Bungie is blown away by the number of people who are playing, and they're doing everything they can to analyze the incoming data and feedback. Overall, things are going great, and the beta is continuing to build everyone's interest in Destiny. It's now the final day of the beta, and we are in for a surprise. Bungie has just unlocked a brand new patrol space. We get to go to the moon, and everyone has been wondering about this destination ever since our Peter Dinklage ghost said,
That wizard came from the moon.
One thing is immediately clear to everyone who is trying the beta right now. This game has potential. It's a fusion of top multiplayer games and top shooter games, and it seems that if Bungie pulls this off correctly, Destiny could potentially be one of the greatest games of all time. As launch day approaches, more and more info is coming out about the game. There's an epic live-action trailer telling us to become legend, new blog posts from Bungie, and even a tool that lets us view every single planet early, kind of like a Google Earth. At this point in time, everybody is talking about Destiny. There are billboards all over Times Square, posters in the subway tunnels, and even TV commercial breaks are being dominated by Destiny advertisements. The hype level is almost unbelievable. Before the game is even out, people are making full-on cosplay sets, rocking Destiny merch, and telling all of their friends about the game. Destiny is trending everywhere, and the people are ready. It is finally time.
This is the first time we've ever done this, Zach.
I know. All right, here we go. Pressing button. We're online. Okay, 26 people, 36 people, 62, 140, 171, 292 people, 1,000 people, 1,800 people. We're live!
Destiny servers are live. This adventure has begun. It's awesome to have you here.
As players flood into Destiny for the very first time, they're selecting their classes, playing through the initial story missions, and acquiring their first loot. Every single piece of loot is exciting. Even green and blue drops give players a dopamine rush as they inspect it to find out what they've just acquired. We're traveling to the tower for the first time, meeting up with our Vanguard mentors, and getting an introduction of the story from the speaker. He tells us about our lengthy conflict with the darkness and the history with the Traveler, the being that created our ghosts. Players are wondering about what the darkness actually is, and behind closed doors, so is Bungie. It turns out that they've just been completely winging the story at this point, and literally nobody has any idea what the darkness fundamentally is. Remember, this is a story that was written without writers. After exploring the solar system, we venture to the Black Garden to destroy its heart and allow the Traveler to heal after its collapse. Right now, the game feels magical for every single player. The Destiny director represents an entire universe to explore, and everything you do is a brand new experience. There is this profound sense of mystery and adventure because people know literally nothing about the game. This ignorance contributes to intense feelings of excitement whenever you find a new mission, a hidden chest full of loot, or a brand new area that you've never seen before. However, there is one thing that's more exciting and intriguing than anything else: exotic loot. These extremely powerful weapons and armor are super mysterious because some people don't even know that they exist, and almost nobody has acquired them. They seem to be unbelievably rare. The game doesn't have any way to discover or research exotic weapons, so seeing another player holding an exotic immediately overwhelms you with questions. What is that, and what does it do? And of course, most importantly, how can I get it? These questions are filling players with an intense feeling of anticipation whenever the loot screen pops up. Is an unbelievable exotic about to appear on my screen? Could I discover an exotic that nobody else has seen before?
So when my friend got the last word for the first time, I was like, oh, what is that? What is that? And I was really, really jealous when he was popping off with it in PvP. It was just amazement, right? Because I didn't look into data mining or YouTube or anything like that. So there could have been a million exotics for all I know. I had no idea how many they were. I had no idea what they did. It was just Christmas morning, kind of like every time you got a new exotic to drop in D1.
Publisher Activision reports that they sold over $500 million worth of Destiny to retail stores on day one, making Destiny the most successful video game franchise launch of all time. Hype is reaching new heights as more and more Guardians join the Destiny universe and see what it has to offer. Right now, loot is truly scarce. Other loot-focused games will just shower players in endless rewards for doing basic activities, but Destiny is not like that at all. If you want loot, you really have to earn it. And even after you earn it, you still have to level it up. The grind to level up is real, and it's especially brutal because it requires a ton of planetary materials. A big part of the game right now involves running around in patrol for hours and hours, farming for the needed planetary materials. Having the loot be this rare and difficult to acquire is a little frustrating, but all of that grind and frustration makes it all the more satisfying when you finally do get a drop.
Oh, this is the cloak I've been wanting! Oh my god, it's sick!
These first few days of gameplay are a period of discovery, and the loot seems very unexplored and exciting for players. On Friday, this guy has appeared in the tower. Most players don't even know that he exists, but he is actually selling exotics. However, unlike other vendors, you need a lot of these strange coins in order to buy anything, and these are fairly rare and difficult to get. On week 1, almost nobody has enough strange coins to purchase a weapon, but those who do are probably choosing the Red Death, a powerful pulse rifle that heals you on every kill. But of course, this will only happen after you use it for long enough to level it up and unlock all of its perks. This whole leveling system makes it kind of difficult to tell which weapons are actually good, because some weapons feel extremely bad before they are leveled up, and then extremely powerful afterward. With Destiny being a brand new franchise, the novelty factor is making players love even the little things. We love simply driving our sparrows around, using our emotes, and just hanging out in the tower. Remember how I mentioned loot being scarce? Well, players have been desperately searching for a way to get more loot, and they might have just succeeded in week 2 of Destiny. Someone has just stumbled upon a place that they're calling the Loot Cave. This is a particular cave in the Cosmodrome where you can just mindlessly farm enemies and be handsomely rewarded with engrams. The news of this discovery is spreading like wildfire, and hundreds of thousands of loot-hungry guardians are swarming the loot cave with hopes of getting their first legendary gear, or perhaps even an exotic. However, players' dreams of good loot are being crushed by the Cryptarch, Master Rahul. He is taking the purple legendary engrams and mostly turning them into blue items or materials. There is nothing more frustrating than going to the Cryptarch after spending hours in the loot cave just to be disappointed with random bad luck. This isn't the only drama associated with the loot cave though, because interestingly, it is causing a huge spike of players reporting each other in-game.
The time of the loot cave was the highest peak for player reporting each other for cheating. People who didn't want to exploit the loot cave were reporting the people who were shooting the loot cave, and some people were even going so far as to go into the loot cave themselves and sit on the spawn point, which would prevent the enemies from spawning. And so the people who wanted to shoot into the loot cave were then reporting those people for being obstructing their chosen playstyle.
In this second week of Destiny, Bungie is also releasing a monumental piece of content. Destiny's first raid, the Vault of Glass. Raids have existed in PC games like World of Warcraft for a while, but this is the first time a true MMO-like raid has ever been on console in this type of a game. When you also take into consideration that this is a first-person shooter, it's clear that the Vault of Glass is a first of its kind. A clan named Prime Guard secures the first ever Vault of Glass completion after 14 straight hours of raiding, but soon after, people have now discovered that you can simply push the final boss off of the map for a free W. Speaking of the final boss, Atheon has tons of bugs that can wipe your entire team for literally no reason. Overall though, everyone who attempts the raid is awestruck by the environment, the bosses, and of course, the loot. The secret chests, the creative encounter design, and just the sheer scale of the raid makes it a true spectacle and something that every player wants to beat. In the opinions of many, this is by far the best content that currently exists in the game. That strange-looking Zur character has returned again. This week, he is selling a rocket launcher. Heavy ammo is kind of rare, and most of the time you're not going to be using your heavy weapon, so many people are just deciding to not buy the Gjallarhorn.
Everybody said, who's getting an exotic heavy? You're barely going to use it. But also just like not that many people even had the currency to even buy it in the first place on week 2.
Bungie just published an article called Bungie Weekly Update. Nobody is actually sure if they will continue publishing one of these every week forever, but it's nice to hear from the developers now that the game has launched. They're reporting that we have played Destiny for over 100 million hours, which is equivalent to 11,000 years, all within the first week. We have played far more and for far longer than they could have possibly imagined. It is now week 3 of Destiny, and a new event called the Queen's Wrath has just started. This previously blocked off area of the tower is now open, revealing Petra and her ship. This event offers armor, shaders, and emblems for completing challenging story missions. Playing a relatively boring story mission for the 5th time isn't exactly exciting, but it sure is rewarding. Datto basically sums it up.
This is, by far, the best way to try and gear up in legendary gear.
Up to this point, a lot of players still didn't have a full set of legendary gear, so this event is helping everyone finally get some high-level purple items. People are starting to recognize the power of the Gjallarhorn. Remember that rocket launcher that nobody bought from Zur 2 weeks ago? Well, now people are starting to talk about it, and it's rapidly growing in popularity. This guy even built it entirely out of Lego. Overall, it's just insanely powerful and deals absolutely massive damage unlike anything else in the game. Destiny is clearly off to a solid start, and it's evident that this is a magical time to be a Destiny player. But as the initial hype wears off, some people are starting to realize that the game isn't exactly perfect. There are only 20 story missions to play through, and the narrative leaves a lot to be desired. Since there is no in-game lore, almost nobody has a deep understanding of the game's backstory or its characters. Sadly for some players, the game isn't turning out to be what they expected. This sentiment is being recognized by players and journalists alike, and the reviews are starting to pour in.
When Bungie doesn't have time to cook, they make bad content. It was a rough time. Like, when you sit there and your game has been hyped to all hell and has received so many awards over all the different gaming shows for its previews, and for the, GameSpot or Game Informer, or for anyone to just turn around and then give it a 6, yeah, it was a rough time to be a Destiny fan, for sure.
Some reviews are fairly positive due to the game's amazing visuals, gunplay, and core gameplay mechanics. Others are more critical, citing poor level design, loot being too scarce for a looter shooter, and a boring story as some of their main concerns. And the thing is, they aren't wrong. Being told to defend your ghost for the 15th time while he scans some random box isn't exactly exciting, and overall the objectives are very basic and boring.
My to-do list is shoot a bunch of guys, shoot a bunch of guys, shoot a bunch of guys and take their stuff, and finally stand still and look at stuff for 30 seconds.
Undoubtedly, the poor story reception is at least in part due to the reboot and the general chaos that transpired at Bungie over the past year. Bungie CEO Pete Parsons famously claimed that this game would become a cultural touchstone that would compete with the likes of Star Wars and Harry Potter. And although the launch is seeing some success, it is clearly falling short of that target goal. Since they obviously didn't deliver on that, fans and journalists are finding themselves a little bit disappointed. One line in particular from the Exo Stranger is basically summing up Destiny's confusing and vague narrative, as she says,
"I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain."
This line is being discussed around the community and unanimously roasted, with some even calling it the worst dialogue ever heard in a video game. As players continue to explore the game, they're starting to notice that things aren't exactly as huge and expansive as they were originally promised to be. Another consequence of rebuilding the story from scratch in less than a year was that compromises had to be made and content had to be removed. The original plan was to launch Destiny 1 with Saturn, Mercury, and a new Earth destination called the European Dead Zone. But now that the game is here, we do not have any of those destinations. They can even be seen in many trailers, and players were expecting to be able to go and visit these worlds. So again, this is a rather disappointing outcome. There are definitely problems with the loot and the leveling as well. The only way to get to level 30 is to do the raid, but the raid is kind of hard to do if you aren't level 30. You have to be extremely lucky to get all of the raid loot, and this is causing a lot of people to get stuck at level 29. The hashtag Forever29 is becoming somewhat of an inside joke in the Destiny community. The other problem is that since the raid gear is the only high-level gear, every single high-level player looks exactly the same. There is no transmog or customization systems that can traditionally be found in other MMOs. The only thing we can do is select a single shader that applies to all of our equipped armor. Unfortunately, the Guardian customization doesn't exactly have many good-looking options, and you can't change it after the fact, so many people are a little annoyed with the customization and appearance options within the game as a whole. Meanwhile, over at Bungie, the developers are analyzing how the world is perceiving their new game. This period around the launch window is unquestionably an exciting time, but it is also proving to be difficult on the morale of the studio. The developers were confident that they had a solid foundation on which to build the Destiny franchise, but the initial rollout didn't land quite as well as they had hoped. Their contract with Activision would provide an extra $2.5 million bonus if they received an overall review score of at least 90, but with Metacritic coming in and giving a score of 77, the revenue bonus is clearly not going to be achieved. The feedback and reviews are sometimes harsh, but in the process of analyzing them, Bungie is realizing that their criticisms are also fair. And therefore, as a reaction to this feedback, Bungie leadership is initiating yet another reboot of the upcoming content for the game. After the poor reception of Peter Dinklage voicing our Ghost, it has been decided that he will not have any more voice lines in the future expansions. In order to remove him from these expansions though, the story and the voice lines are needing to be completely rewritten so that they actually make sense without the presence of a single Ghost voice line. Within the live game, PvP is starting to draw some attention from the community. The Crucible has a total of 12 maps and 6 modes, and it is actually kind of fun. Featuring nearly infinite special ammo from crates around the map and defeated opponents, and supers that take about 1 minute to charge up, PvP is pretty hectic. Nobody really knows what they're doing because the game is new, and everyone is just having a good time and learning together. However, there is a huge problem in PvP. 2 exotic weapons, the Suros Regime and the Vex Mythoclast, are absurdly overpowered. Most people do not have these weapons, but whenever you face someone that does, you do not stand a chance. Like, it is not even close. This continued for a while, but it's now October 2014, and a new endgame PvP event called Iron Banner has just begun. It has brought with it some desperately needed nerfs for Vex and also auto rifles, including Suros. Iron Banner is attracting a wider audience to PvP and providing some pretty cool rewards, but overall it isn't revolutionary. At this point, it's common knowledge just how powerful Gjallarhorn is, and unfortunately, it's becoming increasingly common to see LFG posts requiring it just to do endgame activities like the Nightfall. This is a disturbing new trend in the community, but it just goes to show how insanely powerful and game-changing the Gjallarhorn truly is. It's even in this new Taco Bell advertisement that just came out. Who knows, maybe it'll get nerfed someday. It has now been 3 months since Destiny launched, and it's time for the first expansion, The Dark Below. This new trailer is out, and everyone is excited about the massive pit on the moon, the new boss Crota, and the promise of new content. There's a new vendor in the tower named Eris Morn who is handling the new story and giving out bounties and loot. The story consists of only 4 missions, but they are at least kind of interesting and definitely higher quality than some of the vanilla story missions. The Undying Mind and Will of Crota are 2 new strikes that still follow the same formula as the other Destiny strikes, but it is still good to have more to play. There are also 3 new Crucible maps, so we now have a more respectable total of 15. Something players are immediately noticing is that vendors are now giving out level 31 gear, which instantly makes the level 30 gear from Vault of Glass completely worthless. We basically just spent the last 3 months grinding extremely hard to get max level gear, just for it to all get sunset and made completely obsolete. We also have to buy an upgrade from Xur and then re-level every single exotic if we want them to be max level, so a lot of people are upset about the ridiculous amount of grind required just to get the basic things that we already had. It seems that the most significant piece of content they're adding in this expansion is the Crota's End raid. The Hive enemies in the raid feel really different from the Vex in the Vault of Glass, and the raid is a lot of fun, but overall it is proof that Bungie is able to replicate the success that they found in the Vault of Glass. The raid also drops some insane loot like the Black Hammer, an extremely powerful sniper that generates infinite ammo out of thin air if you just hit your headshots. Unfortunately, this expansion doesn't seem to address many of the core issues that we have with the game. The story is still pretty short, boring, and lacks sophistication. Players are extremely hungry for more cutscenes so that they can learn more about the Destiny universe.
But if there's anything people want the absolute most, it's more storytelling. Yet again, the Grimoire cards are super interesting. Put it in the game.
Most of us are assuming that The Dark Below was largely developed before the game launched, so there probably wasn't a lot of time for Bungie to make significant changes in reaction to our feedback. There is one huge quality of life improvement though. You can now buy planetary materials at the tower. Gone are the days of running around for 5 hours every day in patrol just to upgrade a single weapon. A few weeks later, players are still dissatisfied that The Dark Below hasn't addressed many of the problems with the game, but we are starting to appreciate some of the updates that the expansion has brought. There is a complete vendor refresh, meaning that there is plenty of new and exciting loot to chase, including stuff like the Longbow Synthesis, the Plug 1, and the Badger CCL. There are also 4 new exotic weapons and 9 new exotic armor pieces, which is really not bad. Oh, and also there is this Sparrow. The EV30 Tumbler is the first ever Sparrow with the ability to perform tricks, and it is a complete cure for everyone's boredom. Something incredible has just happened. The legend himself has just beat Crota solo completely without a fire team. Given that raids are designed for 6 people, most of us just assumed that soloing one would be impossible. However, now that Crota has been soloed, people are starting to realize that he isn't exactly that difficult, especially for a full fire team. There's even a new game-breaking glitch where unplugging your Ethernet cable from your console will make Crota basically just surrender and stay kneeling, giving players a ridiculously free clear. As time goes on, players are still continuing to find more and more cheesy ways to complete each encounter in the raid, and it's starting to become somewhat of a joke. In a completely unexpected turn of events, an entire roadmap for years and years of future Destiny content has just got leaked by some guy on an Italian Destiny forum. Speculation is running rampant as everyone dissects this new information. People think that Comet is supposed to be an absolutely massive expansion taking place on a Hive ship, and it will come with multiple new subclasses, weapons, abilities, and maps. In fact, it seems that Comet is actually going to be the largest type of Destiny DLC, and there are plans to release a new Comet expansion once every 2 years. So essentially, as of right now, the schedule is to release Comet, and then Destiny 2, then Comet 2, then Destiny 3, and so on. The 2015 expansion is also planning to deliver a new planet called Europa, in addition to several new locations on Earth and Mars. This seems like a very exciting roadmap, and overall, it's giving everybody hope for the future of the franchise. It has now been 6 full months since the launch of the game, and Bungie is reflecting on how everything has gone so far. Despite the numerous shortcomings and complaints from the community, it is clear that Bungie has built something truly special. More than 1 billion hours of the game have been played so far, and the average person who bought the game has played it for over 100 hours. This is blowing their expectations out of the water, and it seems that Destiny players are far more dedicated and passionate than anyone could have predicted. Players are putting more hours into Destiny than basically any other game on the market, and while this is great, it does have the side effect of players blowing through the content extremely fast. A couple months later, and players are now feeling that there is literally nothing to do. Everything in the Destiny universe just seems to be slow and uneventful. There really hasn't been any new content in a while, so players are having to make up their own content in order to find something to do.
And pound!
As time drags on, player counts and general enthusiasm for the game are continuing to fall. It remains completely unclear if this game is going to stand the test of time and eventually reach its goal of 10 years, and it might just fall off and get shut down in the coming months or years.
Do people like this? Is this gonna survive? It was a weird time of just like, I don't really know how long this is gonna last. The response was just so lukewarm, and it only had just like a couple of things going for it that I literally started to look for a new job 2 months into Destiny, because I was like, there's no way that this is gonna hold up literally at all. I gotta go back. I gotta call this post-production house that wanted to hire me a while back.
After what feels like an eternity, it's now April, and something interesting is going on Bungie's website.
Hello again, my friends. Bungie has dropped an amazing April Fool's Day Easter egg. If you go to bungie.net to check out your Guardian, you'll see, well, this nonsense.
It's April 14th, 2015, and a Destiny update has just introduced a very intriguing new world event. Fallen from the House of Wolves are randomly appearing on Venus, Earth, and the Moon, and if you defeat several waves of these enemies, a special bounty target will spawn and unlock a final wave. Defeating this final wave gives you a buff called Ether Key, and this allows you to unlock a secret chest. The chest is dropping rare and legendary engrams, destination materials, and potentially a mysterious treasure key. We don't know what the treasure keys are for, but we do know that they will unlock something in Destiny's next expansion, the House of Wolves. With this expansion being just around the corner, this event has really built up a lot of hype for all of the new content that is about to hit us. It's May 2015, and the House of Wolves expansion has just dropped. Although players are extremely disappointed that there is not a new raid, it looks like this expansion is going to be delivering a ton of new content, and everyone is extremely excited. Players are immediately diving into the 5 new story missions and discovering a noticeable improvement over previous stories. The narrative work in this expansion feels a lot more polished, and you could say that this is the first time we're actually having a respectable campaign story experience. We are working to prevent Skolas from uniting the fallen House of Wolves and becoming the Kell of Kells. Eventually, we track Skolas to Venus and manage to trap him and bring him to the Prison of Elders. He proceeds to start a riot before we have to come in and put an end to it, and to Skolas himself. Upon completing these missions, players are being rewarded with a brand new type of weapon, the sidearm. Sidearms are close-range, rapid-fire weapons that utilize special ammo. Sidearms are cool and all, but what we're really excited about is the quality of life updates that have arrived in the House of Wolves. Perhaps the most significant one is the Etheric Light system. This allows us to ascend any piece of loot up to max level, so now every single activity in the game is relevant again, and most notably, the Vault of Glass is finally worth playing. Another new system that players are enjoying is weapon reforging. If you take your new weapons to the gunsmith, you can essentially re-roll them with a fresh set of perks. Perhaps the most relevant piece of new content is the Prison of Elders, a 3-player PvE activity where you progress through 4 levels with unique bosses. We learned that those mysterious treasure keys from the world event are actually used to get loot here in the Prison of Elders. The final boss, Skolas, is incredibly overtuned and extremely difficult to defeat. Many people are even saying that this is the hardest PvE content that the game has ever seen. We're also getting a new location called The Reef. This is a social space with new vendors including Varix, Petra, and Brother Vance. And the last vendor on that list is about to become extremely important over the weekend.
Come, test yourself in the trials. Find the way through the darkness.
Fast forward to Friday, and the very first Trials of Osiris has just begun. Everyone is hyped loading into the Burning Shrine with ambitions of stacking up some wins on their card to get the new armor set and also the Trials of Osiris auto rifle, the Summoner. The meta in Trials is truly the Wild West. Every single game is dominated by hand cannons, and the Thorn and the Last Word are the 2 undisputed kings of PvP. Thorn can 2-tap with its burn ticking repeatedly for a ridiculous 7 damage, and the Last Word is hitting absurd 111 damage headshots, also giving it the ability to 2-tap. Hawkmoon is another insanely strong hand cannon that can 2-tap and sometimes even 1-tap if you get really lucky, but it is only available for PlayStation players. Even though some are frustrated by this hand cannon insanity, Trials overall is a smashing success. This is the first time that PvP really feels like it matters in the game, and literally everyone is jumping in to try it out regardless of their skill level. Those who are talented or lucky enough to achieve flawless victory are granted access to the Lighthouse, a brand new social space that is only accessible for people who have 9 wins and 0 losses on their Trials cards. The coveted golden chest and its amazing loot is extremely alluring. Adept weapons and special emblems are letting players show off their achievement in style. The loot and excitement is drawing so much attention to the mode that a mind-blowing 3,798,561 matches of Trials are played on this very first weekend. Destiny is becoming extremely popular on Twitch, and everyone wants to see people achieve flawless and potentially get a shot at a carry. A few months go by, and things are starting to settle down, but players are still extremely excited to hop into Trials every weekend. On the other hand, the repetition of Prison of Elders is getting a little bit boring, so it's not nearly as exciting as it was when it first came out. With that said though, it's clear that overall, Bungie has made some big improvements with this expansion. The story is solid, Trials is a huge success, and the player count isn't falling as fast as it was in the past. Nobody outside of Bungie is aware of this, but work is already starting on the next installment of the Destiny franchise, Destiny 2. Strange concept art is being developed for this release, and it looks like it's shaping up to be an incredible sequel. The current plan is to release the game next year in 2016, but it remains to be seen if this will turn out to be a realistic launch date.
His name is Oryx, the Taken King. And he's coming for you, Guardian.
Bungie reveals the Taken King at E3 2015 with a major trailer and some interviews with the developers. Players can instantly tell that this is going to be a massive expansion for the game, unlike anything we have ever seen. New subclasses, new exotics, new locations, new PvP maps, new strikes, new everything. This trailer has made it clear that the Taken King is going to be amazing. It is August 14th, 2015. Xur is finally selling the almighty Gjallarhorn for the first time since that infamous second week. This news is absolutely breaking the internet as everyone rushes in to get this iconic weapon.
Gjallarhorn, it's a no-brainer. Buy it now. Buy it before it gets nerfed so you can feel the full power of Destiny's most coveted rocket launcher.
This is pretty exciting, but people are still waiting with bated breath for Destiny's next expansion. As Bungie continues to drop little showcases of what's to come, everyone's anticipation for next month is at an all-time high. September 15th, 2015. The Taken King releases, and it is a smashing success. Everyone is jumping into the new expansion and finding that the hype that has been building for months was not unwarranted. The immediately noticeable thing is the story. The narrative about Oryx, the cutscenes, the character development, everything is way more interesting and a massive improvement over year one. Ever since the launch a year ago, everyone has been begging for more interesting storytelling and cinematic cutscenes, and the Taken King has finally delivered. The characters on our side are very likable, fan favorites like Cayde 6 are getting a lot more screen time, and the story around Oryx being the main bad guy is clear and easy to understand. He arrives in the Sol system with his massive ship called the Dreadnought and his army of Hive and Taken. The Taken are forces corrupted by the darkness, and they have no will and only serve their master. The first major battle takes place in orbit around Saturn, where Oryx uses the Dreadnought's super weapon to annihilate the Awoken forces. Cayde 6 then finds a way to get us on side of the ship in order to take out this weapon. After we complete that objective, we now set our sights on Oryx, and the final Oryx story mission is really standing out from the rest. This is by far the coolest boss entrance in the history of the game. The battle with Oryx actually feels like it matters and it's exciting, unlike many of the past missions that had monotonous objectives like defend your ghost. For the first time ever, it feels like Destiny is massively improving. The main new Dreadnought location is awesome because it's an enormous spacefaring fortress ship filled with secrets, world bosses, and a new activity called the Court of Oryx. It's arguably the coolest location in the game so far, and it definitely feels like the most complete and full of things to do. The Taken, the first new enemy type since launch, feel really different than anything we've seen so far, and they breathe new life into the PvE experience. Even though the Taken are technically adaptations and reskins of previous enemies, they still have some unique behaviors and appearances that make them feel different. Similar to the House of Wolves, the Taken King has introduced a new weapon type, the Sword. Players are praising these weapons for how fun and intuitive they are to use, and it's safe to say that they have instantly become fan favorites. The exotic swords in particular are quite popular, but they do take an absurd amount of time to grind for. Every class has also just received an additional subclass with the release of this expansion. Night Stalker was introduced for Hunters, Stormcaller was introduced for Warlocks, and Sunbreaker was introduced for Titans. These really feel like the next generation of subclasses, and they are incredibly powerful. Hunters have this new Shade Step dodge ability which perfectly fits with their class and makes the Night Stalker power fantasy really go off the charts. It is great for every single class to finally have 3 subclasses, making sure that every class has access to every elemental damage type. After a few days of this expansion, the greatest realization that players are having is that the Taken King has touched nearly every facet of the game and improved it in a truly meaningful way. There are 17 brand new exotic weapons and 18 exotic armor pieces that have been added to the game. Infusion now exists, allowing us to level up our stuff instead of just replacing it. Vault space has doubled. There are over 100 new legendary weapons. The quest system was overhauled in a major way. You can now turn in bounties from your menu instead of traveling all the way to the tower or the reef to speak with a vendor. For the very first time, there's a way to keep track of our exotic items. There are now these kiosks in the tower that let you reclaim exotics after you dismantle them. In the past, if you dismantled an exotic, it was gone forever and you would actually have to re-earn it. Similarly, they have added additional kiosks for emblems, shaders, sparrows, ships, and emotes. This is a huge quality of life update. Keeping literally everything in your inventory or your vault was an unbelievable hassle back in year 1. Perhaps the most monumental overhaul that is being universally praised is the new leveling system. Players can now reach level 40 purely through experience, and your light level is now an average of all of your weapons and armor. The reason why this new system is amazing is because your light level will now steadily go up as you acquire new gear. In the past, the max level was 30, and there would also be huge jumps in how powerful your Guardian became because each level would make you like 30% more powerful. Another much appreciated change is related to our ghost shells. There used to only be one ghost, but now there are many different shells with tons of bonuses and stats that make your ghost actually matter as a slot on your character. The same is now true for class items, as they now have a defense stat. Even just a day or two into the Taken King, players are overwhelmed by how amazing this expansion is. The game is thriving. It's extremely refreshing for the player base, and everyone is breathing in a deep sigh of relief. Bungie has listened. It's actually incredible how many of the problems we had in Year 1 have been resolved in just a single day. Of course though, nothing is ever perfect, and people still have some complaints. All Year 1 content, including all weapons and armor, is now completely irrelevant, which kind of sucks considering that we spent endless hours grinding for it. But the thing is, it's actually not a huge hot topic in the community because there's just an overwhelming amount of new stuff that's making us forget what we lost, and everyone is just embracing this new destiny. A few days later, it's time for the new raid, King's Fall. Since the raid is releasing just 3 days after the expansion, nobody really knows what they're doing, and there are very few players who have made sufficient raid preparations. Everyone is scrambling to figure out the encounters, and there are several teams in the race for World's First. Even as those first few teams are making their way through the raid, something feels different. Mechanics actually matter, enemies are threatening, and there is an epic scale to this raid that really sets it apart from its predecessors. Of course, this is partially because many people are underleveled and nobody really knows the optimal strategies yet, but the raid feels more difficult than Crota, and this is in a good way. As people reach the final boss room for the first time, nobody is prepared for what happens next.
Okay, nope.
Oryx is a difficult boss fight, and it's taking teams hours to figure it out. Finally, after about 7 hours total in the raid, this happens. As more and more people complete the raid in the following days, King's Fall is unanimously dubbed the best raid in Destiny history. Everyone is commenting about how much fun the encounters are and how cool the environment is, even though they are constantly failing to jump onto these ships because there is no mantle mechanic, and they're absolutely getting decimated by these walls that push you off into the void below. Just a few days after the raid, players are starting to notice something very odd going on within a daily heroic story mission. The Ghost has a new voice line that says,
"Strange. I'm picking up a fallen distress beacon."
As you go off of the normal path, this takes you to an elevator on a fallen ship with a new area that has opened up. A few seconds later, you encounter some Taken invading the moon. Varix tells you that the ship is out of the Fallen's control and you should clear out all of the Taken. A strange timer pops up telling you that you have 10 minutes to complete this objective. This mission is not easy at all, but those who are skilled enough to make it to the final room find a big Taken boss named Drivix. If you manage to clear every single enemy, including the boss, it happens.
Taken will not rest. We'll claim every house.
A secret exotic named Black Spindle is awarded. The news of this secret mission and secret exotic is absolutely breaking the internet. Even people who have never heard of Destiny are talking about this. Completely secret missions in online multiplayer games almost do not exist, so this is a completely new concept that has everybody intrigued. Just like its predecessor, the Black Hammer, this sniper is an absolute beast for clearing out PvE content. If you hit 3 headshots, it instantly refills the entire mag from reserves, letting you deal insane damage without ever having to reload. It is instantly becoming a renowned weapon in the Destiny community as millions of players jump into the mission to get their very own Black Spindle. A few weeks into the Taken King, it's starting to become evident that this expansion has substantially improved the core of Destiny. It wasn't just designed to generate hype, it was designed to address the core issues of the game and make it enjoyable for months to come. The core activities, Crucible and Strikes, got some absolutely massive updates to make them playable and interesting again. There are 4 new strikes that actually have solid mechanics and are a lot better than the older strikes. In addition, 3 of the older strikes have now been infected with the Taken. This really makes Destiny feel like an evolving world, which is ultimately Bungie's goal, and overall, the strikes are very well liked among the community.
Those Taken King strikes, I don't know why, they just hit really hard, and they're still that memorable compared to any other strikes that we had in the game before then, and then even since. Like, those strikes just still really hold a huge impact for a lot of people.
As for PvP, we got an astounding 8 new PvP maps, 3 brand new Crucible modes, and a slew of sandbox changes that are making PvP feel completely different than it did in year 1. These investments into the core activities of the game are definitely giving the Taken King some longevity. Since every single game of PvP is unique, it is easily the most replayable mode in Destiny, and all of these new maps and modes are making PvP feel fresh, even after months of the expansion being released. Another massively successful addition is strike-specific loot. Essentially, each strike has a new piece of loot that can only be acquired from that specific strike. The loot is also thematically paired with each strike, so for the first time it actually feels like you're looting the strike and taking the enemy's stuff. For example, these Scion cloaks are acquired by defeating the Scion bosses in the Dust Palace. Popular weapons like Grasp of Malak are also dropping from these strikes, making them relevant and actually replayable. You really gotta grind for a while if you want to get a perfect roll on one of these rewards. The treatment and improvement of the core playlist in the Taken King is amazing, and it's overwhelmingly popular in the player base. Everyone loves that they have an actual reason to play strikes and PvP, and it's giving us something to do while we wait for future updates. As time goes on, people are starting to discuss one of the more controversial additions to the game, the Eververse store. Along with its currency called Silver, Eververse allows players to spend real-life money to purchase emotes within the game. This is the first presence of microtransactions in Destiny, and some players are understandably skeptical and afraid that the game may become pay-to-win. However, since it's limited to just emotes so far, it doesn't seem to be like too much of a problem. There's another thing that's keeping people interested and logging in every week called Arms Day. This is a new system where the gunsmith offers weekly orders where you can request packages in order to get certain unique weapons. These weapons each have a special ability which makes them sought after for one reason or another. Arms Day is also nice because it's giving the gunsmith an actual function instead of just being a place to buy basic materials. Despite the core activities though, as time goes by, it's becoming clear that we are entering a content drought. Bungie is announcing that they are shifting away from DLCs and towards events, meaning that there will not be any expansions in the winter or spring. This is pretty disappointing for people who were expecting upcoming expansions, but at least we have the events as something to look forward to. October 2015 rolls around, and the first of these events has arrived in the tower called Festival of the Lost. This Halloween-themed event is hosted by Eva Levante, and it is bringing us some new quests, masks, emotes, and some surprise decorations in the tower. This insane-looking skull mask is by far the most sought-after item in the event. Unfortunately, there are these ridiculous RNG loot boxes that are dropping the rewards, and some of the loot is exceedingly rare. Since these boxes are purchased with real-life money, and people are spending quite a lot of cash, this event has quickly been given the nickname of Festival of the Cost. The content drought continues, but Destiny is set to reveal some new content at the PlayStation Experience 2015 event in December. The time finally comes, and they reveal the Sparrow Racing League, a 3-week competitive racing experience. This is instantly a far more interesting and popular event than Festival of the Lost, and it has arrived complete with new sparrows, shaders, and even an armor piece being available for players to earn through a record book. Overall, this event is pretty well received, and players are happy to have something new to do. Racing around the track with 5 other players is fun and unlike anything else in Destiny, but heading into the new year, the event ends and we have resumed the dreaded content drought.
You had a lot of stuff going into the game in that one period, and then it was a very big drought. I think that if you look at the overall era of that year, it wasn't as good as people remember, and the reason being was that past those 8 weeks worth of initial content, things started to slow down and it was very noticeable.
As time drags on, many players are starting to take breaks from the game. The Taken King brought such a massive influx of new content, but now that it has been out for a few months, most players have already finished all of the stuff and they don't really have anything else to do. People are desperate. We don't even have private matches or any other type of custom environment where we can just mess around. Bungie has not made any announcements, and it's unclear if we will even get a big expansion this year. When is Destiny 2 coming? Nobody knows. Many of the in-game systems and challenges are starting to also be solved at this point. That initial mystery that we felt in year 1 has really begun to wear off. All of the exotics are pretty well known, people are starting to learn how to optimize their damage and PvP techniques, and even stuff like build crafting remains pretty simple and lacking in depth. It's now February, and we're witnessing perhaps the most irrelevant new content drop of all time. The Crimson Days has delivered a 2v2 PvP mode called Crimson Doubles. It has a strange feature where if your teammate dies, you get a buff named Broken Heart until your teammate comes back. People had hoped that these seasonal events would actually have some substance and be enjoyable, but now it's kind of clear that they are just pretty gimmicky and many players aren't really interested. Remember the Destiny 2 project and concept art that is currently in development? Well, unfortunately, it seems that Destiny 2 is suffering the same fate as the original Destiny 1 concept. Bungie leadership has decided that they are not satisfied with the current concept for D2, and it is now being rebooted with game director Luke Smith now at the helm. Obviously, this reboot means that the original launch date of 2016 is not going to work out, so secretly, Bungie is having to push back the game until 2017. Even with this extra time, that still only leaves about 16 months for the developers to create an entire sequel, and the pressure is mounting to deliver a new product that satisfies players. April is finally bringing us something to be excited about. The much anticipated April update has arrived. The max light level has been increased to 335, there is a brand new revamped version of the Prison of Elders called the Challenge of Elders, and there's some revamped loot that people are pretty excited about. And the best part? It is completely free. When you think about it, it's kind of staggering how many weapons and exotics have been updated in this mid-year release for the sweet price of $0. With a total of 40 returning items, these new additions are definitely mixing up the Year 2 sandbox. Some particularly notable weapons include the Shadow Price, the LDR, and the Longbow Synthesis. Since these are obtained through the Vanguard and Crucible, this is a pretty strong incentive to play those core activities even more. There's also some brand new armor sets, and there's one in particular that is really catching everybody's attention. The Taken-themed Desolate armor set looks absolutely amazing, and it can be obtained from opening these mystery boxes called Sterling Treasure. These can be obtained by playing activities like Prison of Elders, but they can also be bought in the Eververse store with real money. Again, the continued rise of microtransactions is starting to annoy players. Even though these real money items are only cosmetic, that isn't stopping players from complaining all over the internet. These treasure boxes can also drop armor that is compatible with a new cosmetic system called Chroma. These can be applied to select armor sets to give them a red, blue, yellow, or white glow. The glows are extremely popular, and you will find many Guardians rocking this in the modern game. Perhaps the best quality of life update that we're all happy about is 1-to-1 infusion. Whenever you infused something in the past, it would only level it up part of the way. This was so confusing that we even had to use a calculator to figure out exactly how it would work. Thankfully though, infusing something will now fully level it up to the level of the infused item, making everything easier and much less convoluted. Overall, the community is quite satisfied with this update, and I guess it's pretty hard to complain about something that is free. It was a much needed stimulus that is revitalizing some interest in the game as we wait for Destiny's next big expansion. The content drought resumes, and we enter a pretty dark period of time. Months go by with literally nothing happening, and people are understandably pretty bored. There's also some frustrating things going on within the game. For instance, the accuracy stat on most precision weapons is completely atrocious. People are starting to notice that hand cannons and scout rifles in particular are super inconsistent because the bullets will randomly miss and not go where you are aiming. Other issues like awful lag and an assortment of glitches are making the gameplay experience less than ideal, but there is hope on the horizon. Destiny's next large DLC, Rise of Iron, will be arriving in September. On September 15th, just 5 days before the launch of the expansion, a player is suddenly noticing that they have a mysterious buff on their character screen. It is called Splendor 2.6, and it seems to be some kind of reputation and XP booster from an unknown source. This has been brought to the broader community's attention, and now everyone is checking their own characters, and some are discovering they also have various similar buffs. After some investigation, it's becoming clear that this is actually a kind of infection that can be transmitted from one player to another. The virus has a visual effect as well, and those who contract it have these strange particles floating around their head. At the same time as all of this is happening, Bungie is also launching a new part of their website called owlsector.bungie.net. This page on the website references the same buffs that people are seeing in-game, so at this point it's now clear that this is some sort of intentional in-game puzzle created by Bungie. The community gets to work analyzing all of the text on the website and creating absolutely massive Reddit posts like this one. After a few days, progress on the puzzle has stalled out, leaving many players confused but also curious about what might happen next. Perhaps something will be updated when the expansion goes live. Rise of Iron drops, and it's an utter disaster on day one. There are constant pop-ups of contacting Destiny servers and an onslaught of taper error codes. Literally nobody is able to play the game right now. There are even reports of players being stuck in the 300,000th place in the queue trying to log into the game. We all know to expect a little bit of instability on new Destiny releases, but this disastrous launch takes it to a whole new level. After what feels like an eternity, players are finally starting to get into the game and they're exploring what Rise of Iron has to offer. There's a brand new campaign featuring 8 story missions, and it's centered around the Iron Lords and their fight against the Siva. We've known about Saladin and the Iron Banner for a long time, so this campaign really fills in some of the backstory surrounding him and the other Iron Lords. Siva is an extremely dangerous nanotechnology with the ability to self-assemble, replicate, and think. We're working with Saladin to fight against the newly augmented Siva Fallen called Splicers. We make our way into the original replication chamber where many Iron Lords had sacrificed their lives to contain Siva in the first place, and we destroy the chamber, finally ending the threat. Overall, the story is pretty good, but it's notably shorter and less extensive than The Taken King. After people are getting out of the campaign, everyone playing Destiny at this point is pretty excited about several iconic exotics making their return. Most notably, Thorn and Galahorn are back, and although they aren't quite as overpowered as they once were, players are happy to be reunited with some of their favorite weaponry. One of the most interesting new things are the Iron Lord artifacts. These items provide unique bonuses that completely change how you play the game, and everyone wants to get their hands on them. From improving your radar to allowing you to reflect stuff with your sword, these artifacts are incredibly powerful. A cool quality of life artifact is the Memory of Yolder. It removes the sprint cooldown. Normally, for all of Destiny 1, there is this extremely annoying mechanic where if you stop sprinting, you cannot start sprinting again for several seconds. This absolutely sucks for anyone who wants to move around fast, especially in PvP, so overall the community is really excited to finally have a way to avoid this annoying mechanic. Rise of Iron has brought multiple new locations, including a brand new social space called the Iron Temple. There's some really cool things to do here, like climbing all the way to the top of Fellwinter's Peak, or ringing the bells in the right order to unlock an achievement. There is also a previously blocked off area in the Cosmodrome called the Plaguelands. This area looks amazing and it has lava and Siva everywhere, but there aren't too many secrets or cool things to uncover. Within the Plaguelands though, there is the Archon's Forge, an arena with different difficulty tiers and also an especially notable fusion rifle, Saladin's Vigil. This expansion seems to be reinforcing the concept of evolving Destiny over time. Lots of enemies and locations have been infused with Siva, which makes them feel fresh and new again. In addition to a new strike, 2 older strikes have been Sivified, also contributing to the concept of an ever-evolving Destiny universe. Sepix Prime in particular is pretty popular among the community, especially with his new epic soundtrack. 3 days after launch, it's time for the new raid, the Wrath of the Machine. Similar to The Taken King, players had a few days to prepare, and this time hardcore teams took it pretty seriously. They leveled up so much to the point where teams are out-leveling the raid itself, giving them a hefty advantage. The first encounter is pretty straightforward, but teams are immediately noticing the insane siege engine encounter. This fight takes place on top of the Cosmodrome wall. This is easily the most unique and arguably one of the coolest raid encounters we have ever seen. Getting to ride the siege engine, bust through some barricades, and then witness the entire thing plummet into the water below is unlike anything we've ever seen, and players are loving it. As the first teams move on to the final boss, they clear the first phase pretty quickly, but then everyone is getting stuck on the second phase while trying to figure out the mechanics. There are a lot of enemies, bombs, and buffs at play here, and it's difficult to make heads or tails of any of it. After a while though, Clan Redeem accidentally discovers the main stun mechanic, and this seems to be a massive breakthrough. Soon after, their team including Tfue, Modern Tryhard, and Error take down Axis and secure the world's first raid completion with a total time of about 2 hours. The immediate reaction from the community is that the raid might not be so good considering how fast it was cleared, and some people are upset that it doesn't have the same epic scale as King's Fall. However, as more players get a chance to experience the raid, everyone is beginning to appreciate its unique encounters, especially the Siege Engine and Axis, and it's generally considered to be a great raid overall. Following the completion of the raid, players are noticing a web address that leads to a networking simulation with this huge code of unprocessed information. This is just completely baffling because there doesn't seem to be any way to decipher this incoherent code of random letters and numbers. But upon further investigation, players are beginning to realize that each person is actually seeing a different dataset based on their Bungie account information. A massive collaborative community effort begins in order to compile all of the different data. A website is created where players can contribute by sharing their own dataset with the group. Each part of the chain leads to the construction of an image that looks like this, and it seems that the shapes on the sides need to be matched up with other images that also have those shapes. Just like a huge jigsaw puzzle, aligning all of these small images will create a single, larger image. And finally, after combining even more, it has become clear what this image is actually showing us. In the Wrath of the Machine raid, there is this one room with a big diamond-shaped structure, just like the one in the decoded image. Surrounding the diamond, there are also these cylindrical canisters which just so happen to line up exactly with the circles that we found in the puzzle. Because some of the circles are shaded in, players are quickly understanding that these ones in particular correspond to activation platforms within the actual raid. We figure out how to actually step on the right platforms to complete the code, and then the giant diamond opens up to reveal a secret monitor and a secret chest with an exotic engram. This is also allowing players to finally bypass some lasers that were previously blocking off a part of the raid and reach a final chest. Inside of this chest is a Siva engine, and excitingly, it seems to be the start of a brand new exotic quest. By repeatedly solving puzzles within the Siva engine in coordination with your fire team and also doing several other steps like beating the raid again, we make progress on this quest until it finally rewards players with the exotic Outbreak Prime. As a community, hundreds of players had to come together and contribute valuable pieces of the puzzle so that we could finally make sense of the codes and get rewarded with one of the greatest exotics so far. Participants are also receiving this emblem to commemorate the overall Owl Sector event. As week 1 of the expansion comes to a close, it's clear that Rise of Iron has delivered, but maybe just not in the way that players were expecting. Since The Taken King left the overall game in a really good state, Rise of Iron isn't really innovating too much or changing the core of the game. It is providing more of the same, which honestly is a pretty good thing. People are just happy to finally return to the game after the content drought, and there's tons of new stuff for everyone to sink their teeth into. Although Rise of Iron is not as robust as The Taken King, it's still a very substantial expansion that brings a lot to the table. PvP players are extremely happy because we're finally getting what we've been requesting for years: true private matches. In the past, people were literally queuing at the same time in hopes of matching their friends and creating fake private matches, but now you can just queue into a private match whenever you want to test new items, mess around with your friends, and just generally have a fun time. PvP also got 4 new maps, a new mode called Supremacy, and Iron Banner got a complete overhaul to make it more interesting. The Crucible is generally in a good state after all of these additions. No expansion would be complete without loot, and it's clear that Rise of Iron has done a good job in this category. There are 5 new exotic weapons and armor pieces in addition to a vendor refresh and a world loot refresh. This means that basically every activity in the game is dropping brand new loot, making the activities and the rewards feel fresh and meaningful. Vendors are selling new weapons like the Palindrome and the Clever Dragon, making them really relevant for everyone. Strikes continue to have the insanely amazing and popular strike-specific loot system, but now it's even better with the Skeleton Key system that allows you to target farm and reliably get the exact loot that you want. With new additions like the Devil's Dawn sniper rifle, the strike-specific loot is more appealing than ever. Another thing players are discovering is the new ornament system. This allows for further customization of certain armor sets and exotic weapons to drastically change their appearance, and so far it is very well received. Giving a completely new appearance to certain exotics is great, especially if their base model was not particularly appealing. This ornament system also applies to the brand new Trials of Osiris cat armor. This armor set is popular to begin with, but when you equip the prestigious Flawless ornament to make the armor glow, it instantly looks amazing. It is perhaps the most coveted armor set in the game right now. The general ornament system though is just extremely cool, and the number of fashionable guardians is definitely skyrocketing. Gaining the ability to have a bit more control over your appearance and also simultaneously getting access to the coolest armor in the game is clearly a recipe for success. Unfortunately, there is something absolutely plaguing Trials of Osiris. Memory of Scory is an artifact that rewards bonus super energy if you stand near a teammate who has their super, so Trials has devolved into just huddling together and waiting until everyone has their supers. This is probably the worst possible meta, and it's extremely painful to play, but people are still enduring to get that cat armor and the glowy ornaments. October rolls around, and with it, another version of the Halloween event, Festival of the Lost. This event is basically the same as last year, and so it is being received as you might expect. People aren't exactly excited about yet another event that is almost entirely focused on extracting their money with microtransactions. However, there is one shader called Super Black which is extremely popular among the community, so at least there's something for people to really grind for. It's the holiday season again, and this time, the Dawning event has brought some random free presents to the tower, the return of Sparrow Racing League with 2 new maps, and a brand new strike scoring system. Overall, this holiday event feels a whole lot more interesting than the past ones, and it comes with new ornaments, sparrows, chromas, and a ton of sparrow horns. The best part is, these things can be realistically acquired without spending $1 million on Eververse. 2 strikes have been updated with new mechanics and Siva, and the strike scoring system comes complete with medals and an on-screen tally to track up the points you earn. Overall, this Dawning event actually has some substance which players are really happy about. However, some were hoping that the strike scoring system would include in-game leaderboards and competitions to see who could get the highest score, but unfortunately it seems that this is not going to happen. As time goes on though, everyone's attention is shifting to the next big content update, Age of Triumph. This update is free and is immediately super popular among the community. Every single raid has been updated to be max light level and now has tons of new loot, including these absolutely amazing sets of ornaments. These sets actually look like they thematically belong in the raids they come from, and the community has quickly decided that this is the best looking armor the game has ever seen. The raid also includes new exotic ornaments and exotic primary weapons like Fatebringer Adept with elemental burns. Considering that all primary weapons are kinetic damage, having elemental ones is a pretty big deal. However, raids aren't the only thing getting a facelift with this update. Strikes now have this Daybreak mode, which is kind of like Mayhem. With tougher enemies and increased recharge rate for abilities across the board, these ability spam simulators are just a ton of fun. A handful of strikes have also been updated again with new mechanics, graphics, and rewards, further demonstrating Bungie's commitment to keeping the core playlists interesting. The Age of Triumph has also brought a massive new record book with brand new rewards for veteran players, and everyone is hard at work completing and unlocking the new pages. Destiny feels like it has reached an absolute peak. Almost every single activity that has ever been in the game feels relevant, rewarding to play, and worth your time. Strikes, PvP, Challenge of the Elders, raids, and even the weekly story missions have all been revamped with new loot and new incentive to make the entirety of Destiny feel important for players. However, there is a new update that is becoming pretty unpopular for PvP. Special ammo has now become absurdly rare because you don't spawn any, and the resulting shift in the meta has basically ruined the PvP experience. The optimal way to play the game now involves using sidearms because they're the only special weapon that still spawns with ammo, and then stuff like No Land Beyond, a primary sniper, and Icebreaker, which regenerates ammo for free. Because sticky grenades also one-shot and basically lock onto players with ridiculous tracking, they have also risen to the top of the meta, and it is unbelievably frustrating to fight against them. Even though the state of the Crucible is not the best, the overall game is in such a good place as we move forward through 2017. A strange-looking leak has just surfaced, and it is making waves in the Destiny community. A rather low-quality picture of a Destiny poster has been revealed, and it seems that it is promising a September release for Destiny's sequel, Destiny 2.
And I remember having a conversation with a few people who thought that the art was fake because they thought it was really bad. They were like, there's no way this is the real art. This is fake. What a joke. Yada yada. It turned out to be real. I always felt bad.
The date is March 27th, and it is now officially confirmed. This is a monumental day for the history of Destiny's evolution. This tweet has just gone live, and everybody is going insane. Bungie has just dropped the Rally the Troops worldwide reveal trailer for Destiny 2. The video is trending on YouTube, and as it picks up millions and millions of views, everyone is talking about Destiny 2. And by that, I mean everyone in the wider gaming community, not just the fans of Destiny 1. As we get our first look at the game, we're introduced to the main bad guy named Gaul, and we also see some familiar faces like Cade and Zavala. And of course, we can't forget the most important part, the loot.
There will be a ton of loot! Yeah, right? That's what I thought.
As more and more information starts to come out about Destiny 2, the hype is reaching unprecedented levels. The Destiny 2 gameplay reveal is our first real glimpse at how the in-game stuff actually looks, and it looks insane. Fans and content creators alike have extremely high hopes for this game. Meanwhile, Destiny 1 is reaching a new low. With Bungie putting basically 99% of their resources towards Destiny 2, there isn't exactly a lot of interesting stuff going on in Destiny 1. Rise of Iron and Age of Triumph have left the game in a really good place, but that can only go on for so long without any new updates at all. Especially now that we know Destiny 2 is coming in September, players are losing motivation to grind D1 because nothing is going to carry over into the new game. Content creators are struggling. Viewership for many YouTubers reaches an all-time low, but they're remaining hopeful since Destiny 2 is on the horizon.
That day has arrived. That day we've been waiting for.
Bungie is hosting an hour-long presentation where we get to actually learn some of the finer details about D2. Game director Luke Smith is talking a lot about opening the game up to new audiences, including PC players, and people could not be more excited.
Everyone was freaking out. I was sitting next to people in the crowd. We were like hugging and grabbing each other. We were like, oh my God, this is crazy. We can't believe that we're watching this in the front row. Yeah, it was wild. Pandemonium.
The idea of being defeated in our own city, losing all of our powers, and having to fight against the Red Legion to regain our space magic all sounds epic. Bungie is launching a new feature called Guided Games. This feature promises to be kind of like an in-game LFG that pairs clans with solo players so that everyone can complete endgame content. This feature sounds great, and we're all interested to see how it plays out. With promises of reimagining and rebalancing a new 4v4 Crucible, it looks like PvP is going to be amazing.
So we got new maps, we got new modes, and we believe this is the best PvP offering that Destiny has ever seen.
But most of all, players are excited for this.
Now, you can launch all of the new activities in the world without going to orbit.
A month later, it's now time for the Destiny 2 beta. Players have been eagerly awaiting this beta ever since Destiny 2 was announced, and everyone is excited to get their hands on the brand new game for the first time. The beta features the very first story mission called Homecoming, a strike called Inverted Spire, a new social space called The Farm, and 2 different types of PvP. The control and countdown modes are featured on the Midtown and Endless Vale maps. We're all very interested in the brand new supers like Dawnblade, Arcstrider, and a new roaming version of Fist of Havoc. There are also these new abilities called class abilities. Hunters now have a dodge, kind of like Shadestep that we had from D1, Titans have a barricade, and Warlocks have a rift. These are really giving each class a little bit more of an identity, which is great to see. Veteran players are quick to notice some huge quality of life improvements like the removal of the sprint cooldown and the addition of a certain other mechanic that is actually life-saving. During the beta, each Guardian comes equipped with a set of armor and weapons to try out, and the first thing that veteran players are immediately having issues with is the double primary system. Destiny 2 has 2 primary weapons, and then all other types of weapons like snipers, shotguns, and rocket launchers all require power ammo. Overall, in the beta, Guardians don't really feel as powerful as they did in Destiny 1. The pace of PvP and the movement in general is very slow, and there are so few abilities in PvE that you feel kind of weak. It takes 3 melees to defeat another player in the Crucible. Some players are becoming kind of pessimistic about these changes, but many of us are also just reserving judgment for the full release of the game. After all, this is just a beta. Things will certainly get better, right? With more trailers releasing and more information being unveiled, Destiny 2 pre-orders go through the roof and everybody is hyped for the new game. As September rolls around, many Destiny 1 players log off the game for the final time, and we are ready for the transition to Destiny 2. As millions of players jump into the game for the first time, everyone is progressing through the campaign missions. Even after just a few missions, it is becoming clear that the story is way better than what we had at Destiny 1's launch. With standout missions like Homecoming and then boarding the Almighty and disabling its weapon, there are some really unique and compelling parts of the campaign. Perhaps most importantly though, it feels like this is a story that really matters and has consequences.
I think the initial story of Destiny 2 really shows us that live service games straddle a very important line, which is that in order for their campaigns to really hit hard, they need to have stakes.
The story involves the invasion of Earth by the Red Legion Cabal and their leader, Dominus Gall. Gall has put a harness around the Traveler, removing everyone's ability to use the light. After desperately stumbling around without our light for a few minutes, we find the Shard of the Traveler in the European Dead Zone and use it to get our light abilities back. Gall proceeds to then steal the light from the Traveler, and we find our way onto his command ship. We eventually defeat him, but then Gall tries to revive himself with his stolen powers. Right in the middle of Gall's resurrection though, the Traveler awakens and fires a shockwave of light across the universe, which destroys Gall and restores all abilities to other Guardians. This is a great win for us, but the shockwave also has dire consequences. It is awakening the Dark Fleet in the far reaches of the universe. As players are finishing the campaign, they're jumping into the new adventures and lost sectors as they explore all of the new planets. We find out that these adventures are kind of like side quests that are teaching us more about the lore, and the lost sectors are hidden areas with a boss and a chest of loot. From the methane oceans of Titan to the mysteries of Io, there is a lot to uncover. The EDZ in particular is pretty amazing because it's the largest open world location ever created for the Destiny franchise. The destination that was originally teased and created way back in 2013 has finally been finished and shipped into the actual game. That sense of mystery from Destiny 1 has returned, and although it is to a lesser degree, everyone is still excited and very curious as they become acquainted with all of the new locations and characters. We're all in the honeymoon phase for the game right now. Some people have their concerns, but overall, players are loving it. D2 has followed in D1's footsteps and is breaking tons of records for sales and player counts. Bungie has even confirmed on Twitter that right now, at this exact moment, there are over 1.2 million people playing Destiny 2. Everyone is grinding new public events, side quests, strikes, and PvP while going for a higher light level, and increasing that light level has become an obsession for most players. After the long content droughts of Destiny 1, players are returning with a renewed motivation to grind, and many of us are putting in a lot of hours into the game and loving some of the new additions. With 1 week of gameplay now behind us, it's time for the first raid in Destiny 2, the Leviathan. Apart from being an absolutely massive ship larger than a planet, the location design is extremely unique. Some of the mechanics, like stand on this plate, are kind of basic, but the overall impression is that this is an okay raid. With only one boss fight, it's clear that this raid doesn't hold up against some of the Destiny 1 greats like the King's Fall and Wrath of the Machine, but some parts like the Void Room are truly amazing. The new guided games feature has just launched with the promise of working like an in-game LFG, but it looks to be a colossal failure. Unfortunately, almost nobody seems to be using it. The Destiny 2 version of Trials of Osiris has just begun, and it has been rebranded as Trials of the Nine. Featuring a loading screen that lasts for about 3 years and a new map, Trials is definitely a much different experience. Especially with it having a completely new aesthetic and being a 4v4 countdown, Trials feels like a very unrecognizable and strange activity on week 1. Right now, we're in a team shot meta where everyone just walks around extremely slowly while holding hands with their teammates and using weapons like Uriel's Gift and Mida Multitool. Once you get some wins, you get to fly around on these platforms, which is pretty cool, and you get to fall down a massive tube and speak with a giant head if you go flawless. As time goes on, the hype wears off, and the flaws of Destiny 2 are starting to become painfully noticeable. The game has no random roll weapons, so once you get a certain weapon, there is literally zero benefit of ever getting it again. But you will get it again, over and over and over. It is unbelievably frustrating to turn in your hard-earned tokens into a vendor just to get an exact replica of a weapon that you already have. The weapons are also just extremely simple. There are very few perks, almost zero weapon customization, and the mods are so boring that they literally just increase your kinetic weapon's attack value by 5. Weapons and armor mods are also stored in your inventory, making it a total hassle to manage them. The same is now true for shaders, and they are stored in your inventory and are actually consumable. This is an absolute nightmare. People are getting extremely annoyed by their inventory, vault, and postmaster being filled up with shaders and having to painstakingly dismantle them one by one. An extremely viral post on Reddit reads, "Do not spend a single cent on microtransactions until shaders become unlimited use." The fact of the matter is, shaders being one-time use is a deliberate decision to make an aspect of the game worse for the sake of profit. I can easily break down why there is no good reason for shaders to be one-time use and why the original system was infinitely better. The post continues to do exactly that, and with over 45,000 upvotes, it's clear that essentially everyone is pissed off by this new shader system. The double primary system is also turning out to be even worse than people feared. With low damage weapons, no special ammo, and very limited access to heavy, the combat feels extremely basic and slow compared to Destiny 1. Although brand new and overly casual players are pretty satisfied with the game at the moment, Destiny 1 veterans are becoming increasingly unhappy. For many, Destiny 2 just feels like a watered-down version of Destiny 1. It feels shallow. Plenty of amazing D1 features like random roll weapons and private matches are just not in Destiny 2 for seemingly no reason at all. How did we go from fully customizable subclasses to these two restrictive subclass trees? Why did they remove the intellect, discipline, and strength stats? Why do abilities take like 2 minutes to charge up in PvE? Why are snipers and shotguns using heavy ammo, and why is that ammo so rare? Why is the movement so slow? There are so many unanswered questions, and players are understandably quite frustrated. It seems like it always comes back to that old adage: 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
For every advancement in the campaign or open world design, there are gigantic steps backwards in core areas such as progression systems, the loot endgame activities, PvP, and microtransactions.
The first Iron Banner comes around, and it is pretty lackluster. Sure, it's cool to get some new gear from it, but other than that, it's basically just the same as regular Crucible. It also runs on the token system, something that people are beginning to really despise. It seems that tokens have infiltrated every single crevice of the game at this point. Instead of dropping loot, activities just drop tokens, which you then have to go turn in at vendors. And then when you go to turn in the tokens, it is literally just a slot machine. You spend the tokens and then you get something random. And what you get is probably worthless because it's probably just a replica of something that you already have. There's a new event this week called the Faction Rally. Each Guardian signs up for a faction, and then there is a competition to see who can earn the most points in a week. At the end, whichever faction wins will sell a certain weapon for players to buy, and you get a huge discount if you supported that faction. It's a cool concept that is helping to shake things up a little, but overall it isn't terribly exciting. It's now October, and the PC version of Destiny has just released in partnership with Blizzard on Battle.net. Seemingly every single high-profile content creator and streamer has decided that they want to try Destiny 2. With the PC beta and the following PC launch, Destiny is finally getting its chance to reach the widest audience possible and potentially become one of the most popular games out there. People like Shroud, Ninja, Dr. Disrespect, Summit1G, Tim the Tatman, and basically every creator who has ever played a video game is playing Destiny right now. Unfortunately, it seems that none of these creators are actually here to stay. After what seems like just a few days, they have all left. This is likely due to the laundry list of problems that is piling up, and as these problems become more and more obvious, content creators are not hesitating to voice their concerns. As we head into November, we all have hope that D2's first expansion, Curse of Osiris, will address some of the many pain points that we're facing. A few weeks later, Bungie is now revealing some information about Curse of Osiris with a series of live streams and trailers. And unfortunately, it's not looking good.
Now let's check this out.
I promised before that this was the most rewarding public event, and there we have it. We have 2 chests.
The most rewarding public event in the new DLC is going to reward 2 tokens and a blue piece of gear. The monotonous public event grind and the overall token system are easily 2 of the most despised things in the game right now, and it looks like that isn't going to change as we head into the next expansion. People are quite disappointed.
This is where everyone started to realize, oh no, the goose is cooked. It's cooked and it's not cooked right. You know, we'd sat there and we'd hoped that within the space of 3 months they would be able to completely undo and readjust the loot chase that we had, because everyone hated the weapons they had. When you got 1 better devils, it was the same as every other better devils. There was no random rolls to it, and the game did not feel rewarding. You were a legendary guardian, a godslayer, a hero of the lost city, and savior of the traveler, and your entire loot grind was basically getting tokens and handing them to vendors.
Meanwhile, we've discovered that Bungie is reducing and throttling our experience gains. For no reason at all, the more that you play, the less experience you actually earn. Considering that experience rewards you with bright engrams, aka Eververse engrams, people are assuming that this is just a sneaky way of making us spend more money. Again, people are disappointed. Ultimately, it just seems that Destiny 2 is a massive letdown and it didn't deliver what we were expecting. A popular Reddit post reads, D2 is a good case study of why there was never a World of Warcraft 2. Content creator Gathalion is also contributing a similar sentiment, saying, played D1 all day. I wish this was the game they turned into the forever game. Combat feels better in D2, but almost everything else minus the frame rate just feels better in D1. Especially the tone of the game. Just my opinion. Unfortunately, as time goes on, players are continuing to fall off. The issues are just continuing to pile up, and many players are deciding to take a break. It's now December 2017, and Curse of Osiris has just been released. Players venture off to Mercury with a story centered around Osiris and the Vex. The new Mercury destination looks pretty cool, but unfortunately it's extremely small and there's literally nothing to do unless you want to do that public event and get your amazing 2 tokens and a blue. There are 8 new story missions, with 2 of them being recycled strikes, and overall the player base is not too excited about this. We learn that Osiris has been investigating the Infinite Forest on Mercury, and this is a Vex installation used to run simulations of various possibilities. We enter the forest and find a reflection of Osiris, who explains that Panoptes is trying to create a dark future where humanity is defeated and neither light nor darkness exist. All life is lost in this future, so Osiris asks for our help in defeating Panoptes to avoid this dark future. We do a difficult search throughout the timelines, and then eventually Panoptes falls. The fight against Panoptes is pretty interesting and probably the best part of the campaign. The Infinite Forest is another big part of it, and the whole idea of having unique and randomly generated platforms is cool, but in practice, it's not that amazing. You basically just fight some random enemies, go unlock a door, fight some more random enemies, and then continue on your way. Players are dismayed to discover that the paid microtransaction store actually seems to be getting more attention than the game itself. This expansion arrived with a huge amount of items for sale for real money, and combined with the fact that the expansion just seems extremely underwhelming, players are quite unhappy. A huge movement has begun where players are rebelling against the microtransactions and using the hashtag #RemoveEververse. The entirety of the Destiny 2 forums are flooded with this message and nothing else, with thousands and thousands of players all weighing in and sharing the reasons for disliking the store and the bright engram system. Like seriously, look at how many pages of complaints are happening right now. In other news, one of the new weapons, Prometheus Lens, is hilariously overpowered. It deals like 10 times more damage than everything else in the game, and Crucible is being overrun with ridiculous laser battles. It's kind of funny and entertaining, but also sort of depressing at the same time. The only redeeming quality of this expansion seems to be the new Leviathan raid lair. This is essentially just a tiny add-on raid that is cool and the boss is especially epic, but considering the state of the game, it is absolutely not making people too excited. At this point, many Destiny content creators have just given up hope. As interest in the game continues to decline, many YouTubers are simply quitting and moving on to other games. The initial hype from a few months ago has completely fallen off, and people are being forced to jump ship. There's this new game called Fortnite that is starting to become very popular, and some Destiny streamers have just completely swapped over to that game instead. The Dawning event is arriving, and with it is a ton of new loot. Except a staggering 95% of it is in Eververse and costs real money. Suffice it to say, nobody is happy right now. On the bright side, there is now mayhem in PvP, which is a fun way to shake things up. As 2018 begins, it feels like we're entering the darkest period in the history of the franchise.
I would say January 2018 is when I think that's when I put out a video that was like, I don't know what to do about this anymore. Because like a lot of the things that I had covered were just not there anymore. Like random roll weapons, the bread and butter of Destiny YouTube. And there were so many other things that were just so streamlined, so simplified, that it literally didn't feel like there were enough things for me to cover that even warranted having a YouTube channel.
Veteran and dedicated players have been upset with the state of the game for months, but now even the most casual players are starting to run out of things to do. It seems that Destiny 2 has literally no endgame. No challenging activities to beat, no loot to chase, no replayability whatsoever. The game is so simple, and it lacks the depth and intrigue that made Destiny 1 so successful. It is clear that Bungie set out with the goal of making Destiny 2 appeal to a wide audience and appeal to everyone, but it appears that in the process, they've made it appealing to nobody. Internally, over at Bungie, the developers are terrified. The weekly player count is plummeting like never before. Around the end of February 2018, someone at Bungie is doing the math. If the game continues to decline at the current rate for just 5 more weeks, there will be nobody left playing Destiny 2. We are literally 1 month away from the death of the entire Destiny franchise.
We have heard the feedback of, my guns don't feel powerful enough, I don't feel powerful enough, and so we looked at everything. We looked at the way you move, the way your supers come back, and especially the way the weapons play. For tomorrow's update, we've drastically increased your super regeneration. Weapons are gonna hit harder, like abilities are gonna come faster, hero moments are gonna make a return. This is a motion towards what we all believe is the right direction.
Bungie has just dropped the Go Fast update, which is met by universal applause. As the name suggests, we literally just go faster now, stuff recharges faster, and the gameplay is a lot more fun. Strike-specific loot is also making a return. There's now exciting weapons like DFA and Silicon Neuroma dropping from certain strikes. Since these are of course static rolls, you only need to get them once, but still, it is a good addition to the game. There's also the first ever 6v6 Crucible mode in D2 with the return of Iron Banner, and although Destiny is far from saved, there's at least some things that players are now happy about. Warmind drops in May 2018, and it's not bad. There's a brand new campaign on Mars focusing on Rasputin, Zol, Anna Bray, and the Hive. Anna Bray had been hiding away working to learn more about the AI Rasputin and her family's past. When the Traveler awoke and released that shockwave of light into the universe, it also awoke a slumbering force of Hive on Mars that were led by the Hive worm god Zol. We travel to Mars to assist Anna in winning back the Warmind facilities with the hope that the Warmind may help us in our battle against the darkness. In our quest to find Zol, we encounter Nokris, brother of Crota, who was banished by his father Oryx. We defeat him, and then with the help of the Warmind's javelin system, we are also able to take out Zol. We then go and talk with Rasputin, and he says that he will continue to protect humanity, but only on his own terms and not the Vanguard's. Overall, the story isn't the best thing that Bungie has ever made, and it kind of feels like another side quest, but at least we can now use epic javelins. One thing that we're all truly excited about is that we finally feel heard, at least to some degree. At long last, Bungie is implementing changes that address the core problems with the game, and it actually seems that they will continue to do so. Stuff like Escalation Protocol is good because it's a new difficult activity that actually has worthwhile loot. The more phases you get through, the harder the enemies become, and the more rewarding the loot will be. It seems that the game is also receiving some of the things that it probably should have had at launch. There are now Crucible private matches, ranked Crucible, and an actual meaningful reward for playing the Crucible in the form of Redrix's Claymore. PvP is far from perfect, but this is a huge improvement. There's a lot of new exotics like Sleeper Simulant, Polaris Lance, Worldline Zero, and some exotic weapon tuning. Graviton Lance is now insane, especially in PvP. We're also getting a new raid lair, the Spire of Stars. This one is definitely a step up from the previous raid lair and is pretty difficult, but unfortunately is also kind of worthless from a loot perspective. The fusion and sidearm are not very good, and the armor is 99% the same as the previous raid lair, making it basically irrelevant. Warmind certainly is not fixing everything wrong with Destiny 2, but it is finally taking steps in the right direction and giving players hope that Destiny 2 might not be totally doomed. It feels like the game is definitely in a better state than it was a month ago during Curse of Osiris, and we're thinking that maybe, just maybe, we can continue this upward trajectory of improvement. June rolls around, and Bungie is continuing their tradition of dropping some absolutely banger news at E3. But this year, they've decided to absolutely shock the entire Destiny community like never before. We've just witnessed an unprecedented story reveal showing the death of Cayde, one of Destiny's most beloved characters.
I think that there was clearly a moment where Bungie said, okay, we need to raise the stakes if we want people to care. And killing off a character in a measurable and noticeable way is one of the ways to do it. Watching everybody suddenly turn around and say, okay, this is a story we care about now, is proof of the idea that that pivot was important and that it worked. And I think it's important to understand that death in Destiny is a very relative thing because Guardians get resurrected all the time. And the one thing you do absolutely see in that trailer is that Cayde's ghost, Sundance, gets shot. And that for me was the moment where I sat there and was like, oh no, oh. Okay, this we need to look at, we need to focus.
The community is reacting about as you might expect. One thing though is for certain. Nobody is going to be complaining about the story being boring. But man, this news is devastating, especially for hunter mains. Some of us are even spiraling down the 5 stages of grief, beginning with the first stage, denial.
I'm still not buying it, guys. I refuse to. Cayde is my main man. I will make as many excuses as I can in defense of him being completely fine at the end of the story.
With the news about Cayde's demise aside, more and more information about the big expansion called Forsaken continues to be revealed, and it seems like it's shaping up to be a top-tier DLC.
Well, I think in the first few months of D2, I want to say like the first 3 to 5 months, we felt like there weren't enough secrets in the game. It felt like the game was pretty well known, you know, and kind of like discovered. And it just needed some big secret to be found by the players. And we thought that that would excite our community quite a bit. Like it would just go over really well. And we had all this nostalgia for the Vault of Glass and Black Spindle. I mean, one day we were just sitting in a conference room and we're like, what if we just made another Black Spindle mission, but we made it a lot bigger, right?
It's a random Friday in July, and there's a post about some lost sector that is trending on Reddit. It all seems kind of boring at first, but as you read on, there is actually something very strange that is happening. It has a Taken theme, a 20-minute timer, and the mission is named The Whisper. There has been no news, no leaks, and no videos about this, but Destiny 1 veterans who remembered the Black Spindle secret mission are starting to suspect that this could be another one of the secret missions.
It is a timed secret quest in a Taken location. That screams Black Spindle. It's about to start here, guys.
With players beginning to explore deeper into the lost sector, there is this massive underground jumping puzzle area that seems to be a way to progress the mission. It is taking a while to explore, and parts of it are rather challenging. It feels like each room is more confusing than the last. Finally, after hours of failed attempts, people are beginning to reach a room with tons of enemies, and it is no joke. This room is really difficult to clear for even the most dedicated of players. After that, there is another room with even more Taken and tons of fire, and finally, players are dropping down into this room that has not 1, not 2, but 3 extremely powerful bosses inside. After tons and tons of failed attempts at the bosses, something has happened. The reward for completing the mission is the Whisper of the Worm, an exotic sniper rifle with the original White Nail perk in all its glory. The entire mission is just so unexpected that everybody is going insane. Everyone wants to get this new sniper, and it is quickly proving to be perhaps the best weapon in the entire game. This mission, its secrets, and its rewards are truly special. As news of this discovery spreads like wildfire, it's clear that this is one of the coolest things to happen in Destiny history. It's now time for a new event called the Solstice of Heroes. This involves higher difficulty campaign missions and rewards some pretty sweet looking armor. Players are pretty stoked because this is some of the best looking armor in the game, and for once, it doesn't require you to spend $1,000 on Eververse. This event is nice, but as we inch closer to September, everyone's attention is focusing on the upcoming launch of Forsaken. Forsaken drops in September 2018, and at least on day one, it is absolutely living up to the hype. The story and campaign experience is insane. With a new, darker, more immersive, and meaningful tone, the Forsaken campaign knocks it out of the park. There is a jailbreak in the Prison of Elders, and the now corrupt Uldren Sov rallies his own army of the Scorn Barons who are escaping. The Scorn are a corrupted, undead version of the Fallen. In an effort to stop this disastrous jailbreak, our Hunter Vanguard Cayde 6 joins Petra Venj in the prison. Unfortunately, during this conflict, Cayde's ghost is destroyed by the Scorn, leaving him vulnerable with no hope of resurrection should he fall. Ultimately, in his weakened state, having lost his connection to the light, he is put to an end at the hands of Uldren. It turns out that the E3 trailer was indeed telling us the truth, and we witness the final moments of our Hunter Vanguard. Cayde's death, while being quite sad, adds a whole new level of meaning for veteran players, and for the first time in ages, players are actually feeling invested in a Destiny narrative campaign. The prison break missions are amazing, the new Scorn enemies are formidable and gritty, and the new destinations are some of the best that we've ever seen. We pursue Uldren, who is consumed by the voice of Riven who is controlling him, and we fight back against this horrifying creature. Upon its defeat, we find Uldren Sov on the ground and pick up Ace of Spades, the same weapon that Uldren had stolen from Cayde. And then, together with Petra Venj, we confront Uldren and put him to his end. The Tangled Shore is a brand new, lawless frontier of asteroids that are strapped together, and there's tons of thieves, pirates, and all types of new enemies. The Scorn Barons are particularly unique, and since they had a hand in Cayde's death, taking them down in the Baron hunts is all the more meaningful. Each hunt features totally unique mechanics and battles that are appropriate for each Baron, with stuff like fake engrams for the Trickster or epic sparrow chases for the Rider. As players are taking down the Barons and fighting through the new campaign, the new weapon systems are really beginning to shine. Forsaken has completely overhauled the infamous double primary system, and players are now ecstatic to have complete freedom to use whatever weapon they want and in whatever slot they want. Shotguns, snipers, and fusions have been moved back to special ammo, and they can now be in the kinetic, energy, or power slots. As a Bungie dev pointed out in the Vidoc, you can even run 3 shotguns simultaneously if you really want to. Random roll weapons are also back. Finally, getting a weapon for the 2nd, 3rd, or 10th time is meaningful once again. Each subclass now has a new middle tree node, including brand new abilities and supers. Whether it's the fiery knives, the teleporting Nova explosions, or the massive flaming hammer, these new supers and subclass trees are exciting and exactly what we need to freshen up the sandbox. These supers are really fun and for the most part more powerful than the older supers, and we are really finding this out as we complete the IO mission and unlock them for the first time. People are just having a blast as they go out into the wild to test out all of these new abilities, builds, and epic supers. As players complete the campaign, they're introduced to the second destination of the expansion, the Dreaming City. First of all, it's absolutely groundbreaking that we got 2 destinations with this expansion. The whole community is extremely happy about this, especially considering the quality of both of these locations. Second, the Dreaming City feels like a true endgame destination with unique loot and a substantial amount of content even after the campaign. With an absolutely breathtaking skybox and unique features throughout, this is easily one of the best Destiny locations to date. There are tons of secrets to uncover and new areas to explore, and players are just loving the Dreaming City. This destination is also said to evolve over time, so each week there will be a new Ascendant challenge for us to take on to get some of that sweet Dreaming City loot. Gambit is a new core activity in the game, and it marries the 2 main parts of Destiny 2, PvP and PvE. At least so far, people are absolutely having a blast inside of Gambit. This mode is extremely unique and enjoyable for all types of players, and they're spending a lot of time in the mode. It feels like nobody knows how to actually play the mode right now, and almost every game has a player who is refusing to bank their motes for some inexplicable reason. We do know that Gambit will be evolving sometime next year, so it remains to be seen how successful this new activity will be in the long run. As week 1 of Forsaken comes to a close, players are really satisfied with the new leveling system. There are now daily and weekly powerful drops in the new locations and core activities, and there are also some new engrams called Prime Engrams that really help you along the grind. We've also noticed a problem with the Prime Engrams though. Every time you decrypt one, it seems to always turn into the Edge Transit grenade launcher. Regardless, everyone has been continuing to grind and increase their power level, and this is especially important for raiders because the new raid is launching in just a few days. It's 10 days after the launch of Forsaken, and Raid Day has arrived. It is time for the Last Wish. The stakes have never been higher for a new raid. Bungie has revealed that this raid features more bosses than any raid before, and the winners of the raid will receive a custom real-life belt to commemorate their achievement. Due to the new power leveling system, nobody, and I mean nobody, is actually ready for this raid. Even the most hardcore players who've barely slept in the last 10 days are going to be underleveled, and this is going to make things really difficult. As they make their way through the first encounter, it is notably dropping a Seed of Light, the currency needed to unlock additional subclasses. After a few teams reach the Vault encounter though, things start to really break down. Absolutely nobody has any clue on how to do this. People are sitting here for hours, in some cases up to 10 hours, and the only team who made it through this encounter relatively quickly did so by pure luck. At this point, many people have gone to bed, gotten back up, and found that the raid race is still going on. Finally though, teams have reached the final boss, Riven of 1,000 Voices. This seems to be a very intricate fight with a ton of different mechanics at play, and people are having to draw maps of Riven's eyes and the symbols around the room to devise a strategy. After countless attempts, this finally happens.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Oh my! Wait.
But to everybody's surprise, they aren't done just yet. With a hidden second part of the encounter, players are now running Riven's heart while on a timer. Considering that everyone is underleveled and the enemies are extremely powerful, this is a brutally difficult challenge. After almost 19 hours of work, Clan Redeem has finally cleared the raid. A few hours later, only one additional team has managed to get it clear, making this by far the hardest Day 1 raid in the history of the franchise. Now that the raid has actually been beaten though, it's starting to have an impact on other parts of the game. There's a new story mission from Petra, Taken are creeping into the Dreaming City, there's a new primeval boss in Gambit, a new strike called the Corrupted, a new Gambit map, and more. Having such notable things become unlocked at the completion of the raid is awesome, and this really makes the raid feel connected to the rest of the Destiny universe and ongoing story, unlike some of the previous raids. Similar to the beginning of The Taken King, it feels like we're really stepping into another golden age of the Destiny franchise. Everyone playing the game right now can recognize that this is a truly magical time and a comeback story for the ages. Just a few months ago, the game was almost completely dead, but now it feels like we've reached a new peak. In fact, the weekly player numbers are actually even higher than the launch of the game, and the player sentiment is through the roof. Bungie has finally delivered a worthy successor to Destiny 1. There has been a complete turnaround since last year, and it's clear that Bungie has made Forsaken for fans who want endgame content and want meaningful depth in the game. There are now titles and triumphs to show off, bounties have been introduced for the first time, and there's even a new type of endgame activity called a dungeon, a 3-player mission that is kind of like a raid. The Shattered Throne dungeon is being met with universal praise from the community, with the only downside of it being that the loot is the same loot as the Dreaming City, so other than Wishender, there isn't really a great reason to run it. With everything taken into account though, Forsaken has saved the game. We've pivoted 180 degrees from where we were a year ago, and players are very satisfied with the game's new direction.
Living through the era that went from Destiny 2's vanilla release, Curse of Osiris and Warmind, into Forsaken was night and day. If you take a look at the loot grind alone, it went through an absolute transformation in the space of about 12 months. I think that SkillUp put it best in his review, which was that Destiny rediscovered the tone of darkness that its universe can have. Even to this day, Destiny's darker elements of the game have always been its best, and I stand by that 100%.
Compared to The Taken King, Forsaken isn't delivering quite as many improvements to Strikes and Crucible, but there are still some absolutely huge updates to these activities. There are 5 new PvP maps, 4 new strikes, a new PvP mode, and a new PvP quest awarding the extremely powerful Luna's Howl and Not Forgotten hand cannons. Trials of the Nine has also been removed, and although some people are upset, most are not really that mad because it was becoming rather unpopular, and without the presence of adept weapons, there wasn't really any reason to go flawless. Additionally, DDoSing within Trials was on the rise, and there were even some rumors of straight-up hacks being used. As time continues to go on, the quality of life improvements that came with Forsaken continue to shine. In many ways, this almost feels like a Destiny 3. There's finally a way to view in-game lore, something that players have been asking for since 2014. There are 200 more vault slots. There's a collection menu to keep track of the hundreds of items that players have acquired. People are starting to unlock more and more of the 12 exotic weapons and 12 exotic armors, and man, are they powerful. Gwiz Vest is giving Spectral Blade supers that last for 3 minutes in the Crucible. One-Eyed Mask is giving players wall hacks, infinite health, overshields, and bonus damage. And Teus Wards can reflect literally everything at your opponents and make you invincible. Geomag Stabilizers are giving Warlocks infinite Chaos Reach. Right now, it really is the Wild West out there. Destiny is far from balanced at the moment, but undeniably, it is fun, and this is something the game has been lacking ever since launch. Feedback feels addressed, and times are good. Moving forward, we are entering a new era of Destiny content delivery called Seasons. There will now be seasonal activities and stories that take place throughout the duration of the season, giving players something to look forward to every week. Prior to the launch of the seasonal model though, the Festival of the Lost is making its first appearance in Destiny 2. Similar to Destiny 1, there are plenty of festival masks, but we also now have the Haunted Forest. The only real loot is the Horror Story auto rifle, but there is also a new quest to get the Thunderlord exotic machine gun. Unfortunately, this quest is time-gated, and the community is not very happy about that. Season 5 and the Black Armory are officially here. Focusing around Ada and the mysterious weapons of the Black Armory, this is our first look at the seasonal model of drip feed content. Ada enlists our help to clear out the forges of enemies and allow them to reopen. We work to do this all over the system, and while doing so, we slowly earn her trust and unlock these special forged weapons. Additionally, a ghost encounters Uldren's corpse and resurrects him, wiping his memories and giving birth to a new guardian named Crow. In the first few days of this season, it's not really being received well by the community. There is the new Forge activity, but unfortunately, nobody can actually play it because everybody is insanely underleveled. People are understandably annoyed because they just paid for this season and then they log in to try to play the new content, only to discover that they can't actually do it until they do a bunch of leveling. Once players finally unlock the forges though, they find that there are 3 new weapons in the first one, including the first ever legendary machine gun. So the incentive is definitely there for people to level up and actually take down the forges. Each core activity has a new pinnacle weapon, with the Vanguard receiving the Loaded Question, Gambit receiving Breakneck, and Crucible receiving Mountaintop. The few players who have managed to quickly unlock these pinnacle weapons are absolutely blown away by how powerful they are. The Mountaintop in particular seems incredibly powerful for both PvE and the Crucible, and it's quickly becoming one of the most sought-after weapons in the entire game. A few days later, on Friday, it's time for the new raid, Scourge of the Past. This is a full raid with a complete world's first race, and competing teams are coming in quite overleveled and very prepared. On top of this, there's a bug that allows infinite revives, so players are suspecting that this might not be a super difficult raid race. However, things are not going very smoothly. Tons of the top competing teams are suffering DDoS attacks and getting hit offline, and now the entirety of Discord has just gone down, forcing everyone to find an alternative way of communicating. The raid includes a Sparrow Maze and a race section, and players are pretty excited about this since it's the first raid to have a major focus on Sparrows. The final 2 encounters involve a bunch of tanks and an absolutely massive flying mech, Insurrection Prime. After just under 2 hours, Clan Tier 1 has secured the world's first completion and the Anarchy, an extremely powerful new grenade launcher. As more and more time goes on and people get into the raid, the overall community sentiment is fairly positive. All things considered, the raid is solid, although it is relatively easy. Most players have now leveled up to be able to do the forges, and 2 more of the forges have now been unlocked. Forges are becoming really popular and drop some absolutely amazing loot like Tatara Gaze, Blast Furnace, Kindled Orchid, and the aforementioned Hammerhead. People absolutely love these weapons, their unique rolls, and the overall Black Armory weapon aesthetic. Especially when you equip the Obsidian Radiance to add on a special animated effect, these weapons just look amazing. The Dawning is here, and it is way better than last year. We now have Eva Levante's baking oven that we can use to bake treats and then deliver them to NPCs in exchange for gifts. It is a bit of a grind to get all the materials and unlock all the recipes, but it's fun and gift boxes feel rewarding. There's a new Avalanche LMG and a Glimmer Slay Sparrow that gives you glimmer as you ride it. There is also a new type of emote that involves more than one player simultaneously, and people absolutely love these. Hopefully, we will get more of these in the future. It's January 8th, and Bungie just tweeted the following. Niobe Labs is waiting to be discovered with a puzzle that needs solving. Once completed by a fire team, Berguzia, the final forge, will be unlocked for all. This is coming as a complete surprise, and the community is kind of freaking out. Every streamer and theory crafter is heading into the new activity and clearing out waves of Fallen and trying to decipher this very nebulous puzzle. The puzzle itself is no joke. From using codes in other forges to seasonal lore to rotating ciphers, there's a ton of complicated steps here, and people are going insane with tons of wild theories. A lot of people thought this was just going to end up like the raid race and be completed in a couple hours, but it looks like this is going to take quite a while longer. 24 hours in, most people have gone to sleep, but the secret puzzle still remains unsolved. At this point, it's becoming clear that even Bungie didn't expect for it to take this long, and they've put out a statement. The unlocking of the final forge will no longer be tied to solving the puzzle. This is an interesting move because on one hand, tons of people are happy to finally enter the forge, but on the other hand, plenty of other people are also upset that solving the puzzle isn't as important now. Regardless though, the theory crafting continues. An entire day later, the puzzle has still not been solved, but Bungie is putting out a colossal announcement. Bungie is now going to be splitting from their publisher Activision, and they will be self-publishing Destiny 2. There are rumors about Bungie employees cheering and popping champagne, and the community thinks that this is great news.
Honestly, guys, this is the best news that we could be hearing as Destiny fans.
Many people blame Activision for the problems Destiny has had over the years, and it seems that Destiny and Bungie has now been freed from those shackles. People are pretty excited to see what they can come up with in the next few years as an independent, self-publishing studio. Although it seems that most people are optimistic about this new move, it's also a decision that has come with consequences. The split means that Bungie will no longer have help from 2 great studios, Vicarious Visions and High Moon. Only time will tell if this loss is actually very impactful, but overall, people are happy to see Bungie becoming independent. Meanwhile, back inside of the Niobe Labs, players are finally starting to make some progress. A ridiculous 81 hours after beginning the puzzle, it has finally been solved. As frustrating, buggy, and difficult as this puzzle was, players are extremely happy with it overall. The community is continuing to love the Forge weapons, but those are far from the only new weapons in Black Armory. The Anarchy from the raid is quickly growing in popularity, but there's also the new Izanagi's Burden that deals massive damage in PvE, and the Jotun, which is powerful and yet very annoying in the Crucible. The Black Armory has really delivered on its promise of adding epic and unique weaponry, and to that end, the community is very satisfied. It is January 29th, and one of, if not the most iconic weapon in Destiny history is making a triumphant return. Featuring a unique quest called The Draw, the last word is back. And it's safe to say that people are happy about it.
Yep, they went and did it. The last word is in the game, and it is phenomenal.
Season of the Drifter. In March, the new season goes live, and as you might expect, Gambit is a big part of the new content entering the game. We now have Gambit Prime, a sweatier version of Gambit with just 1 round instead of 3, a new moat draining mechanic, and some brand new armor and unique Gambit-focused perks. Each of these glowy new armor sets are meant for different roles such as invading, and provide unique benefits to help you do that role better. Gambit also has some new quality of life features, 2 new maps, private matches, and a new Gambit-related activity called Reckoning. As players cycle between Reckoning and Gambit Prime, they're earning some new loot, including the absolutely amazing new hand cannon called Spare Rations. This season also is introducing some new pinnacle weapons: Recluse, Oxygen, and 21% Delirium. The Recluse is far and away the best of these new weapons, and it has become an instant favorite among PvP and PvE players alike. Featuring a perk that gives it absurd bonus damage after a defeat with any weapon, it's incredible for going on sprees and clearing out big groups of opponents. The overall community sentiment at this time seems to be that Season of the Drifter is alright. It's pretty great if you're a fan of Gambit, but it's not amazing otherwise. Gambit was indeed a huge hit at the launch of Forsaken, but since then it has been kind of dropping in popularity. It's now time for the return of another classic and beloved weapon from Destiny 1. The Thorn. Unlike in Destiny 1, it's actually balanced this time, and players are pretty happy to have it back even though it isn't an absolute monster. It's still one of the best hand cannons in PvP, and it hits the nostalgia just right with its classic sound and physical thorn projectiles. It's now April 2019, and it's time for the Revelry event. This brand new event includes an activity called the Verdant Forest, which is basically just a reskin of the Haunted Forest. And in case you forgot, the Haunted Forest is just a reskin of the Infinite Forest. So this is now the third time that this very mediocre activity has been reskinned and presented as new content, and the community is not exactly impressed. But I guess if you want to be optimistic, the new flowers and aesthetic look pretty nice. There is also this tonic that basically activates Mayhem and gives you nearly infinite recharge of your grenade, melee, or class ability. Players are understandably upset because this makes PvP completely unplayable, and the Crucible has been feeling pretty neglected as of late. Oh, and there is also this new exotic linear fusion called Arbalest. Overall, the Revelry has delivered some nice flowers in a reskinned activity, and it has ruined the Crucible. It's not exactly a smashing success, but players are tolerating it. The day is May 7th, 2019, just a regular Tuesday. Players are waking up and beginning the week with their regular bounties and other weekly activities. However, there is something different about the heroic adventure. A door that is usually closed is now open, and behind it there is a fallen transponder with tons of mysterious code. The community is able to decrypt this into a symbol, and that symbol is for the farm social space. There, we have found Mithrax, a friendly fallen who is offering us a quest. As soon as they see this, players instantly know that something is up. There is also a 20-minute timer just like the Whisper mission. Within this new mission, players make their way to the old tower and eventually make it outside of the tower wall onto this epic parkour section. Next up, there's this absolutely terrifying thing that is chasing everybody down in an epic maze with deadly lightning barriers.
Please don't turn down this way. Don't turn.
With players dropping down into the final room, there's a big captain boss and a ton of ads. And finally, the reward? Outbreak perfected. This mission, called 0 Hour, is yet another amazing accomplishment in Destiny's history of secret and surprise content. Especially considering the even better heroic version of this mission, the overall community agrees that secret missions like the Whisper, Spindle, and now 0 Hour are some of the coolest things the game has to offer. It's now June, and a new season has just dropped. Season of Opulence. Emperor Callus has become obsessed with the arrival of the darkness, and he wishes for us to become one of his elite shadows who will be there with him at the end of all existence. He once again reaches out to us and invites us aboard his Leviathan for further testing and rewards, and this time also inside of his menagerie. The Menagerie is Destiny's first ever match-made 6-man seasonal activity, and it's pretty obvious that this activity is a slam dunk. Literally everyone is grinding it right now, and the best part is the loot table is vast and includes some absolutely insane weapons. There's stuff like the Austringer hand cannon, the beloved sniper rifle, the Imperial Decree shotgun, and the Arental fusion rifle that everybody wants to get. There's this chalice that lets you choose exactly what loot you want, and there's also an extremely awesome bug that is allowing players to loot the chest several times for just one completion. People are hyped. For the first time ever, the raid has also dropped right away, literally on the first day of the season. Callus has come across an ancient Hive artifact called the Crown of Sorrow and suspects it is corrupted. This is indeed a trap laid by the Witch Queen Savathûn in hopes of corrupting Callus should he wear the crown. Instead, though, he gives it to Galron, who becomes corrupted, and this invites an infestation of Hive onto the Leviathan. This is the basis for the raid, which is aptly named the Crown of Sorrow. Callus calls on us to clear out the infestation and defeat the corrupted Galron. This raid has a new feature called a contest modifier to make everything an even playing field. Overall, this is a well-received change since it's probably the most fair that any raid race has been in Destiny history. Teams are blasting through the first relatively boring encounter with auto-loading mountaintops, and now they're on to the piston jumping puzzle featuring some shielded crystals. The final room is a massive treasure trove with gold everywhere, and the boss, Galron's Deception. This is actually a relatively difficult encounter for Day 1 teams, but eventually they move on to the real final boss, the actual Galron. This is an extremely close race, and two teams have just ended up finishing a few minutes apart from each other. However, they both think that they got worlds first because they both got the new exotic, Teraba. Datto's team is crushed, learning that they lost by an unbelievably slim margin. As the Season of Opulence continues, people are still obsessing over the Menagerie. Getting to pick your loot and its masterwork, and then getting multiple drops for just one run of the activity makes it feel incredibly rewarding and satisfying. Add on top of that the fact that the Menagerie has random encounters and switches to different bosses over time, and you've got a recipe for a replayable and highly relevant seasonal activity. Continuing the trend of pinnacle weapons arriving every season, Opulence has brought us Revoker for PvP, Wendigo for PvE, and Hush for Gambit. Revoker is probably the most notable out of the three because it will completely refund any missed bullets directly into the magazine, completely breaking the ammo economy for PvP. The Crucible isn't exactly in the best state right now. Lately, it hasn't gotten any updates at all, and there's no sign of trials returning anytime soon. Heavy ammo spawns extremely frequently in 6v6, and especially with super mods and certain exotics, it is possible to just get your super over and over and over inside of a single game. Getting into an actual primary engagement is pretty rare, and Mountaintop, Recluse, and Revoker continue to dominate, making PvP somewhat frustrating overall. However, players are currently filled with hope. Bungie has just come out and made a statement about the future of PvP.
One of the things we really want to focus on, especially with Season 8 and the start of Shadowkeep, is a renewed focus on PvP.
Continuing the exotic hand cannon trend, there is another one that just came out. This time though, it is not a returning Destiny 1 classic, but instead a completely new weapon called Lumina. This feels like the first true support weapon in Destiny since it can heal allies and provide damage boosts. We've just received one of the best quality of life updates ever. There's a new location called the Tribute Hall where you can set up trophies, test damage on stationary targets, and have unlimited ammo of every type. There's also another exotic quest being introduced today. The Bad Juju is making a return from Destiny 1. You have to purchase tributes in order to unlock it, and players are dumping mass amounts of resources and currencies into acquiring its catalyst. As the season nears its end, the Solstice of Heroes event is back again, and this time with a brand new activity called the European Aerial Zone. This is probably one of the coolest event-related activities that we've seen so far, and the armor sets look absolutely incredible. Overall, players seem to be considering the current season to be the best so far. The Menagerie is an absolute gem that players are still grinding every day, the raid is pretty awesome, and the exotic quests are fun. Overall, a great way to finish off a year of Destiny content following Forsaken. After a short delay, Shadowkeep drops, and the community is diving into the new story with Eris Morn and the Nightmares on the Moon. Although this isn't much of a problem for new players, having the story take place on the moon is kind of annoying for some veteran players. We explored the moon like 5 years ago, so having an entire expansion focused on such an old destination kind of removes that sense of mysterious exploration that we know and love. After we encounter the pyramid ship, Eris instructs us to find a way inside. We face nightmares of our prior enemies and slowly forge a Dreambane armor set that allows us to enter the pyramid. Inside, the pyramid seemingly possesses our ghost in order to talk to us. The darkness also shows us a haunting mirror image of ourselves and tells us that they are not our friend, not our enemy, but our salvation. Although the story is rather interesting, it is also extremely vague and frankly it asks more questions than it answers. It proceeds to abruptly end following those events, leaving players somewhat disappointed and confused. Although players understand that this is likely setting up future story content, it still feels kind of bad for a yearly expansion to simply line us up for the future and deliver essentially no answers to any of our questions. Everyone's reaction to Day 1 of Shadowkeep is okay, and it's clear that this expansion will be nowhere near as insane as Forsaken. Even though it's not the greatest, the community is kind of giving Bungie a pass on this one. We know that they just had that big split with Activision, and therefore many players are kind of expecting them to take a moment to get their footing as an independent studio. It also seems that Shadowkeep is setting up Destiny for future success by overhauling core game systems in a massive way. The developers are definitely driving this point home in the latest Bungie Vidoc.
We have a vision, we have a roadmap, we have a place we want to take Destiny, and Shadowkeep and Season of the Undying are just the first steps.
It's a foundation. This is like the bedrock that we're going to build a lot of other stuff on top of.
Forsaken broke a bunch of the bones that we had set, with Destiny 2. What we've been able to do this year is reset them. Are we done? No, not even close.
By far, the most significant core update that players are hyped about is the completely revamped armor system called Armor 2.0. Armor 2.0 has introduced an unprecedented amount of player agency by adding fully customizable mod sockets where players can build their Guardian whatever way they want. This is such a massive improvement over the previous system where armor just came with perks that couldn't be changed and were honestly kind of pointless. Instead of only going up to 10, each stat now goes up to 100, and every piece of armor comes randomly rolled with custom stats. Intellect, discipline, and strength have also returned, allowing us to properly build into melees, supers, and grenades just like in Destiny 1. We now have these things called universal ornaments that allow us to change the appearance of any armor piece. In the past, players were really struggling with the choice between fashion and function, but now we can just have both. There is also a new type of ability used to defeat low health combatants called a finisher. These aren't super impactful at first glance, but they do clearly elevate the game and provide a foundation for future mods and builds. Alongside Armor 2.0, we also have this new thing called a seasonal artifact. As we level up with experience, more and more things become unlocked, further enhancing our build crafting and perfectly fitting with the new armor system. These mods seem to create interesting season-long metas, especially with the mods that are meant to deal with champions, the new tier of enemy. The champions add a new layer of depth to endgame content because they are extremely beefy, but they can be countered by stunning them with certain perks from the artifact. This seems to have been done because players were complaining about the meta remaining the same, so the artifact functions as a way of introducing new mods and shaking up the meta every season. Perhaps the most important fundamental change that has arrived with Shadowkeep is Destiny's pivot to being a free-to-play game. New players, known as New Lights, are able to play some of Destiny's older content and also all of the core activities like Crucible and Strikes completely free. This is amazing news for anyone who wants to get a friend into Destiny, and it's also just great for the game overall as there is a massive influx of new players. Unfortunately, there is a huge problem with the new player experience. It involves the classic Cosmodrome introduction, but that is literally it. New players are simply thrust into the vast and complicated Destiny universe with little to no direction, and new players have no idea what to do.
I've been hearing growing feedback that it feels like it's not structured very well for brand new players who don't have a guide, and feels more designed for people who have friends already playing who can show them the ropes.
It's now raid day, and the seasonal activity is also dropping at the same time. This is actually kinda cool, because not everybody wants to rush into the raid on day 1, so the seasonal activity ensures that everyone has something to do. Unfortunately, the Vex Offensive seasonal activity is just like Menagerie, except way worse in every possible way. Aside from the loot being far less desirable, the activity itself just doesn't come close to being as compelling and as unique as Menagerie, but I digress. The Garden of Salvation raid is here, and we're diving into the Black Garden, an epic location that we've always wanted to learn more about. The Undergrowth jumping puzzle is really beautiful, and overall this is one of the prettiest raids that we've seen so far. With the final boss involving tethers and moat banking, the mechanics aren't that unique, and they are basically the same throughout the entire raid. Clan Ascend has just got World's First, and the overall community thinks that this is about a mid-tier raid. As time goes on, people are starting to realize some notable problems with Shadowkeep and this season of content. There is no vendor refresh, and there is no world loot, so all of the core playlists are pretty much irrelevant if you already have all of the loot that has been in the game for the past year. Additionally, PvP feels kind of neglected yet again. There's one new map called Fragment, and within Crucible Labs, they're experimenting with a new mode called Momentum Control and Elimination. Surely that focus on PvP is coming later, right? The seasonal rank system is overall pretty well received because even on the free-to-play track, you can still earn almost all of the same things if you play enough. However, since both the artifact and the season pass level up based on your experience, they have kind of highlighted some issues with the experience system as a whole. It seems that the most effective and efficient way to level up is by spamming an absurd amount of bounties, which are insanely easy to do, and most of them are super boring. On the other hand, the actually difficult and interesting endgame activities reward little to no experience, which feels extremely backward. Season 9, aka Season of Dawn, is now upon us. It features the Sundial, another seasonal activity that has yet to live up to the hype of the menagerie, but overall it does have rotating bosses and it is pretty solid. The story focusing around Saint 14 is great, and he is a popular character among the community. A few Scion sisters want to use the Sundial in order to find a way to change the past and have the Cabal actually win the Red War and succeed in their invasion of the last city. We intervene in order to prevent them from making this timeline a reality. In our quest to defeat the sisters, we also find ways to influence key moments in Saint 14's past, and we are able to find a way to save him and bring him back to modern times. This season has brought us obelisks, a new type of seasonal item where we can unlock new perks and do bounties for seasonal loot. This is the first time that we've seen anything like this, and it feels a bit overcomplicated. Once you understand them though, it seems that the community thinks obelisks are okay and they award some decent loot. At this point, Bungie's split from Activision is starting to become more noticeable within the live game. Since we lost two of the other studios that were helping Bungie develop the game, it feels like Bungie is no longer able to pump out a sufficient amount of content to satisfy the player base. Although this is a pretty decent season, it has effectively zero endgame content whatsoever. No dungeon, no raid, and nothing of interest for the core playlists either. PvP feels neglected once again, with the only update being a reprised Rusted Lands map. Maybe next season, the renewed PvP focus will finally arrive. People are also kind of frustrated because the new flashy Season of Dawn mods can only be slotted into Season of Dawn armor, effectively making all of the previous armor kind of obsolete. People want to use the Charged with Light builds and use the sweet new stuff like Powerful Friends, but unfortunately they just can't do that unless they want to equip a new armor piece and destroy their stat builds. Destiny has just won Best Community Support at the Game Awards, which is very well deserved. As much as the community likes to meme about Bungie listening, most of us can recognize that the community team does a fantastic job of addressing community concerns, relaying reports to the teams at Bungie, and ensuring that the community continues to thrive. The Dawning has returned, and this year it's bringing basically the exact same things as it did last year. There is now a new SMG called Coldfront, but other than that, there is nothing new or exciting. It's now January, and there's a new community puzzle for us to decipher. This involves a massive maze in the corridors of time. Everybody is jumping in and trying to brute force their way through, but this is proving to be completely ineffective. People are building a maze and plotting a path through the corridors, and this is turning out to be a massive undertaking.
This was a code-breaking endeavor that lasted 6 days, with some people pulling 24-hour-plus shifts on streams just to find a way through and to create this sprawling map, which to this day is enormous. I don't know if anybody can go back and find the Reddit posts from r/raid secrets where it's shown. It's absurd. It's ludicrous to think that people did this. More importantly, that people solved it, you know? So going through there and then just having this long combination at the very end and watching people get to this final conclusion where we find our own grave, it still blows my mind. For me, I think it's special because it represents the true scale of endeavor that this community is capable of accomplishing if they put their minds to things. And it really is remarkable.
At the end of this massive puzzle, we've now unlocked a new exotic quest for Bastion, a unique exotic fusion rifle. Unfortunately, this quest is kind of boring, which kind of makes the end of the puzzle feel a little bit anticlimactic. We're about to enter the next season, but first there is a brand new community event called the Empyrean Foundation. By donating the primary Season of Dawn currency called Fractaline, we can get progress on our weapon bounties to farm for amazing rolls, and some players even suspect that by completing this, it will bring back the fan-favorite D1 Crucible mode, Trials of Osiris. The Fractaline system basically works in a way that the more you invest in the obelisks, the more you will get for free in future weeks, and thus, the community has created lots of memes about investing in the Fractaline stock market and making it go up. With Season of the Worthy arriving in Destiny 2, it turns out that we were right.
Welcome to the Trials of Saint 14. Ha! A joke. Here we go!
The PvP community is excited. This is the first big and notable addition to the Crucible that we've got in over a year. As we wait for the weekend and Trials of Osiris to arrive, we are exploring the new seasonal content, which includes a public event? Seriously? As far as public events go, it's okay, but man, players do not enjoy endlessly farming these monotonous and mind-numbingly easy activities. Regardless though, hype reaches a high point as the weekend rolls around and Trials of Osiris is introduced. Millions of players are assembling their fire teams and jumping into Destiny's most iconic PvP mode of all time with the hopes of going flawless. But immediately, players are noticing that there is a big problem.
The cheating epidemic that hit D2 PvP, especially on PC, was one of the worst feels bad moments ever for PvP players.
From the very first moment that Trials launched, cheaters have been absolutely dominating the game mode. There are thousands of cheaters just running around with infinite heavy ammo, infinite lives, infinite RPM weapons, and aimbot, and Trials is effectively ruined. Even on console, there are plenty of cheaters, albeit they often are more subtle. The crazy thing is, even if the cheaters do eventually get banned, they just make new free-to-play accounts and 5 minutes later, they're back in Trials. It honestly feels a little bit hopeless. There isn't even adept loot for going flawless, and every single piece of loot is a reskin. Despite all of the promises, Trials has arrived half-baked, unfortunately.
We want to make sure that we really stick the landing with Trials. It's important that this doesn't go out half-baked.
Just like last season, there is literally no endgame content in Season of the Worthy. And therefore, the only aspirational goal for most players is just to level up the Season Pass ranks and unlock artifact mods. There is, however, the Guardian Games event, which honestly seems like an amazing concept, and it makes the class rivalry feel fun. With that said, it's clearly not enough to keep most people interested, and many players are just deciding to take another break. This season clearly lacks replay value for most players. It feels like we're entering another dark era of Destiny, and most players are just quietly waiting and hoping for a great expansion in the fall. Players are at least a little bit excited for the Lie quest, which promises to bring back the iconic Fellwinter's Lie shotgun from Destiny 1. But in order to get it, we have to complete 9 million public events. At this point, the community is unbelievably frustrated, and most people are refusing to even do the public events. A couple days later, Bungie has now reduced the number of public events due to the outcry from the player base, and it's time to move on to the actual quest for Fellwinter's Lie. But the quest is bugged, and it won't allow us to progress it at all. Disappointment would be an understatement. As the season draws to a close, there is actually something exciting going on. Destiny's first ever live event. As millions of Guardians cram themselves into the tower, we're all witnessing the Almighty fall out of the sky off in the distance. This is because the last remaining Scion sister resorted to desperate measures and sent the Red Legion's planet killer ship directly into a collision course with the last city. Together with Anna Bray, we power up some of Rasputin's satellites and defense systems to take down the Almighty before it destroys the last city of humanity. After bringing the Seraph bunkers online and expanding the defenses, we watch as the Almighty gets destroyed by Rasputin shortly before it would have crashed into the last city. Standing in the tower and watching isn't exactly the most engaging of events, but it is a really cool spectacle. And additionally, it seems that this will set the stage for more live events in the future. Season of Arrivals is here, and so are the Pyramid ships. We're finally picking up the story from Shadowkeep, and players are very curious to see where it leads. As we venture into the depths of Io to find Eris Morn, we're led to this mysterious tree as we collaborate with the Drifter to stop the darkness from encroaching on Io. As Zavala tells us, we are the only thing stopping a second collapse from happening. This is easily the most compelling seasonal story that we've seen so far, and players are glad to finally have something interesting after the void that was Season of the Worthy. There's a new public event on IO called Contact, and while it's not amazing, it is a whole lot better than the event from last season that we were supposed to play 9 million times. There is a brand new dungeon called Prophecy, and this is an instant success. As players are venturing into the realm of the Nine, learning that up is down, and exploring a beautiful new landscape, we are all pretty excited. There's a new armor set, the returning Trials of the Nine armor, and also some additional returning weapons, so there is definitely a solid loot incentive. The Drifter is hosting a new loot system revolving around umbral engrams. After players figure out the somewhat confusing process of focusing and decoding them, people are very excited. We are getting tons of these umbrals, like an insane amount, and we can focus them into a loot pool for what we actually want. The weapons here are also ridiculously good. The Falling Guillotine in particular does massive damage with its epic spinning attack. The seasonal exotic Witherhoard has become a staple in a lot of player loadouts, and people are finally happy to have some new interesting things to use. It's now July, and the Moments of Triumph system is making a triumphant return. This is highlighting all of the best parts of the game, allowing for unlimited farming of raids and rewarding players with new cosmetics. Although this isn't quite as glorious as the Age of Triumph at the end of Destiny 1, it is definitely breathing new life into the game's fundamental content and celebrating its success. As time goes on, the Umbral Engram system is carrying the replay value for this season. There is so much desirable loot to chase from the Umbrals, especially stuff like the Gnawing Hunger, which is an absolute beast in the Crucible. There are new quests for the Ruinous Effigy and Traveler's Chosen, and overall these are being pretty well received. Neither of them are particularly attractive weapons in the current sandbox, but people are happy to have some new missions and content to play around with as the season drags on. The next major expansion, Beyond Light, has been delayed due to a certain health issue in real life, so this season is going to be a long one. The state of Crucible and Trials is alright. Don't get me wrong, cheaters are still absolutely ruining the experience on PC, and auto rifles like Gnawing Hunger do feel a little bit strong, but all things considered, this isn't an awful time to be a PvP player. Especially with this season being extended for so long, PvP is the most replayable activity, and many players are spending long hours in the Crucible.
Hello again.
The Festival of the Cost is returning again, and it's basically the exact same thing as last year. Players were hoping for something to keep us interested as we wait for the next expansion, but unfortunately, that isn't going to happen. During the seasonal story, we are once again confronted by Nokris, and after defeating him for the final time, this is allowing us to open a path between ourselves and the darkness. The darkness speaks to us through our ghost, and it invites us to Europa to take up its ancient power. As the Beyond Light expansion approaches, there is another live event to conclude the narrative of the seasonal story. We enter a special section of the last city where we watch the Traveler slowly start to glow and emit energy. As the Destiny servers go down for the final time before Beyond Light, we get a cinematic of the darkness encroaching and consuming a few planets, and then the Traveler healing itself. At long last, Beyond Light is here, and with it, an epic quest to the icy depths of Europa. Europa is a truly next-gen destination with dynamic weather systems and violent blizzards that frequent the patrol area. The Stranger is finally making a return from Destiny 1, and now she has enough time to explain what is going on, and she also steals a crystal from Varix. Another Elixni by the name of Aramis is also here on Europa in search of that crystal, and she has been granted the power of stasis. She confronts Varix and uses the power of stasis to freeze him in place, but we arrive and set him free just in time. People are really hyped to dive further into this story and determine what is going on with the darkness. Stasis is the first ever new element added to the Destiny franchise, and from the new subclasses to the new weapon damage type, players are extremely curious to find out what this new element will do for the game. As players are getting their hands on Stasis for the first time within the story, it really feels incredible. After years and years of playing with the same 3 elements over and over, it is exciting to finally get to try out a new element with a completely fresh power fantasy. Stasis is changing the way that we approach combat in every part of the game. There's a very grindy, long quest to fully unlock Stasis, and while the story itself is decent, the insane amount of tedious quest steps is souring it for players. Especially considering that the fast travel locations are extremely limited, players are spending centuries just driving around on their Sparrows just to arrive in the location for the quest. Exploring around Europa is probably kind of fun for the first 5 times you do it, but when you're driving past the same icy rock for the 30th time in the same day, it understandably gets very old. As players are fully unlocking Stasis for the first time, they are exploring the brand new subclass layout system. Instead of having the rigid subclass trees, we now have a much more customizable interface with aspects and fragments. Ever since Destiny 1, players have been begging for more subclass customization, and people are very happy to finally see this development. However, Stasis is overpowered, to put it lightly. Shattering massive glaciers and freezing everything is pretty cool for PvE, but in the Crucible, the freeze lasts for ages, so if you get frozen, you are almost certainly not going to survive. Every single player in every single match is using Stasis. From the very first game of PvP, it is blatantly obvious that Stasis is the most overpowered thing to ever exist in the history of the Destiny franchise. At least within your first few matches though, it is kind of interesting to have something new and exciting shaking up the Crucible. There are ice crystals everywhere, people are getting frozen left and right, and everyone's experimenting with new builds and abilities. Unfortunately, Stasis has basically made it so that gunplay does not exist anymore. After all, why would you use your weapon when instead you could just throw an auto-tracking grenade that locks onto targets and freezes everybody within a 6-mile radius? Bungie has realized their error, and so they've deployed a patch nerfing Stasis just a few days after the release of Beyond Light. However, it seems that this patch basically is doing nothing, because Stasis is just so hilariously overtuned in so many ways that it's going to take a full rework in order to bring it back in line. Meanwhile, back on Europa, players are overall pretty satisfied with this destination. Variks has returned, bringing new bounties and quests called Empire Hunts, which reward some fairly unique loot. Exploring beneath the surface and finding all of these experimental laboratory areas is really cool. But amidst all of this new excitement and discovery, Beyond Light has also brought a monumental change to the Destiny universe that every single player is talking about. And it is called the Destiny Content Vault. Also known as the DCV for short, the Destiny Content Vault is a new program where old content gets removed from the game periodically. Bungie is basically just telling us that the game is too large, and having such a large game makes it difficult to update it, so this is going to make things more manageable on their end. Players do understand this, but man, it is extremely unfortunate to lose such massive parts of the game. Mars, Io, Titan, 7 strikes, 4 campaigns, 5 raids, 2 gambit maps, 6 seasonal activities, the tribute hall, 2 exotic missions, 19 exotic quests, 8 vendors, and 11 PvP maps are all gone just like that. Destiny 2 felt like a pretty complete and large game last season, but now with so much of it being stripped away, Beyond Light is kind of starting to feel like it has downgraded the game in a number of ways. We went from this all the way down to this. If Beyond Light delivered a massive amount of content and new items, it might have distracted us from what we lost, but since it definitely has not done this, players are left feeling kind of empty. One of the most dramatic and damaging impacts of the DCV is the removal of all of the Year 1 and Year 2 campaigns and storylines. Veteran players obviously aren't going to go back and play a ton of the old stuff every day, so it's probably not a big issue for them, but it is a big issue for new and returning players. New people are trying to get into the game and experience this story, only to find out that it has been literally removed and will never be returning. They probably hear other players talking about Cade, but then they literally have no idea who he is because 100% of his story missions were removed from the game. All of those Year 1 missions are gone, and even his death has been removed, making him basically just a mysterious character who no longer exists in the game's entire history. Despite the game launching with a rough start in 2017, the Red War story was actually quite awesome and compelling, and it was a great way to introduce people to the game. But now, with it being removed, the entire Destiny narrative is completely incoherent. The story has these huge gaps and missing parts of it, and unfortunately, new players are just being turned away from the game because it's impossible to catch them up on the story and all of the old content that has been vaulted. Just imagine for a second how much better this game would be for new players if you could go back to the beginning of Destiny 1 and experience every single story in the saga from start to finish. Alongside the content vault, there is also weapon and armor retirement, aka sunsetting. Anything from before Season 9 is now obsolete, rendering hundreds of beloved and meta-defining weapons completely useless. In the case of obviously overpowered weapons like Mountaintop, this tends to be a good thing. However, in the case of more balanced weapons, players just feel like they've been robbed. One particularly annoying example of this is that the campaign reward is the Long Shadow Sniper Rifle, which is a weapon that we've had for years. So basically, one day Bungie just decided to take away all of our weapons, and then immediately, the next day, they are selling those same exact weapons back to us through the expansion. Although weapon sunsetting is a highly debated topic in the community, the general consensus is that it's a disliked change overall. At this time, Oryx and Savathun's sister, Xivu Arath, is wreaking havoc. She destroys Osiris's ghost, Sagira, while he is on the moon, leaving him very vulnerable and without his light. During our rescue attempt, Osiris is about to be hit by a Hive Knight, but somebody steps in and saves his life. He introduces himself as Crow, but of course, we know him as none other than Uldren Sov. Now, as a Risen Guardian, he is basically a new person since he has no memories of his past life or wrongdoings. Crow is treated extremely poorly and feels like he has nowhere to go, but eventually he finds the spider and begins working for him. A while later, we get the spider to release Crow and we bring him back to the city. Trials of Osiris arrives, and oh boy, the stasis meta is in full force. There's now adept loot and adept mods that make going flawless more meaningful, and this is good news, but overall the state of Trials is still very poor. The most common causes of losing in this mode are broken stasis abilities and of course cheaters. Bungie has implemented an SMS verification to supposedly make it more difficult for cheaters, but this doesn't seem to have a noticeable impact. It's now 11 days after the release of Beyond Light, and it's time for the new raid, the Deepstone Crypt. The hype around this raid is extremely high because we've been waiting for over a year to get a new raid, the longest wait in Destiny history. The location is also the origin of all Exos and has been talked about for years in the lore, and now we're finally getting to explore it. As the race for World's First begins, teams are flying through the initial Sparrow encounter in about 10 minutes, and then they head into the crypt. The crypt security encounter is fairly unremarkable and just requires solid communication, so after people get organized, it's on to the first boss, Atrax 1. In a completely unexpected turn of events, players are blasting themselves into outer space on this encounter, and everybody is freaking out.
I'm going to space! I'm in space!
What? In space?
I'm in space!
Players split up into teams, with some scanning and telling everyone else where to go, and others managing the operator buff. This is an epic fight, and getting launched into space is one of the coolest raid experiences to date. Next up, there is a new area that is truly special. Players are absolutely loving the music on this epic spacewalk jumping puzzle. The next encounter involves a bunch of the same mechanics and ad clear as the ship crashes down onto Europa. With yet another version of Tanyx being the final boss, the raid comes to a conclusion with some pretty unique mechanics and a satisfying victory for Luminous, the world's first team. Overall, players are very happy with this raid, and many consider it to be one of the best that we've seen so far. As we get a little bit deeper into the season, people are starting to become a little bit more analytical, and they are realizing that there has been some massive long-term damage done to the game. The Beyond Light version of the game has been built on an updated engine with some new lighting and stuff, but unfortunately, this is absolutely tanking the game's performance on PC, and Bungie cannot seem to fix the issue. Additionally, the lighting is now blinding in certain areas, making it literally impossible to see enemies who are right in front of you. After losing 11 PvP maps and getting 0 new ones, PvP players are extremely frustrated with the outcome of Beyond Light, and rightfully so. Stasis, cheaters, and third-person peeking are making the Crucible nearly unplayable, there are no new maps or modes, and it's becoming clear that the promised renewed focus on PvP is never going to happen. On the bright side, Beyond Light has brought a solid amount of highly relevant new exotics. The Cloudstrike sniper rifle is great for big collaterals in PvP. No Time to Explain is an amazing all-around high-impact pulse rifle. Salvation's Grip is a super cool stasis grenade launcher used for the campaign, but unfortunately it is completely useless after that. The Lament Chainsaw exotic sword is terrifying and amazing at the same time. The Spider is also offering a new exotic quest for Hawkmoon, one of the most famous Destiny 1 hand cannons. As players hunt down like 1 billion golden feathers around the world and complete a mission, they're rewarded with a shiny new Hawkmoon that is completely different from its Destiny 1 version. It's now a randomly rolled exotic, the first ever in the Destiny franchise. Since you can replay the Harbinger mission to get additional Hawkmoons, this adds a ton of replay value to the mission, and it is solid overall. There are a handful of new exotic armors that can be acquired by running very difficult versions of Lost Sectors, and this is pretty cool considering that Lost Sectors really haven't had a purpose since the beginning of the game. With Necrotic Grip, Mask of Bakris, and Athrys's Embrace being some of the most notable exotics, these feel rewarding even though RNG has been a little bit brutal. Beyond Light has brought with it a full New Light experience and a brand new character named Shah Han. Shah Han's entire purpose is to guide brand new players through the now expanded Cosmodrome on a series of new missions introducing them to the game. Unfortunately, these missions are very boring and they don't really fix the New Light experience. After you complete a couple of missions for him, he still just thrusts you into the vast Destiny universe and then you get overwhelmed with about 50 additional quests. Destiny desperately needs an improved new player experience that is fun and actually explains what the game is like, what to do, and how everything works. Because as it stands, most new players get extremely confused and they don't really know what to do unless they have a YouTube video or a friend to guide them. The overall season that came with Beyond Light, Season of the Hunt, is pretty mediocre if you look at its content in isolation. It revolves around the Wrathborn Hunts activity and the core playlists of the game, and this is a pretty unfortunate timing considering that Beyond Light has completely neglected every single core activity in the game. In fact, Beyond Light has categorically made all of the core activities worse by removing plenty of their content. The Dawning event might seem like it fits in a little bit more this year considering the ice and snow theme of Europa, but overall this event isn't really that much different from previous years. There's a cool trailer featuring some stasis and some sweet moves on a Sparrow, and there's also a new fusion rifle called Glacioclasm, but that is about it. After so many years of the exact same thing, people are starting to get real tired of baking cookies in that ridiculous holiday oven. It's now February, and it's time for Season of the Chosen. This time centered around the Cabal, we're embarking on a new story where Empress Keitel proposes an alliance between the Cabal and the Vanguard, but she wants to lead this alliance, so we have to engage her Cabal champions in ritualistic combat. After we defeat her champion, Keitel agrees to a truce with the Vanguard. While undergoing a blood oath, a Scion attempts to take out Commander Zavala, but Crow steps in to save him and reveals his identity in the process. We have a new location called the Helm where we figure out our battle plans, and then we go to engage in the seasonal battleground activities. This is actually quite good as far as seasonal activities goes and includes some desirable loot. There is also 3 strikes, 1 new and 2 returning from Destiny 1. These are definitely a welcomed addition to the struggling Strike playlist, and it's giving players something to do and explore. Strikes aren't the only thing seeing a new improvement though. Trials is also getting a brand new armor set with some amazing new weapons, including Messenger and the Igneous Hammer. Additionally, Iron Banner has some returning armor and returning weapons. The Trials loot in particular is extremely relevant for PvP players, and it's giving us something to chase after months of having mediocre loot. There's a new quest called Presage on the Tangled Shore, and as players complete it, they're receiving the Dead Man's Tale, a new exotic scout rifle with random rolls. This mission is similar to the Hawkmoon quest and arguably is a bit cooler, but the addition of another random roll exotic does make Hawkmoon feel a little bit less special. The Dead Man's Tale is incredibly strong in PvP with a fast fire rate and the ability to 2-tap people at nearly infinite range. Overall, the community is pretty happy. Having more exotic missions like this is cool, and the Dead Man's Tale itself is incredibly unique. February 25th, 2021. Today is a special day. Bungie has just unveiled a new article called The Road to the Witch Queen, and in it, they have confirmed that weapon and armor sunsetting is being removed. As of today, any weapon that can be infused up to the maximum power level will be able to be infused forever. The community is extremely happy about this update.
Fellas, did you hear it? Sunsetting just got sunset. This right here tells me that Bungie is listening to their player base. And secondly, thank God they did not continue down this rabbit hole.
This Bungie article also says that going forward, each season will only increase the maximum power level by 10 instead of the 50 that we've been getting every season. Players are also pretty happy about this change because doing the massive 50 power level grind every 3 months was getting a little bit tedious. This article is also providing some very promising updates about the future of the game, and overall, players are hyped. This is the best news that we've gotten in months, and at this point, it seems like the future of Destiny is bright. Guardian Games is making a return for its 2nd year, this time featuring a catalyst for the Heir Apparent. There are some quality of life updates to make it a little bit more enjoyable, and a celebration at the end, but overall, it is about the same experience as the previous year. Season of the Splicer begins, and it is off to a rocky start. Strangely, if you have too many people on your friends list, you literally cannot do anything within the game. As people finally get into the game, they discover that for the first time in history, the sun did not rise, and there is a Vex simulation threatening the last city. In a surprising turn of events, we're forming an alliance with Mithrax to save the city. Mithrax and his people are then invited to seek refuge in the Fallen Quarter and eventually other parts of the last city, and this is a controversial choice in the opinions of some less trusting humans. We discovered that the Witch Queen, Savathun, through the taken mind of Quoria, was behind the Endless Night. The Guardians then work to defeat Quoria so that the sun can once again rise. When Quoria is eventually defeated, a new alliance is forged between humanity and the Elixni. For our seasonal activity this time around, the new mode is a match-made 6-player activity where we splice an entrance to the Vex network. Players are enjoying this one quite a bit, and it's definitely one of the better seasonal activities we've seen so far. The inside of the Vex network looks amazing, and some players are hoping that we might see a PvP map here one day. This season is also introducing a feature that every Destiny player has wanted since 2014, a full transmog system. There is currently a lot of drama about the transmog system being too complicated and too focused on Eververse and microtransactions. However, it does feel amazing to have your appearance be fully independent from the armor that you have equipped. This season is definitely seeing a rise in Guardian fashion, and having the coolest looking transmog setup has become a really important part of the game for a lot of players. The Moon and the Dreaming City weapons have been reintroduced at current power levels, and players are not exactly happy about how they did this. Many of these weapons are being reissued but without the perks that originally made them good, and thus we're still very much feeling the pains of sunsetting. Our old weapons got sunset, and then they were sold back to us, except now they are way worse. In fact, I'd even go so far as to say that every single reissued Moon weapon sucks for every single activity in the entire game. Stasis is still extremely overpowered, even though it has received a ton of nerfs over the past few months. Although it's not really an issue in PvE, Shadow Dive continues to plague the Crucible. Vault of Glass is returning to Destiny, and it is just as epic as veteran players remember it. Featuring a world's first race with a new challenge mode to keep things interesting and change up the mechanics, people are very happy to see Vogue return. The loot is also amazing, featuring classics like the Fatebringer and Vex Mythoclast, which are both extremely powerful. It's now August, and it's time for Season of the Lost, which is going to be the longest season in Destiny history at 6 months long. However, we do know that there is going to be a special event happening in December, so the player base overall is not too concerned. In the seasonal story, we are very suspicious that Osiris may have been involved in the Endless Night, and so Ikora puts out a warrant for his arrest. With the help of Crow and Saint 14, we go into the Dreaming City and find him. Osiris then reveals that he is actually Savathun, the Witch Queen, and she has taken his form after saving him from her sister, Xivu Arath. Much of the season then involves rescuing the lost Techeuns while Marasov tries to remove the worm from Savathun and return Osiris to his own body. The story is quite interesting and is setting up the events of the next expansion, but by far the most notable game-wide update this season is the brand new crossplay feature. We can finally play with our friends from different platforms, making the whole Destiny community feel a lot more connected. This is a feature that we've literally wanted since before Destiny 1 even came out, and it is great to finally see it arrive. September rolls around and it's time to try out the newly revamped Trials of Osiris. And this is not just any small revamp, Trials is actually getting a complete makeover. Third-person peeking has been removed, and this is instantly making Trials much more enjoyable. Up until now, the optimal strategy was just to emote or pull out a sword, and then sit there doing literally nothing until the end of the round, making the mode feel painfully slow. Now that this has been removed, people are actually engaging and peeking, which is unbelievably refreshing. In addition, the Trials loot system has been completely redone, making Trials rewarding even if you don't go flawless. Last but certainly not least, Bungie is finally introducing and launching an improved anti-cheat. As they tweet out a massive Eye of Sauron gif alongside the announcement of their partnership with BattlEye, every single person who has ever played PvP is rejoicing. This is huge. The seasonal activity is Astral Alignment, and it includes matchmaking for up to 6 players. It's alright, and it would probably be more enticing if the loot was more interesting, but right now most people just aren't interested in most of the items. There's also the weekly story drops in the Shattered Realm. Again, people think that this is alright, but it isn't anything too special. Unfortunately for PvP players, the new Lorenz Driver exotic is something special. This new seasonal linear fusion gives literal wall hacks, has almost no flinch, ridiculous aim assist, and can one-shot people to the body if you're on a streak. Bungie has confirmed that they will be removing the wall hacks soon, but still, this weapon is beyond insane for PvP. Festival of the Lost has returned, and this time there is actually something new and interesting. Instead of the traditional haunted forest, we now have haunted lost sectors with zones and plenty of cosmetic loot. There is also the Jurassic Green pulse rifle. Bungie's 30th anniversary event is here, and it's taking everyone by surprise because the new content is really impressive. Dares of Eternity, a new 6-player activity, is one of the coolest and yet most bizarre activities that we have ever seen. It's basically a game show featuring Xur and a mysterious cosmic horse, and they have some very interesting requests and voice lines throughout the activity.
The proto-galactic horse wishes to see you traverse our wacky obstacle course.
The loot from the activity is pretty sweet and includes references to Bungie's past games like Halo. Whether you're after the BXR-55 Battler, the Half-Truth swords with the new Eager Edge perk, or the Wastelander M5, the Dares of Eternity has loot that is interesting to everyone. The 30th anniversary is also bringing us a new dungeon, Grasp of Avarice. This is, of course, a reference to the original loot cave from way back in 2014. The dungeon overall is epic and features a massive amount of hidden traps and some cool encounters like a sparrow race. And for many players, the best part is the loot. Aya's Luna and 1000 Yard Stare are making a return, which is exciting for PvP players. And yes, the iconic Galahorn is also back, and oh my, is it powerful. After experiencing this dungeon, players are feeling pretty optimistic about the future. Bungie is promising that there will either be a new dungeon or a new raid every 3 months from now on. If they're able to keep producing encounters and loot as interesting as the Grasp of Avarice, we are going to be in really good shape heading into the future. It seems like we've finally moved beyond the time where seasons would deliver literally zero endgame content, and that is a relief. Overall, the 30th anniversary content just feels awesome. Whether you're hanging out in Xur's treasure hoard, grinding the Dares of Eternity for that super rare purple sword, or working through the Forerunner quest, the anniversary event is enjoyable and successful. This is also an amazing time to be a PvP player. Bungie has just introduced variable ability cooldowns, meaning that every ability has a unique cooldown, and this has been a huge help for making Crucible more balanced. Now that every single ability and super has been individually tuned, the abilities as a whole finally feel like they aren't super overpowered. At long last, stasis is no longer broken. Genuinely interesting gunplay and duels have now become the primary way of engaging with your opponents. The anti-cheat is still working great, the sandbox feels good, and people are having fun. Breaking news, Bungie has just been acquired by Sony. This is a big deal, and in fact, it's $3.6 billion. Much to the relief of Destiny fans, Bungie is promising to remain in full control of Destiny and not have any PlayStation exclusives going forward. As we enter 2022, everyone's attention is turning to the Witch Queen. Destiny's much anticipated February expansion has been set up in the story for months now, and everyone can't wait to dive in. Bungie is running ads everywhere on YouTube, and the expansion has surpassed 1 million pre-orders, putting it on track to be the most pre-ordered expansion in Destiny 2 history. Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022 has finally arrived. The Witch Queen launches and features 2 difficulty options, with the legendary one being much harder and also more rewarding. With players just beginning the campaign, it is being praised for both its quality and the gameplay and narrative departments. With interesting things like getting launched out of this cannon to facing off against Lightbearer Hive for the first time, it's becoming clear that this is going to be something special. We've come a long way since 2014, where every single mission would just involve defending your ghost while he unlocks some secret door. The legendary campaign is difficult, unlike so much of the previous stories and content from the game. Veteran players are actually being challenged for once, and this feels amazing. There's so many interesting and unique mechanics in these missions, and as we explore the throne world and learn about its secrets, the campaign just gets better as it goes. In addition, there are almost no pointless missions. For the past few years, we've had far too many quests that simply involve going to a lost sector or some side quest which feels largely irrelevant and extremely boring. The combat in the campaign is amazing. Fighting against Lightbearers is just so different, and it's really mixing things up and forcing us to play in new ways. Especially with their extremely powerful supers, they feel like a genuine threat that could wipe you out at any moment with a blade barrage or a shield throw ricochet. As we move through the missions, players are already impressed by the story. We're being led to believe that Savathun has found a way to steal the light and has granted its power to both herself and also fellow Hive. Given that her entire theme is about deception, it turns out that Savathun actually didn't steal the light. In perhaps the greatest plot twist in Destiny history, the truth is that Savathun actually died and was then resurrected by the Traveler without any of her memories. But unknowingly, throughout the campaign, we are actually helping to restore her memories, and this was her plan all along.
You know, there's a cutscene where it basically becomes evident that she had made a plan in her past life, knowing that she would forget it, becoming a Guardian, and that she had a plan for us to feed it back to her. And when this realization happens, it's absolutely brilliant. It's jaw-dropping. I have a recording of it on my channel from when I was doing my playthrough of it with my friends, and I I gasped when it happened and just stopped everything and explained it all to them. And I was like, oh my god, this is the moment they needed. They've done it. They absolutely have done it.
After the dust settles and more players go through and complete the campaign, it's clear that this is going to be the best story that Bungie has ever told. Savathun's narrative is rightfully complicated, surprising, and also something that we've been building up to for the past few seasons. It was all set up perfectly in Season of the Lost, and when it finally came time for the big plot twist and the deception to be revealed, Bungie executed perfectly on that big payoff. Towards the end of the campaign, the major antagonist named the Witness is revealed to us for the first time. It calls out the Traveler for all of the death and destruction that it has caused. The reveal of this character is surprising for many players because it's finally putting a face to that vague concept of the darkness and the enemies that we've been fighting since the very beginning. It's the huge moment where we finally get to see the big bad guy that will likely define the next few years of Destiny content. There is also much discussion about the appearance of the Witness because it doesn't exactly look like a stereotypical science fiction antagonist. Some people like it, some people think it's goofy, and interestingly, it didn't always look like this. The appearance of the main bad guy for the entire saga obviously wasn't going to be a decision that Bungie made lightly, and therefore there were several different versions and iterations for its appearance. With some of these almost looking like massive spiders or huge sea creatures, it's fascinating to see what the Witness might have looked like in a different timeline. As we're introduced to a new location called the Enclave, we learn about a new weapon crafting system that has come along with this expansion. After acquiring a certain number of red border drops, we can now craft that weapon, and after leveling it up, we can choose exactly what perks we actually want. Although the crafting system and its materials are confusing to everyone at first, people are really starting to like it once they get the hang of it. Being able to avoid the random rolls and pick your ideal perks on a weapon feels like a dream. Glaives are the new weapon type here, and although they're definitely fun to use, the general community consensus seems to be that they're not too powerful. The block is quite strong, but the hit registration on the ranged attack is extremely bad. The Throne World is definitely one of the better locations that we've gotten recently, and it feels like there's always more to uncover. Whether it's the deep sight system revealing hidden platforms, a moth cruising around on a boat, or just some slime that you can walk around in to write messages, it feels like the Throne World has a lot of secrets and puzzles lurking within. Players are loving exploring this location and its unique public events, quests, and activities. Witch Queen is also bringing a full overhaul of every Void subclass in the game. We're finally breaking away from that limiting 3-tree system, and all Void subclasses are now fully customizable with aspects and fragments just like Stasis. Although this transition has effectively nerfed some of the previous Void abilities, it's definitely a net positive, and players are happy to have more ways to express themselves through their subclass builds. Alongside the Witch Queen, we also have Season of the Risen, where we join forces with Cabal Empress Keitel to fight against the Lucent Brood Hive. We are using Scions to wage psychic warfare and hopefully sever the Brood's connection to the light and capture their leaders. Crow raises ethical questions about this strategy and intervenes with the equipment, accidentally killing the Scions in the process. Keitel demands Crow's life as punishment, but Saladin steps in and offers himself instead. Impressed, she actually decides to spare Crow and make Saladin a member of her war council. Around this time, we also learn that Callus has aligned himself with the Witness and the Black Fleet. It's now a bit after the release of the expansion, and so far, the Witch Queen feels great. The campaign is a polished masterpiece, and whether you're completing it on regular or legendary difficulty, it is an amazing experience. Although the campaign is definitely a success, it's clear that the Witch Queen has not delivered in a few essential ways compared to other Destiny releases. The Witch Queen has introduced 2 new strikes, but aside from that, the core playlist did not receive any notable changes. The only updates to Crucible are a new loading screen and 2 Destiny 2 maps, and Gambit has just been neglected completely. In fact, you could even say that Witch Queen made Gambit even worse than before because there is now a bug that lets Ariana's Vow one-shot everyone to the body. The lack of attention to the core playlists is disappointing for veteran players because we know that once the new content inevitably fades, the core activities become the meat and potatoes of everybody's Destiny gameplay. Without significant innovation and updates, that gameplay can get really stale really fast. As far as the current season goes, it is on the lighter side, but it is also pretty decent. The PsyOps battlegrounds are fun and take us into familiar areas, but then they add a unique twist and shake things up. Fighting with the Synaptic Spear and trying out all of its moves is a lot of fun, and the loot is pretty decent as well. One area where the Witch Queen did good is with new exotics. With the Osteostriga being the immediate highlight, there is a collection of some really unique and decently strong weapons and armor. The Loreley Splendor, Blight Ranger, and Renewal Grasps are some of the most interesting new armor pieces. March 5th is Raid Day, and the Vow of the Disciple has arrived. Unfortunately, error codes are absolutely destroying the Day 1 experience, and everyone is getting constantly kicked back to orbit while trying to ride on this little barge thing. With the next encounter featuring totems and a ton of symbols with strange names, the raid has started in earnest. The Caretaker encounter is really interesting, making players ascend to new levels to fight him. The final boss, Rolk, is quite the encounter, and it is one of the most unique and interesting fights that we've seen in Destiny history. He has a charge attack, shoots out beams in all directions, and he even kicks you if you make the mistake of getting too close. All around, this feels more like an MMO boss fight than anything we've seen before, and players are loving the experience of fighting him. Elysium wins Worlds first after 7 hours and takes home their second set of raid belts. Guardian Games is making a return, and it is the biggest it has ever been. There are now specific Guardian Games playlists, and strike scoring is finally making a return from Destiny 1. Season of the Haunted brings the return of Callus in his derelict Leviathan orbiting the moon. We dealt with our own nightmares a while ago, but this story focuses on helping Crow, Zavala, and Keitel confront theirs. This is a great concept because we're getting to learn more about each character and their backstories. Overall, this season is continuing the trend where the seasonal stories are really strong and interesting each week. We are using the Harvester to take the nightmares of our allies, sever them, and bind them to the Crown of Sorrow, weakening Callus's connection with the Lunar Pyramid. Callus ultimately still takes control of the pyramid and we defeat it with Keitel, but Callus is still a threat. He later sends a warning message to the last city and informs everyone that the Witness is coming for the Traveler and that it cannot be stopped. The derelict Leviathan is a new patrol space, and even though it is just a reskin, it is still pretty well received because most seasons are not coming with a destination. This updated Leviathan comes with a new activity called the Nightmare Containment. The derelict Leviathan has also brought some new weapons, and man is this a long and tedious grind. The beloved Austringer, Drang, and Minitool are all returning fan favorite weapons, and they are all random drops from the chest here on the Leviathan. Getting just one drop is pretty easy, but if you want to get all 5 red borders to go and craft any of these weapons, you're going to be spending extremely long hours farming these chests, the public events, and the powerful enemies that will spawn in the patrol area. Solar 3.0 is also here, and it does feel a little bit underwhelming compared to Void 3.0, but it is still accomplishing the core goal of the revamp, which is to switch over to the new subclass system. As people craft more and more solar builds though, a trend is starting to emerge. With all of the insane combos that you can create with the 3.0 setups, Guardians are just becoming a lot more powerful overall. This is fine, and you could even say entertaining when you're just running around in patrol and exploding things with solar, but it also has the downside of trivializing a lot of content that is supposed to be challenging. Especially because maximum resilience is currently providing an absolutely massive 40% damage resistance, it is just really easy to feel immortal in PvE. This is especially obvious for Titans who can just sit in a sunspot with some minimal build crafting and they will just live forever. This season is introducing a new system called Airborne Effectiveness. Basically, if you jump while your Airborne Effectiveness stat is not very high, you are almost guaranteed to miss. The only way to actually hit your shots in the air is to increase your Airborne stat, but unfortunately this is difficult and nearly impossible to do. And the worst part is, the stat is not even viewable in the game until next season. The pace of PvP has slowed to a crawl because nobody is allowed to jump anymore, so all players are just resorting to camping in the back and staying grounded at all times. Topics like this are usually very controversial, but this time the community's feedback is clear. We do not like the new airborne system, at least not in its current state. As promised, there's a new dungeon this season, and Duality is launching to overall positive reception in the community. Going back and forth between the two realms is an interesting mechanic that we haven't really seen before, and overall it's a pretty unique experience. Unfortunately, the dungeon is suffering from an annoying bug where sometimes ringing the bell has unintended consequences. Based on what we can tell, it seems that it might be quite a while before this bug gets addressed. The Iron Banner has received a major rework similar to Trials of Osiris, except not quite as extensive. For the first time in what feels like forever, there is a new mode in the Crucible. Rift is returning from Destiny 1 and is featured in the Iron Banner, although it has been significantly reworked and now includes rounds rather than just one continuous game. It seems that the game mode is alright, but also similar to Duality, it is extremely buggy in its current state. The spark sometimes just disappears and completely breaks the game, the loading screens between rounds are annoyingly long, and sometimes the transmat effect just fires over and over non-stop forever. Considering that this is the first notable Crucible update in ages, PvP players are really disappointed that it's so buggy, and they are even more disappointed with the new map. After literally over 1,000 days of waiting for a new map, we have just received what is quite possibly the most disliked map in the history of Destiny. I guess it's nice to have something new, but overall, Disjunction is not at all popular in the community. The overall situation is just being viewed as a very unfortunate outcome for the much anticipated Iron Banner update. Solstice of Heroes is around, and it is a bit different this time. We have an event card, and overall the activity still presents a good opportunity to get some high stat armor and the high stats in the categories that you choose. We also have Bonfire Bash this year instead of the typical European aerial zone, making things more interesting. August rolls around, and we're getting a new season and a massive reveal for Destiny's next expansion, Lightfall. The stream is introducing Season of Plunder along with some very surprising collaborations. Destiny is actually working with Fortnite and Fall Guys. We're going to be receiving some awesome looking Fortnite armor sets, and Fortnite is going to receive a playable version of one of Destiny's best PvP maps, Javelin 4. There's also some familiar looking character skins being added to both Fortnite and Fall Guys. As a part of the collaboration, Destiny is now also available on the Epic Store, helping it reach an even wider audience. Season of Plunder launches to a lukewarm reception. The hype is still very high from the big reveal stream which spoke very favorably of the season, but now that we're getting our hands on it, the hype is wearing off and it isn't anything too special. The two main seasonal activities, Catch Crash and Expedition, are pretty good, but it's clear that the community is getting really tired of the formulaic seasonal model at this point. Grinding artifact mods, leveling up the pass, progressing some upgrade table thing, and replaying the same seasonal activity 89 times to go through the story is getting very old. It's not that the content itself is any worse, but players are just longing for novelty and exploration of new systems instead of the same formula over and over. In the story, Drifter enlists the Guardian to help smuggle Spider into the Elixni Quarter of the last city. Once there, Spider asks us to go find his ship on Europa and take it back from House of Salvation. Mithrax and his daughter tell us that Aramis has been released from her stasis prison by the Witness, and she is now trying to find relics. These relics are thought to be quite powerful, so the Guardians must hunt them down to keep them away from the Witness. Ultimately, Mithrax uses these relics to prepare a concoction to revive the sleeping Osiris. Despite the fatigue from the repetitive seasonal model, people are still very excited for the next returning raid. King's Fall is making a return to Destiny, now with challenges just like the Vault of Glass. The raid is just as epic as we remember it, and veteran players are really happy to be reliving some of the best experiences from the good old days. There are some really different mechanics in Destiny 2, but overall the raid plays fairly similar to how it originally did. A lot of teams are really close as they move through the normal and challenge modes, but at the end, one team pulls ahead. Clan Elysium secures their third consecutive World's First win, making them the only team to ever do this. The raid is an absolute success, and the community is loving it as they dive into the raid and chase after the coveted Touch of Malice drop. Arc 3.0 is also getting introduced this season, finally finishing up the update process of the light subclasses. It has generally continued that trend of power creeping and becoming more and more powerful. The 3.0 class updates have made abilities now extremely dominant again in the sandbox, basically undoing the great situation we were in 1 year ago during the 30th anniversary event for PvP. Crucible is overrun with tracking storm grenades that last forever, melees that teleport lunge halfway across the map, and invisible hunters going everywhere. Being permanently grounded thanks to the airborne effectiveness system is also continuing to make all of the gameplay feel boring, slow, and uneventful. We did get a returning Destiny 1 map this season, Cathedral of Dusk, but overall PvP is in a pretty rough place and everyone is looking forward to the much rumored competitive rework next season. Despite the popularity of King's Fall, it's clear that the community is becoming burnt out on Destiny as the season goes on. Player numbers are slowly falling off, and with the seasonal story not being too interesting and Festival of the Lost being relatively unremarkable, there really isn't anything to do right now. As we enter November, the player population actually dips to the lowest numbers ever recorded on Steam. The game isn't dead, and hopefully it's not dying, but it's clear that the interest has reached an all-time low. Content creators are struggling because viewership has also massively declined, but everyone is remaining hopeful for the next season and then Lightfall. There is a new Telesto bug in Destiny 2. Not surprising, right? But this time, the bug is also behaving so strangely that the community is baffled. Is there a chance that this is actually a secret puzzle? Since this actually looks like it could be an intentional bug, people are coming up with crazy conspiracy theories, blasting Telesto into the sky, and searching for patterns and constellations. Their suspicions are confirmed as Bungie is now putting Telesto memes all over the game and on social media. Theory crafters are all banging their heads against the wall trying to come up with a solution to this strange mystery. A couple days later though, Bungie has now revealed that this was actually just a fun little event with no actual purpose. With the player base already being kind of frustrated with the state of the game and the lack of secret missions, a lot of people are saying that this was just a poor time to drop an event like this. It has been years since we got a real secret mission and we desperately want to see more, so we are a little bit disappointed to learn that this was not actually anything significant whatsoever. With the season nearing its end, there is a community event where we need to donate Captain's coins and other currencies to rebuild the Elixni Quarter. In typical Destiny community fashion, we found a bug and already finished the entire event in one day, completely transforming the Elixni Quarter from a rundown looking area into a cornfield. Suffice it to say, we were expecting much more drastic changes to this area, but it looks like our $400 million has basically just amounted to some pretty subtle changes like a cornfield and some wooded benches around the area. Of course, the community is quick to make a bunch of memes about the hundreds of millions of dollars worth of additions to this space, but overall, this event just represents a pretty rough end to a pretty rough season. Season of the Seraph has now arrived, and it's bringing with it a bunch of long-awaited features that Destiny players are excited about. The story consists of Osiris, Anna Bray, and Clovis Bray working together to rebuild Rasputin. Once online, Rasputin informs us of Clovis Bray's plans. Clovis wants to use the Warmind to destroy the Traveler so that he himself can instead become humanity's savior, and obviously we cannot allow this to happen. The Heist Battleground is the new activity this season, and the mechanic here is that the towers lock onto you and you need to break line of sight to avoid getting deleted. It's overall a pretty average activity, but there is one new change that everybody is talking about. The power level of this activity is always 5 higher than you at all times. This is being well received in the community because the enemies are just difficult enough to keep you focused, but they're not so difficult that they are crushing newer players. Manticore is the new seasonal exotic, and this one is actually super unique. It's basically like a super high stat SMG with the ability to actually fire in the air, unlike every other weapon in the game right now. It's not OP, and overall it just feels solid, so this is a nice addition. Perhaps the hottest topic in the entire community right now is the competitive PvP rework. The Crucible menu has been completely redesigned, consolidating a lot of playlists and now featuring a ranked competitive division of Crucible. Yes, and I mean ranked Crucible with an actual ladder. This is something that we've been wanting for years. However, it is not going as we had hoped. The meta is absurd, and especially in the higher ranks, most games involve just camping behind infinite barricades that you can shoot through and your opponents cannot. There is literally zero loot, including zero cosmetics in the competitive division, so there really isn't any reason to jump in and climb the ranks. There is the Rose hand cannon, but since you only need to play 3 games per week to get one, this really isn't incentivizing players to rank up. The core issue here is that Destiny is a looter shooter at heart, and people want to chase loot. Activities without much loot generally don't see much playtime, and this is a prime example. Bungie has promised that there will be cosmetics eventually, and while that is reassuring, for many players this is too little too late. The new dungeon, Spire of the Watcher, has just launched. Initial reactions are positive, although some people are annoyed that one of the bosses is exactly the same as one from Garden. The final boss is another story entirely though, and this one is really hectic and it's an awesome fight. The loot includes an epic cowboy hat and a legendary version of Dead Man's Tale. Of course, every player likes to do different dungeons for different reasons, but overall it seems that the player base is happy with this new one. It's now January, and unfortunately the Stadia platform is being permanently shut down. Even though only a small percentage of the player base actually played Destiny on Stadia, it was a very important tool for Bungie. Especially with a huge portion of the developers working remotely, they heavily relied on Stadia for testing and other back-end development processes. In fact, they relied on it so heavily that Bungie was actually in talks to buy Stadia at one point, but evidently those plans did not work out. For the longest time now, there has been a pretty awful system where basic armor mods needed to be earned or purchased at a rotating vendor in the game. This really sucked because new players would be simply incapable of making builds until they visited the vendor like 87 times to buy all of the new mods. In a positive turn of events though, Bungie has just launched a new update where all of the players get access to all of the mods at all times for free. Although veteran players aren't really feeling the impact of this too much, it is undoubtedly a fantastic change that will help make the game more approachable. There is also a new change that has been literally requested for years. At long last, they've removed blue item drops from the game. Once you reach the basic soft cap level, blues are simply no longer dropping anymore. It was extremely annoying for max level players to get constantly spammed with blues that were entirely worthless for them, so this is a welcome change that should make everyone's inventory and postmaster a little bit cleaner. Unfortunately though, this update isn't actually quite working yet, and some sources of blues are still persisting in the game, at least for now. The Destiny experience wouldn't be complete without game-breaking bugs, and well, this period of time is no exception. The latest issue plaguing the community is causing triumphs, seals, and catalysts to simply disappear from our accounts. This bug is essentially resetting parts of our accounts back to the year 2020 and deleting progress that has been made ever since then. Players are obviously freaking out about this, and Bungie has decided to take the whole game offline for an extended time to address the issue. After nearly an entire day of it being offline, it seems that they may have found a solution. They are implementing a full rollback of everyone's progress to the time at which the bug occurred, therefore restoring everyone's triumphs and seals. Players are of course glad to see the game come back online and have their progress restored, but this is kind of concerning because the game has had a lot of stability issues as of late. Destiny 2 game director Joe Blackburn has just dropped a rather sizable article titled Lightfall and the Year Ahead. The first thing that people are noticing is that Bungie is finally acknowledging the frustration with the predictable and repetitive seasonal model. They are outlining exciting goals of shaking up the seasons coming later in the year, and hopefully this will make the seasonal systems feel more unique. The next goal that Joe is outlining here is bringing challenge back to Destiny. Over the past year, all of the 3.0 updates have significantly increased our power as Guardians, and as I mentioned before, this has trivialized a lot of endgame content. Alongside a nerf to resilience, the hope is that future content will feel a bit more meaningful for players going forward. With the seasonal story drawing to a close, we learn that Xivu Arath is preparing to invade Earth. Aramis, working with the Witness, has gained control of the Warmind and also intends to use its network to destroy the Traveler. Sensing its impending destruction, the Traveler begins to leave Earth. But while it is leaving, Rasputin asks Anna to activate his self-destruct sequence. She reluctantly does this and destroys him, but this does prevent the Traveler's destruction and it stops fleeing. In one of the most beautiful cutscenes we've ever seen, the camera rotates and reveals an image that will look very familiar to any long-term Destiny player. We then receive a message that Rasputin recorded before his destruction, and it reveals a hidden city on Neptune. This is easily one of the best seasonal stories and best seasonal finales, and it seems to be quite popular among the community. As time goes on, all focus is shifting to Lightfall. Bungie is releasing more and more videos and getting everybody hyped for what's to come. With the expansion now just being a few days away, everyone is hoping that it will deliver an amazing experience, and based on what we know so far, people are hyped for the new features. There's going to be a loadout system and a mod manager where you can build your Guardian and save your loadouts for instant swaps. Guardian Ranks is a comprehensive new system that is promising to guide new players and introduce them to the game. It also seems like the higher ranks will be an endgame pursuit for veteran players. It feels like amazing new marketing is dropping every single day. From story teasers to exotic showcases to gameplay trailers, the hype surrounding the new expansion is reaching a peak. Neptune and the new Darkness subclass called Strand is on the horizon, and as we inch closer to Lightfall, we inch closer to the beginning of the end. February 28th, 2023. Lightfall drops, and surprisingly, the servers are somewhat stable and most people are actually able to play the game with only the occasional error code. Due to the fantastic marketing and hype surrounding the expansion, Destiny 2 is currently at an all-time high player count on Steam. Also, based on Bungie's recent storytelling triumphs over the past year, we have very high hopes for the narrative of this expansion. I mean, with a grand title like Lightfall, it really has been set up with the expectation of a massive story development that answers big questions and advances us towards the end of the Light and Darkness saga. As soon as players make their way into the campaign though, it's clear that the train has fallen completely off the tracks. Unfortunately, our high expectations for this expansion are being shattered. This is one of the worst stories in Destiny's entire history. We venture off to Neomuna, a city on Neptune, and there we encounter two massive cybernetically enhanced humans called Cloudstriders. About 3 seconds after meeting them though, one of the Cloudstriders named Rohan is eliminated in a very anticlimactic ending where he sacrifices himself. It might have felt meaningful if we had known him for longer, but players really just did not feel emotionally attached after only knowing him for a short time. Within the first mission, we quickly gain access to Strand, the new darkness element, and it is super cool. There are grapples that surprisingly don't break the game, and there are several other awesome supers and abilities that players are really looking forward to exploring. But after about 2 minutes of using Strand in the first mission, it gets taken away, and we kind of just fall over onto the ground, apparently from exhaustion. A little while later, we gain access to Strand again, but then, disappointingly, it is once again taken away from us. And then the cycle repeats, again, and again, and again. Combined with the overall lack of narrative substance in the campaign, this has essentially made it feel like a strange Strand tutorial where it teaches us like one thing at a time. With Strand aside though, the gameplay within the campaign and the expansion is very fun, and the legendary version is somewhat similar to the Witch Queen when it comes to gameplay mechanics specifically. However, all of that fun is really being overshadowed by one larger issue. Players are very disappointed with the story, and one point of the story in particular. The whole entire thing focuses around the Veil, but there is literally not a single explanation of what the Veil actually is. Based on their dialogue, it is clear that all of the characters in the story know what the Veil is, but they simply refuse to tell us about it. There's another item called the Radial Mast, and together these two items are mentioned about 50 times throughout the story without the player ever knowing why they matter, what they do, or what they even are in the first place. And I'm really not joking about the number of times that the Veil is mentioned.
The veil. The veil. Veil.
The veil. The veil. The veil.
The veil. The veil.
The veil. The veil.
Essentially, these things are just MacGuffins, meaning that they are quite important to the plot and the motivations of the characters, but since we don't really know what they are, they feel extremely unimportant. With that aside though, we are diving into the exploration of Neptune, uncovering all of the new areas and exploring what the environment has to offer. Entering and exploring a pristine city is a welcome change because most of the Destiny locations are just some run-down abandoned buildings from the Golden Age. It is visually amazing, and as players continue to go through the campaign, they are discovering some incredibly beautiful landscapes, architecture, enemies, and new art designs. Unfortunately though, the city lacks depth and inhabitants. It might visually look awesome, but 99% of the city cannot be entered, and there is essentially no verticality to anything, so it just feels kind of sad and empty. A huge part of the story involves working with the Cloudstriders to protect the people of the city, but since we can't see a single one of these people, it's kind of hard to know who we're actually fighting for. It is eventually explained to us that the people are vacant because they uploaded their consciousness into something called the Cloud Ark. Although that may be a totally reasonable explanation in the lore, the community is just interpreting this as a convenient excuse to create an entire city that is inhabited by literally a single NPC named Nimbus and nobody else. As the wider community works their way through the story, the disappointment is continuing to mount. It seemed that Bungie had just delivered a fantastic story with the Witch Queen and even the most recent season, but now everything is just completely falling apart. After a prolonged Strand tutorial and a chase after the mysterious Veil object, we finally confront Callus, who has apparently reached the Veil before us. We take him out with the goal of preventing the witness from accessing the Veil. Keitel then joins us in the room where we just defeated Callus, and since he was her father, this sets up a rather serious tone.
Rest now.
But then, like 3 seconds later, in perhaps the most tone-deaf moment of the entire campaign, Nimbus makes a return.
The uglier they are, the harder they fall, right?
In the middle of this somber moment that we're having with Keitel, Nimbus just flies in, makes some unhinged joke, tells Keitel her father was ugly, and then offers her a fist bump. Nimbus is cracking jokes while we're literally dealing with end-of-the-universe type events right here, and at least in the opinions of many players, this is quite annoying. About 5 seconds afterward, we jump back to the serious tone, and our ghost becomes possessed and starts floating upward, forging a connection with the Veil. This provides the exact link that the witness needs, and it proceeds to open a portal into the Traveler and then enter it to reach its pale heart. This is where it hopes to forge its final shape, its perfect frozen version of reality, and nobody else is able to follow it through the portal. The main issue of confusion still remains though. Nobody really has any clue why any of this matters or what any of it means for the future of our story. Meanwhile, the Vanguard leaders are just continuing to stand here, and they have been in the exact same place since the very beginning of the opening cutscene. It's almost as if they just stood here doing literally nothing for the entire expansion. This is even leading many players to believe that Lightfall is just a filler expansion and that the whole story could have been simplified by showing just the 2 cutscenes back to back without any of the Neptune stuff in between. You could essentially cut out the entire campaign, cut out the entire chase for the Veil, and just play it as one continuous cutscene, and it would more or less make sense.
Navigator. Nice infinite cruelty.
24 hours after the release of Lightfall, the first impressions and early reviews are now pouring in, and overall, the sentiment seems to be extremely negative.
Narratively, it misses huge opportunities, and I cannot in good conscience recommend it at very least to new players, potentially to returning players who are looking for a fantastic moment to jump back into Destiny's story. And that breaks my damn heart. It really does.
Although the story is clearly a massive letdown, there are still a few redeeming qualities of the expansion. The new Tormentor enemies are pretty cool, and the new loadout system is a huge quality of life feature that we've been wanting ever since the beginning. Guardian ranks at least seem to have some potential for educating new players and providing a progression system for experienced players. Artifact mods have now been made free and passive and given unlimited resets. New fragments have been added to further enhance our light subclasses. These are all good changes that improve the core of the game in meaningful ways, but sadly, nobody is really talking about these things because the terrible campaign is taking the spotlight. A week and a half has gone by, and it's now time for the new raid, Root of Nightmares. Players are hoping that maybe the raid could be the saving grace of the expansion, and everybody is excited to dive in. As the servers go live and everybody loads into the raid though, something feels a little bit strange. The raid itself seems to be a lot easier than expected. Some are even saying that it feels easier than the Neomuna Patrol. Teams are absolutely flying through the raid and its encounters, and although there are some cool environments and innovative encounters like this one with all the planets, they aren't really posing too much of a threat to high-level teams. And just like that, in about 2 hours, the world's first clear of the raid has now been achieved. Team Hard in the Paint absolutely annihilated the raid to secure their victory, and soon after, many teams followed in their footsteps. In fact, many teams followed in their footsteps. Root of Nightmares has just set a new record for the most players to ever clear a contest mode raid, with over 197,000 completions within the first 2 days. To put that into perspective, more people have cleared this raid than all other raid races combined, and those who entered the raid had an astronomical success rate of over 44%. This is partially due to the fact that contest mode now lasts for 2 days instead of just 1, but still, an insane amount of players have been able to clear this raid. Some members of the community are excited by this fact. It is cool to see raiding become more approachable for less experienced players. On the other hand though, many dedicated players are upset here. The raid race is supposed to be the big annual challenge that really puts your skills to the test, but in this case, experienced players just found the raid to be a cakewalk. As things start to settle down following the raid race, the community is taking a step back and evaluating the expansion for what it really is. Like I mentioned earlier, some of the new gameplay systems are great, but the missed potential for this expansion is mind-boggling. One of the less popular new features is something called commendations, where you can congratulate your teammate for doing a good job in an activity. However, it seems that many players just like to randomly assign these to people regardless of their performance, making the whole system relatively pointless. These commendations are also required in order to progress with the new Guardian rank system, so many people are frustrated that they need to rely on the actions of random players in order to simply progress their personal ranks. Continuing the trend of completely shafting the core playlists, they've received essentially 0 updates this expansion, except for we now have 1 new strike and 2 updated older strikes that have annoying time-gated mechanics added in. Instead of improving the Crucible, Lightfall has given us a straight-up downgrade because so far, literally every player seems to be bugged out and invisible, making the whole experience unplayable. Although the launch day was somewhat smooth, the server instability is becoming more and more of an issue as time goes on. People are having trouble playing the game, downtime is being extended and increased all the time, and there is much debate about whether the game might benefit from an engine overhaul. Of course, this is mostly based on misinformation and speculation, but still, the community is understandably upset that the game just seems to be randomly going offline multiple times per week, and according to this article, Destiny 2 is starting to feel like it's held together with duct tape. Season of Defiance is now underway with the release of Lightfall, and Kellis' Shadow Legion Cabal are taking human prisoners. The seasonal activity involves freeing these prisoners, and despite not being Guardians, Devrim Kay, Amanda Holiday, and Mithrax are now also leading rescue operations. Mithrax finds the prisoners, but then the facility goes into lockdown. Amanda Holiday has to hotwire it to allow their escape, but moments later, an explosion takes her life. During Mithrax's retreat, Aramis also places down a stasis crystal to save him from the explosion. Zavala is particularly devastated about the loss of Amanda. She sacrificed her life despite only having 1 to give. All things considered, this is an okay season, but it is on the smaller side because its release is coinciding with a major expansion. In the grand scheme, this season is just more of the same, and community members are taking note of this predictability. It's now March 17th, and we've just been hit with some devastating news. Zavala's voice actor has passed away. Lance Reddick had been with us since the very beginning as the leader of the Vanguard and one of the primary characters in the entire franchise. He also participated in our community. He'd occasionally post videos of him playing Destiny on Twitter, he'd engage with player comments, and he even voiced a fan-made script for that one cutscene with Empress Keitel. No matter how you put it, this is a huge loss that is being deeply felt. Players are all grouping up in the front of the tower where Zavala is stationed to pay their respects to the commander. Literally every tower instance that you load up is filled with crowds of Guardians honoring Lance. His wife, Stephanie Reddick, also acknowledged this with the message, "To the thousands of Destiny players who played in special tribute to Lance, thank you. Lance loved you as much as he loved the game." Players are really quite unsure about where we will go from here. Will Zavala no longer play a major role in our story? Or perhaps he will maybe be assigned to a new voice actor in the future. Bungie has just released an official post. Lance Reddick was an iconic presence on screen, in Destiny, and most importantly, in person. His love for our community shined through in Commander Zavala, in his uncompromising dedication to his craft, and out of the radiating kindness that touched those around him. To say he will be missed is a profound understatement, yet no less true. Rest in peace, Lance. Guardian Games is making a return in the spring with some small changes, but it's more or less what we've grown to expect. It now has class versus class PvP, which is interesting, but it's also exacerbating the pain of playing against multiple people who have the same build. Whenever you go up against 6 players all using the same thing, this historically tends to be quite annoying and difficult to counter. In a very unpopular series of announcements, there are some new changes coming to the game that are causing a heated discussion on social media. In order to fix a glitch with the Fourth Horseman, Bungie has implemented a band-aid solution. From now on, whenever you switch weapons, you have to just sit there doing nothing for 2 seconds before the game will allow you to shoot. This is not being received well because it basically just makes the process of switching weapons really painful and unnecessarily slow. Additionally, Bungie has increased the in-game price of every season from the previous price of 1,000 silver to a new price of 1,200 silver. This is also receiving some negative feedback because the game only allows you to buy 1,100 silver for $12, meaning that you actually need to spend $15 in order to get enough silver to buy a season. Increasing the price at a time when people are already upset about the repetitive seasonal model and the lackluster Lightfall expansion is clearly just a recipe for more player frustration. A couple weeks later, it's now time for Season of the Deep. In this content drop, we're witnessing the partial return of Titan and the reappearance of Commander Sloan, who is in need of our help. As the title implies, the theme here is diving deep down underwater, exploring and swimming in the deep methane oceans of Titan. The seasonal activities are salvage, deep dive, and actual fishing. I suppose fishing isn't actually a huge part of the actual season, but it does generally fit with the water-based theme. A giant sea leviathan named Asa has made a connection with Sloan, and she wants to help us in our struggle against the Witness. Once we finally gain the ability to communicate with her, Asa tells us about the origins of the Witness and how it embodies an entire civilization that has been hunting the Traveler for a millennia, always with the ultimate goal of creating the perfect final shape. She also explains the origins of the Veil and how it played a role in the creation of the Witness. And therefore, at long last, we finally now know what the Veil actually is. Even though the Lightfall storytelling is still subpar, the events of the campaign are at least kind of starting to be understood in retrospect. Bungie is now actually defending the Lightfall story, saying that it was intentionally super vague. They wanted to drag it out and slowly explain the events of the story over the course of the year. However, at a point where we're nearing the end of the entire Light and Darkness saga, players are hungry for answers. We want stuff to be explained and brought towards a climactic and satisfying payoff that will happen in the final shape. Looking back at the events of Lightfall nowadays, it's very obvious why the community was upset by the poor storytelling and the lack of explanation for objects like the Veil.
A year later, understanding a bunch of that stuff, oh yeah, it's very important to understand why we needed to keep the Veil out of the Witness's hands. But none of that was explained in Lightfall, so it turns into Chase the MacGuffin, which is literally Destiny 1 vanilla levels of storytelling. It's go to the heart of the Black Garden to kill the Black Garden's heart. Why? Because destroy the evil MacGuffin.
In terms of actual gameplay, an interesting shift this season is that we will no longer have a power level increase. In every previous season, there has always been a new power cap that everyone needs to grind for, but Bungie has now made the decision that they're doing away with this. Some players are viewing this as a positive change because it reduces some of the more grindy aspects of the game, like farming old activities for the 100th time, but others are also missing the power grind. Without a reason to go back and play certain activities, many players have just stopped playing them altogether and are therefore simply playing the overall game slightly less. This is not necessarily a bad thing, but it does seem to be a consequence of the lack of a power grind. There's also this new interesting item called the Deep Sight Harmonizer. Players can use these to essentially extract a pattern out of whatever weapon they want, thus making the crafting process much easier and faster. In other news, there is now exotic armor focusing, you can refund individual perks on the artifact, and finally, we can now spin our weapons around in the inventory screen, which is very entertaining. A few days after the launch of the season, it's time for a lot of big news about the future of Destiny and Bungie. They've just unveiled a trailer for the final shape, Destiny's ultimate expansion in the Light and Darkness saga. We hear Ikora explaining a timeline of the past few years, and then through the flames of a campfire, we see a familiar figure. And sure enough, as the camera pans up, we see none other than Cayde 6. Bungie has actually done it. They've brought back Cayde for Destiny's big finale. Being perhaps the most popular character in the history of the franchise, most players are very happy to see Cayde returning. It is entirely unclear how he will be brought back and what type of role he will actually play in the coming expansion, but just the fact that he's returning is a good sign that there will be some great jokes and an entertaining conclusion to the story. Many players are also confused though, because how is he actually coming back? Is he really alive, or is this just a vision being created inside of the Traveler or something? Nobody really knows any details right now, but the trailer has at least started to build that wave of anticipation for next year. Literally on the same exact day, Bungie is also now revealing their next game, Marathon. This is actually an older game that Bungie is reviving and turning into their next major release, making this the first time since the beginning of Destiny that they are actually trying to juggle more than one publicly announced game at the same time. Marathon isn't set to be released for a couple years, but it's apparently planned to be a PvP-focused extraction shooter with all of the fancy features like dedicated servers. Due to the distinct lack of these features in Destiny, this is leaving a bad taste in the mouth of some players. Bungie has all but abandoned PvP within Destiny at this point, so it feels kind of lame that they've just transferred all of those resources over to their new game. Every year, it seems that Destiny receives less and less PvP content, greatly disappointing that side of the community. At the same time though, players know that logically, Bungie cannot afford to just turn their backs on Destiny. Marathon could be a total flop of a game for all we know, so it wouldn't really make sense for Bungie to just abandon the game that is literally providing 100% of the revenue for their company. A few days later, it's now time for the new dungeon, Ghosts of the Deep. Although the first encounter is a bit of a slog and the swimming can feel slow at times, people still seem to be enjoying the overall dungeon quite a bit. Datto is even saying that Ghosts of the Deep is a better raid than Root of Nightmares. For many years now, we've been receiving these consistently popular weekly articles called This Week at Bungie, or TWAB for short, but now with Bungie's expansion to Marathon, the website has been redesigned and it seems that they're retitling their weekly articles. We now have the TWID, or This Week in Destiny, and although this is technically more accurate, many players are just continuing to call it the TWAB. It also seems that the server stability issues that have been plaguing the game are finally being addressed, and Bungie has now mentioned this in a couple of articles now. There's the new mission for the Wicked Implement Scout and a couple minor changes here and there, but overall this is a fairly uneventful time for the Destiny community. After getting hyped for Lightfall and setting record high player numbers just a few months ago, the community is now deflated and most players are just taking a break. The daily player numbers are just a fraction of what they were at the launch, and the overall morale is steadily falling month after month. Astacross has just dropped a viral video about the monetization and microtransactions in the game, demonstrating how they've gotten quite out of hand over the years. From the increase in the seasonal price to the deep site harmonizers being rewarded from the paid seasonal tracks, there are quite a few places where the monetization has become more and more of a focus as of late. The video instantly blows past 1 million views and even makes waves in the larger gaming community. People who haven't played the game in years are now hearing of Destiny's distasteful monetization practices, and the overall sentiment around the game continues sinking even lower.
Years ago, back on Venus, the Vex simulated copies of us, Maya and I, trapped in a virtual hell.
There's a new part of the story called Veil Containment, and this is actually an essential piece of the puzzle that reveals some huge revelations about Lightfall. Unfortunately though, most players are not actually playing through this quest. It is hidden so far off the edge of the map in this corner that the vast majority of the players do not even know that it exists. In fact, data shows that only 4% of players have actually completed it, so almost everyone is just missing out on key pieces of the lore. It's now August, and Bungie is releasing a new article concerning the state of the game in 2023 in an attempt to address the rapidly declining community morale. Unfortunately though, it seems that the article is accomplishing the exact opposite. At a time where people are hoping for a renewed focus on the core of the game, this article is basically just laying out plans to completely abandon Gambit, continue the trend of basically doing nothing for PvP, and even remove the annual ritual armor sets that were previously promised. The explanation was that the armor sets were not being used very much, but given their appearance, that outcome is completely reasonable and should have been expected. Nobody is going to be using these Crucible pieces when we have insane Eververse sets like this one, which was recently released. Frostbolt basically summed up the reaction of the PvP community with his tweet saying, "What a massive letdown. Another year playing out the same as this last year. This was not listening to your PvP community." Unfortunately, it seems that the state of the game has flopped miserably.
It is the worst state of the game Bungie has ever put out, so much so that it may have just killed any bit of hype that we have had leading up to the showcase, and that everything is going to depend on what is going to be revealed in the next few weeks leading up to the showcase. this did nothing. If they thought the state of the game would be the thing that would get the ball rolling to get us excited about the showcase on August the 22nd, it did the exact opposite.
Things are just continuing on with little to no change. Every day, there are more videos popping up about the concern for the future of the game. After a couple weeks of this though, game director Joe Blackburn is now stepping in to reassure the community.
Hey everybody, it's Joe, and I'm just here to check in on how Destiny's going.
In a rather unusual delivery style, Joe is actually coming on video to directly address our concerns and speak about the future of Destiny. Not learning from Datto's mistake a few years ago, Joe holds up a notepad and promptly gets turned into a meme, but jokes aside, the entire delivery of this communication is incredibly well received. Joe is revealing plans about revitalizing PvP with a new team of developers dedicated to improving it, and there is even an upcoming map pack to finally address the chronic map drought that we've seen over the past few years. With the content of his discussion aside though, this form of direct communication with the game director is something that has been sorely missed as of late. It is refreshing to just hear someone be open and honest about the state of the game and where it's going, and Joe has said that there will also be a couple of follow-up streams to discuss future plans. Even though the game is still kind of in shambles, this has done a lot to improve the community sentiment, and it has given us just a glimmer of hope for the future. It's now time for the final shape showcase. As the dramatic countdown ends, Bungie is beginning to reveal what's in store for the future of Destiny, and hundreds of thousands of Guardians are tuning in live to experience it. As always, Bungie's famed marketing strategy is jumping into action and hyping up the new expansion. The stakes really can't be set any higher than this right here. If it goes poorly, it could easily spell the end of the entire franchise, but if it goes well, this could be a new golden age for Destiny and its community. To quote a Bungie developer, it needs to pay off this epic confrontation with the Witness that we've been setting up for years. We are literally going inside the Traveler and hopefully answering questions about the Destiny universe that we've been wondering about for a decade. This is going to be a huge moment for gamers and developers alike. The showcase is revealing a lot of new information. The pale heart inside of the Traveler is shaped by both the Witness and the experience of our own Guardians, so it has this beautiful fusion of familiar nostalgia and also strange and corrupted elements. From creepy hands coming out of the walls to massive ghosts the size of large buildings, it seems to be an extremely unique and intriguing destination. The old tower is returning, the original Vanguard leadership team is reunited, and there are so many subtle callbacks to Destiny's past. There are also 2 new light supers, new abilities, and a single new enemy called the Subjugator. But that is kind of all there is to see. I mean, don't get me wrong, some of these things are indeed exciting, but based on what was revealed here, it doesn't really seem like this is shaping up to be the greatest Destiny expansion of all time. There's no new enemy race, there's no new subclass, and there isn't any type of overhaul to any major game system. Players are finding this reveal to be somewhat promising, and people think it has potential, but nothing that was revealed today is really guaranteeing that this will be a satisfying conclusion to the Light and Darkness saga. If the final shape just turns out to be Lightfall 2.0, we are screwed, and therefore the pressure on Bungie is mounting. With all of that in mind though, there is some amount of optimism. Players are hoping that Bungie is deliberately choosing not to reveal everything in order to surprise us with something truly incredible in February.
It did feel like they kept a bit of stuff close to the chest though, but like Joe said, this showcase was going to be the biggest of big picture stuff.
Alongside the showcase for Final Shape, Bungie has also revealed and subsequently launched the latest season called Season of the Witch. With a major focus on Eris Morn, we are helping her become more powerful so that she can transform into a powerful hive and hopefully defeat Zivur Wrath, the sister of Oryx and Savathun. Every enemy we defeat makes her stronger. There are 2 seasonal activities called Savathun's Spire and Altar of Summoning, and also these cards that you can select in order to get seasonal bonuses. This deck building mechanic is indeed refreshing, and it is different from the copy-pasted seasonal grid that has been a part of essentially every single season so far, but it still isn't all that impactful. The cards only make you like marginally better within certain seasonal activities, so it doesn't exactly feel like this is having a huge impact on everyone's day-to-day gameplay. The season is also bringing us the long overdue return of certain exotic missions, so we can once again do stuff like Seraph Shield. This time though, we can also get craftable versions of exotic weapons from these activities, making them definitely worth your time if you seriously use any of these exotics in your builds. In addition, you can also get some craftable red borders from the past, helping players catch up on older stuff that they might have missed out on. It's now time for yet another returning raid, and this season we're looking at the reprisal of Crota's End. The Destiny 1 version of this raid is kind of a pushover by modern standards, so we're hoping that Bungie can spice it up enough to keep us interested. As people are stepping into the encounters for the first time, it does seem that Bungie has delivered on making the raid much more interesting than it was in the past. It's keeping the overall spirit of the raid alive, but also innovating in satisfying ways. Clan Elysium is back on top to claim the world's first victory, having completed both the normal and challenge version in just about 6 hours. A lot of teams are actually failing in the day 1 raid race though, and even though it is a returning raid, this thing is way harder than Root of Nightmares from 6 months ago. After 48 hours, it has just a 1% completion rate, a figure that is nearly 40 times lower than the previous raid race. In terms of loot, we're seeing the return of Necrochasm, the famed auto rifle from Destiny 1. Much like the raid itself, the Necrochasm rework is satisfying and it's making the weapon feel fresh and interesting. It might not be the best, but it's still quite popular and most people consider it a successful rework. Additionally, we're also seeing the return of the amazing Age of Triumph armor set, pleasantly surprising many players. This did not happen with the other reprised raids, and people are very happy to see one of the best armor sets making a return. Aside from the primary seasonal activities, there is also this puzzle activity called the Embaru Engine. There are about 1 million guides showing you how to do this, and overall it's nice to have another thing for people to engage with. It's kind of like an exotic mission, but a little bit different. The seasonal loot, however, is not exactly impressive, with almost all of the new offerings not really exciting or motivating veteran players. There is a recurring problem of new loot not being powerful, but after all, it's quite understandable given the state of the game. After 6 years of Destiny 2, all of our stuff has gotten so good and so powerful that it's hard for Bungie to introduce new stuff that continually gets even better year after year, season after season. With that type of trajectory, we just end up being infinitely powerful after a few more years. It's a tough issue to solve, but maybe they'll come up with some new ideas and tackle this issue with the launch of Final Shape. Another thing arriving this season is the new timeline quests from Ikora. These allow you to replay certain parts of certain expansions that were removed from the game. Overall, it's nice for players who maybe missed out on this content, and it's okay for anyone who wants to go replay these missions for nostalgia reasons. Ikora kind of narrates on the missions to give you some context, but overall, these are a poor substitute for the actual campaign missions themselves. New players are still completely lost when they discover that they can't go back and replay the story of the game because it was literally removed and just sunset out of existence. The timeline is definitely a step in the right direction, but Destiny still remains rather overwhelming for new and returning players. In a very strange new development, certain players are starting to realize that you can craft weapons with perks that are absolutely not meant to be craftable on those weapons. You are basically able to blend 2 different weapons together in a way that is absolutely game-breaking. For example, you can craft an auto that fires like a shotgun, making it unleash thousands of shells per minute and absolutely delete anything in the game. You can also make autos unleash endless grenades and basically every other absurd combination that you could possibly dream up. Right in time for Trials on the weekend, the word has begun to spread on how to take advantage of this ridiculous cheese. It is ruining literally every game mode, people are just one-shotting raid bosses, and the overall game has devolved into a hilarious disaster where everyone is extremely overpowered. After a while of this going on, Bungie is now clarifying that nobody will be banned for this exploit, and thus, hundreds of thousands of players are rushing to create by far the most overpowered weapons in Destiny history. In fact, 2.8 million weapons have just been crafted using this absurd technique, and everybody is running wild. A few days later, it has now been patched, but this event will definitely be remembered by anyone who experienced it. It's now October 30th, and Bungie employees are waking up to strange 15-minute meetings that have been randomly inserted into their calendars. This doesn't seem like anything too crazy, but once employees start going to these meetings, they're learning what is actually going on here. One by one, each person who was invited to a meeting is being laid off and removed from Bungie, effective immediately. As the morning progresses on, the devastating news begins to reach the Destiny community. According to a series of Bloomberg articles, Bungie has been missing revenue targets by as much as 45% and has therefore decided to lay off nearly 100 of their employees. In addition, we are hearing reports that the Final Shape, the expansion that everything rides on, is being delayed until June. If it was basically from any other source, people probably wouldn't be believing the news, but this article comes directly from Jason Schreier. Schreier is an extremely trustworthy source who reported on huge Destiny news in the past, such as the original supercut and reboot of Destiny 1, so unfortunately, the validity of this seems to be extremely likely. The community, and seemingly the Bungie employees themselves, are being completely blindsided by this move. Just when we thought things couldn't get any worse, the expansion is being delayed, Bungie is losing key employees, and the community has descended into chaos. It's a new low for players, content creators, and Bungie employees alike. Nobody really knows what to do or how to proceed. Bungie CEO Pete Parsons has just put out a tweet regarding the layoffs, calling this a sad day at Bungie. The community is not taking kindly to this statement, with popular replies saying things like pure evil and it's very tone-deaf and feels like a slap in the face to anyone impacted by the layoffs. Many players are also pointing out that leadership had previously promised, quote, absolutely no layoffs following the Sony acquisition. Bungie employees are reporting that the atmosphere inside of the studio is soul-crushing. Devs are posting heartbreaking stories about losing their jobs on Twitter, and you can't scroll for more than a few seconds without encountering more and more bad news. According to IGN, employees had been telling leadership about the issues with the game repeatedly for months prior to the layoffs, and they were literally begging for necessary changes to win players back. Someone on the leadership team was allegedly asked about whether they would consider cutting their own salary instead of the mass layoffs, to which they responded, Bungie is not that type of company. To make matters worse, these layoffs are specifically impacting several key leaders in the studio, including the award-winning community team and even the famed composer Michael Salvatore. The man who literally collaborated with Paul McCartney and wrote some of the best gaming soundtracks of all time has been let go. This is a huge loss for Destiny and our community. The statistic about Bungie missing their revenue target by 45% is also something that is very troubling. We knew that Lightfall wasn't exactly a hit, but missing targets by 45% is just a staggering figure. Another baffling fact is that Bungie has simply yet to make a statement other than that vague tweet from their CEO. For days now, we've been met with nothing but silence from the studio. People are panicking and mass refunding their Final Shape pre-orders, and additional devastating articles are dropping every few hours. Another effect of this situation is that the community is learning to separate the developers from the management at Bungie. In the past, many people would just refer to Bungie as one singular entity, and anything that happened was a reflection on that entity and not on one person or group of people within the company. But now, it seems that players are clearly calling out the upper management for their bad decisions and praising the individual developers themselves. Many players believe that the developers who are in the trenches are actually doing an amazing job.
There are people who are in the trenches who understand the day-to-day players, who get what we're talking about, who understand our most desired requests, and who ultimately are there trying to go to bat for us. And then there are people who are distinctly not that, who exist in the C-suite.
It seems that community manager DMG is reinforcing this idea that the upper management is the big problem at Bungie. He's not working at Bungie at this time, but he says, getting texts from friends impacted by layoffs this morning. It is frustrating, infuriating even, to continue seeing people who strap in to do good work losing their financial security due to poor management. The continued echoes of poor decisions made that feel avoidable. A few days later, Bungie has finally put out a statement. This has been one of the most difficult weeks in our studio's history as we've parted ways with people we respect and admire. We've spent this week supporting one another, including those who are at the studio, as well as friends and colleagues who no longer are. To us, the path forward is clear. We need to make the Final Shape an unforgettable Destiny experience. We want to build something that will be regarded alongside the best games we've ever made, a fitting culmination that honors the journey we've been on together for the past 10 years. Forsaken, the Witch Queen, and the Taken King. These are the standard bearers we aim to live up to. Suffice it to say, these are some extremely lofty goals. In fact, Luke Smith previously said that they would probably never make a Forsaken-sized expansion ever again, so it's very interesting to hear that they're actually trying to make the Final Shape competitive with the all-time greats. Aside from that part though, the overall statement here is kind of saying nothing at all. It heavily hints at the layoffs and the expansion delay without actually mentioning it specifically. Bungie keeps telling us that Destiny's best days are ahead, but after the layoffs and the state of the Lightfall expansion, the community's trust has been eroded. Evan basically summed up the entire community's response with, "This is a whole nothing burger. Actions are greater than words." As time goes on, the reality of the situation continues to set in. Destiny is not in a good state, players are dropping off, and the discourse in the community is almost entirely devoted about being concerned for the future of the game. Datto is saying this is the bleakest he has ever felt about the game, even worse than other times like Curse of Osiris. Within the story of the game around this time, we are finally allowing Savathun's ghost to resurrect her, and then she is immediately defeated by Eris Morn. Eris temporarily becomes the most powerful hive who has ever lived, and she uses this power to banish Xivu Arath from her throne world and make her mortal. Savathun is then resurrected again, and we notice a pattern in her wings. A pattern that actually represents the 15th wish, a mystery that the community has been trying to solve for years. People are going crazy on social media, and we're all interested to see how this long-lost mystery will tie into the plot of the modern game. Finally, almost a month after the original news hit the Destiny community, Bungie is now making a real statement confirming the delay of the final shape. It will now release on June 4th, and there will be some kind of sizable content update between now and then in order to keep us interested. Regardless though, this is going to be the single longest season in Destiny history. Lasting from the end of November all the way to June, this season will be 188 days long, meaning it will have to keep us interested for over half of an entire year. As time goes on, the community's focus is shifting away from the layoffs and back to the game itself, but the player base is continuing to shrink day after day. All things considered, this season is actually quite solid, but based on the sentiment of the player base and the consequences of the layoffs, it seems that people are burnt out, depressed about the future of the game, and bored as ever with the seasonal model. And therefore, even though this season was solid, a lot of people seem to not really care about the most recent content. It's now the end of November, and it's time for the next and final season of Destiny 2, Season of the Wish. After the final shape, Destiny will be switching over to an episode-based model, and while we don't exactly know what that will involve, we do know that this is the end of seasons. After discovering the 15th wish from Savathun's wings, we try to use the wish to go inside the Traveler, but a spirit of Riven is upset about her eggs being gone and therefore won't grant our wish until we go find them. The new seasonal activity called the Coil is very popular and very long, and a shorter version of it is called Riven's Lair. One of the reasons why Coil is being so well received is because it feels extremely rewarding and worth the time investment of going through and trying to reach the highest levels. The difficulty scales and becomes more difficult as you go through each round, so if you get all the way to the end, it can take upwards of an hour to complete. There are loot chests scattered throughout and also at the end, and considering that these drop both seasonal and reprised weapons from the past, people are very satisfied with the loot overall. The seasonal weapons in particular are actually quite strong, which is a welcome change from the overall subpar offerings from last season. On the other hand though, one issue that is being introduced this season is a new random starter pack that was added to the store. Despite costing $15 and being literally branded as a starter pack, it doesn't really give anything that would be too useful for new players. Destiny has been struggling with its poor new player experience for a while now, so adding this extremely overpriced and unhelpful starter pack seems like a really out-of-touch decision. Tweets are going up about it, people are once again complaining, and Datto is absolutely roasting Bungie in his first impressions video.
This does not build goodwill. This does not build faith. This reads horribly. How much more tone deaf can you possibly get?
In other news, the Week 1 quest and its gameplay are not exactly interesting this time around. Bungie did promise that they were going to overhaul and improve the seasonal model to make these last few seasons more unique, but the model is basically unchanged. After following the predictable seasonal activity loop, the quest makes us go farm multiple runs of Blind Well, a Forsaken activity that hasn't been updated in 5 years. Not exactly the best way to start out Destiny's final season, and a viral Reddit post reads, "Season of the Wish's Week 1 quest is exactly why players are growing more and more bored of Destiny 2. In an unusually rapid response, it seems that Bungie is actually responding to our feedback in just 1 day. Effective immediately, Bungie has removed the garbage starter pack from the store and also addressed our concerns about Blind Well. To the great relief of many players, they've confirmed that we won't need to go back to the Blind Well every single week of the season. Although this still feels like the early days of Bungie's effort to revamp PvP, we are starting to see some of the results from the new PvP team. There have been a lot of experiments with a new mode called Checkmate that changes ammo and ability uptime, and also a new map was added in the previous season. It's not feeling like a ton is going on just yet, but it is nice to see that at least something PvP related is happening after so many years of being met with silence. Although it is somewhat flying under the radar, Destiny has officially launched a feature that we've been wanting literally since the alpha. Apparently, it was a massive technical feat and took an insane amount of work on the back end, but finally, we now have an in-game looking for group system for every single activity in Destiny 2. Dubbed the Fireteam Finder, this new system allows any player to simply select the activity they want to play, fill out a couple extra details, and within seconds have other players join up to complete said activity. In a game where making friends and finding enough people for group content can indeed be challenging, this is a huge step towards making Destiny more approachable for solo players and just anyone who doesn't already have hundreds of people on their friends list. Another positive development is the brand new dungeon, Warlord's Ruin. It is set in a snowy mountain range among a bunch of medieval-looking castles. It features 3 boss encounters, which is basically unheard of for dungeons, and it's also introducing a brand new type of weapon called the Rocket Sidearm. Although the rest of the loot isn't too insane, the dungeon itself, overall, is perhaps one of the best ever made. For the conclusion of the main seasonal story, we finally get the last egg to Riven, and she allows us to send one more person inside the Traveler. We decide to send Crow due to his connection with his sister Mara, and the plan is that hopefully he will be able to form a bridge to allow us all to follow him inside. As the new year gets underway, many players and creators are reflecting on everything that happened in 2023. In the opinions of many, this was actually the worst year in the history of the franchise when you take into account the Lightfall story, the layoffs, the revenue being down, the player base decay, and the overall lack of interest in Destiny's content and loot. There are also concerns of even further decline during this 6-month season, but we're all hoping that Bungie can pull things together for the final shape. In a sad January announcement, game director Joe Blackburn is informing us that he is leaving Bungie. From the community's perspective, he was one of the most liked and well-respected people at the studio, and players especially liked his announcement tweets and also his video recordings discussing the state of the game. Joe was one of the people that still talk to us, and there is also concern that it doesn't seem like the right people are leaving Bungie. We really don't know the reason behind his departure, but it has made people feel even more uncertain about the future. As January comes to a close, I'd say that people are more uncertain and worried than ever before.
Say November through probably about March, very bleak times. Very, very bleak. I opened up a new YouTube channel. Like, in case this goes completely south, I need to have something else because I know my main Destiny channel is variety's tough, so.
Each year, just as a new expansion comes out, we're gonna cycle older, less actively played activity and destination content out of the live game and into what we're calling the Destiny Content Vault, the DCV.
This week in Destiny, the game has reached a rather strange milestone. We're now at a point where everything in the Content Vault has actually been vaulted for longer than it was in the game to begin with. Reflecting back on the Content Vault all these years later, it's still one of the most damaging decisions ever made in this game. There are tons of people who've never even played Destiny, but they refuse to pick it up because they hear that it simply deletes its own content, making it impossible to play the story from start to finish. That narrative in the broader gaming community has really not done us any favors over the years. We were originally promised that many things would be returning from the vault new and improved, but so far, not a lot has returned and not a lot has been improved. In a popular video that is being heavily debated in the community, content creator Grenader Jake seems extremely confident that we are indeed nearing the end, and these kinds of statements understandably have people on edge.
It's not factual, but I can pretty much guarantee this is it, friends. As far as we have known Destiny, this is the last year it's gonna be the way that we love it to be. And honestly, I wanna be wrong. I wanna be wrong. I'm almost sure I'm not.
It's now March, and finally, it seems that something interesting is on the horizon. We knew that there would be some kind of thing coming out before Final Shape, but today, Bungie is officially revealing the new content drop called Into the Light. Through a series of weekly live streams, we're continuing to learn more and more about this content, and surprisingly, it looks extremely solid. There's hope that this will revitalize the community's interest and help pull us out of this doom and gloom scenario that we've been stuck in for the past year. It is currently April 9th, and it's now time to actually experience the new content. But first, we are witnessing one of the greatest reveals in Destiny history. Bungie has just dropped a brand new developer gameplay preview for the upcoming expansion.
Hey everyone, this is Luke from the Destiny team. The final shape is the culmination of a 10-year journey. A journey that began on the Cosmodrome, took you to the moon, Venus, Mars, the reef, and beyond. It's a journey that'll end inside the Traveler with you facing the Witness. But facing the Witness is not the end of Destiny 2, and it's definitely not the end of Destiny. After you face the Witness, we're going to tell you what's coming next to Destiny 2 and beyond. We'll see you soon.
Luke Smith is making a rare appearance, and then they just kind of drop the following gameplay on us with no explanation. It might look normal at a glance, but players are quickly noticing that the gameplay involves using all of the element types at the same time. Players are losing their minds over the fact that Bungie has been hiding this all along, and they are now just dropping it on us by showing actual gameplay right out of the gate. There is also this new pink super bar, and as we're learning throughout the live stream, this is a part of a new subclass called Prismatic. Based on this concept of a Guardian with light and dark armor simultaneously, Prismatic allows us to wield every single element together to create the ultimate subclass. This really feels like the endgame of Destiny's subclass development, and if the story side can also live up to this level of insanity, we're gonna be in for a really special experience when this drops in June. Prismatic isn't the only thing that is being revealed in this video though. Bungie has also just told us that there will be a completely original enemy type called the Dread. Featuring unique designs and mechanics, flying units, and the big subjugator enemies that were previously teased way back in August, this is looking to be a major shakeup that will have a big impact on the campaign and the gameplay experience in final shape. Bungie is also showing off wild-looking concept art for so many different aspects of the game. There are insane-looking environments inside of the Traveler, exotic class items, and literally every single thing in this trailer is just blowing our expectations out of the water. For past expansions, Bungie basically just laid out everything on the table 6 months in advance and said, look guys, here's what's coming in the next expansion. But with the final shape, the reveal stream was actually quite lackluster, and they kept all of this insanity completely secret until today. Riding off the insane hype wave from the gameplay preview, it's now time to experience the new content that is dropping literally the same day within Destiny 2. As players begin jumping into the game, we are all stoked to get our hands on the new updates from Into the Light. The main new activity here is a horde mode named Onslaught, where we must protect a structure called the ADU from escalating waves of enemies. This activity is very fun and is being received quite well by the community. It has nuance with the different defenses you can buy with your currency, it has several different maps that make the experience feel varied and not repetitive, and the legend mode is truly difficult once you get into the highest levels. None of this would really matter though if the loot sucked, but luckily for us, we're discovering that the returning weapons from this activity are absolutely phenomenal. We're witnessing the return of fan-favorite legendaries in a new collection known as the Brave Arsenal. These are meta-defining weapons like Mountaintop, Recluse, Luna's Howl, Blast Furnace, and Fallen Guillotine. They've all been reprised and updated to fit within the current sandbox, but that isn't stopping them from being at the very top of the meta. Edge Transit in particular has become one of the greatest grenade launchers the game has ever seen, completely defying its meme-worthy status from way back in Forsaken. One of the most interesting things about the returning weapons is that it is possible to get these shiny special versions that are extremely rare. Not only are these shiny versions aesthetically pleasing, but they also have multiple perks in each column, making it much more likely that they will roll with a desirable perk combination. Furthermore, these shiny variants are only available during the next 2 months before the final shape, so the pressure is on to grind out amazing rolls while you still can. Lord Shaxx is the primary character involved in this whole operation, and he's created a whole new location for himself called the Hall of Champions. In this area, you can open up countless chests that are scattered around to either get loot from Onslaught or unlock the 3 new armor sets that are inspired by the original Parade armor set from way back in 2017. You can also engage with these terminals on the sides of the room in order to focus a certain piece of loot. Once you've done this, it massively increases the drop rates for the thing you actually want to grind for. Combined with the rank ups from Shaxx, the currency that opens the chests, and the huge number of drops from Onslaught itself, this whole experience feels extremely rewarding and worth your time investment. All things considered, this update is amazing, and life has been breathed back into Destiny at a time when we weren't really expecting it. After all of these years, they're even bringing back the Super Black Shader as the ultimate reward from Shaxx. In other news, 2 exotic missions will also be returning along with craftable versions of their exotics. 0 Hour and the Whisper are some of the most beloved missions from the past, and players are happy to see them brought back, refreshed, and improved in the modern era of the game. From the Brave Arsenal to the Super Black Shader to the exotic missions, it just feels like Bungie has broken into the forbidden vault of emergency countermeasures to revive Destiny. The content floodgates have been opened. It's like they saw where things were headed and knew that something drastic needed to happen in order to put everything on a good trajectory going into the final shape. Many of us were honestly expecting this to be a slow time before the expansion, but it is actually turning out to be one of the greatest periods we've seen in the past few years. And perhaps greatest of all, everything here is free. Bungie has never had a free content offering anywhere close to this scale in the past. This update has brought far more interesting loot and far more gameplay value than most of the paid seasons, and it didn't cost us a single cent. Interestingly, this is all happening in April, the same month as the famed April update that was also free back in Destiny 1. The April update is really the only thing in the history of the franchise that can compare when it comes to a free content update. This has gone a long way towards building goodwill among the community, and now that we've had some time to recognize the situation, it's very interesting to go back a few months and look at the huge shift that we've just undergone.
If you asked me in like February 2024, like, what do you think is going to happen after Final Shape? I was gonna be like, this thing is going down after the 3 episodes. Like, the 3 episodes are going to come out, and Bungie's going to be like, yeah, there's not enough people playing the game anymore, and we just have to like wind down, do something else. I don't know, shift over to Marathon, whatever they ended up doing. And then Into the Light just came out and completely blew everybody out of the water. So I think a lot of that feeling has been like completely eradicated, at least until we play Final Shape and get some kind of conclusion as to the storyline. How are we going to continue going into the future? How are people feeling about the game after Final Shape?
Meanwhile, over at Bungie, the developers are putting the final touches on the final shape. The animations are coming together, the balance changes are being adjusted, and the playtesting is underway to hopefully ensure a smooth launch on day 1. All of the different pieces are being finished off and polished, and this is a very exciting time at the studio. The content from Into the Light does have a small amount of time gating, so as we move closer to the final shape, we're continuing to unlock new weapons, unlock the new exotic missions, and also the 3 new PvP maps. After literal years of PvP players starving and barely getting any attention, we've finally received an actual map pack and people are excited to dive in. Cirrus Plaza in particular seems to be a popular new offering, and Bungie is featuring these maps in Trials of Osiris in the weeks leading up to the expansion. We're also experiencing a brand new raid gauntlet activity called Pantheon. Escalating in difficulty and also rewards each week, this involves completing various raid encounters that are slightly changed and offer added incentives. Veteran players are absolutely loving this, and especially as it continues ramping up week after week, people are having a blast and really putting their raiding knowledge to the test. No matter how you look at it, this is an amazing time to be a Destiny player. It almost feels like this is the D2 equivalent of Age of Triumph from the tail end of Destiny 1. The current content is keeping us interested, and it feels like every other day Bungie is dropping sneaky little previews of what is to come in the final shape. Certain content creators are also getting to show off special gameplay that they were able to capture ahead of time, and it all looks super interesting. As of May 30th though, there is also some more unwelcome previews of what is coming. In a stupendous display of their competency, Sony has just leaked literally the entire expansion, allowing certain people to access the whole thing early. This is not the first time that they've done this, as they've leaked several Destiny trailers and other information in the past. This whole disaster is happening in the middle of the night, but luckily someone is still around to shut it down and prevent anyone from getting too far into the campaign. But still, there are now spoilers out there, and everyone is either trying to seek them out on purpose, or they are on high alert and trying to avoid them. Based on every indicator we can see, it looks like the final shape is going to be awesome. But the thing is, with Destiny, there is always that twinge of doubt, that little bit of uncertainty. Bungie has one of the most powerful marketing machines in all of gaming, and they can create hype regardless of how good the actual product and story turns out to be. I mean, in retrospect, it's kind of funny that we all thought Lightfall was going to be amazing, and so much so that we actually broke player count records at its launch. The final day has arrived. It's June 3rd, and tomorrow, the final shape releases. Luke Smith basically never says anything on Twitter, and his entire profile has been blacked out for years, but he is making a rare appearance to say the following statement. It's a final shape eve. Hopefully, it's an exciting time for you, and I know it is for the Destiny team. First, and truly, thanks to all of you who have spent any time in Destiny since its 2014 launch. It has for us, and you, been a long trip. Final Shape is the product of an immense effort from the Destiny development team, but Destiny itself has been built by many, many people who have since moved on from Bungie or to other projects. And to the team of today, and the teams of many yesterdays, thank you. Our hope is always the same with Destiny games, expansions, seasons, DLCs, exotic missions, secret missions, in-game events, merchandise, etc. We genuinely hope you enjoy the time you spend with it. Anything we've made or will make, that's the hope. Make your own fate. You might have noticed that there are 3 mentions of the word hope in that final paragraph, and they all happen to be capitalized. This could perhaps be a Destiny 3 reference, or perhaps something else that we will understand in the future. As the servers go offline for 24-hour maintenance, anticipation grows. People are opening the game to find the brand new Final Shape title screen and the ominous message, "We seek an end to suffering. Why do you resist?" The reality of this situation is very much apparent during this downtime. Everything, and I mean everything, rides on the events of tomorrow. If this goes well, it could set up years of future success, but if it flops, it could very well be the end of the road. Today, I'm sitting down and chatting with fellow content creator friends to get their thoughts about what awaits us tomorrow.
We don't know what the future looks like. That's a little scary. But it is also exciting because looking back on the last 10 years, even with all the nonsense, I think I would do it all again if I could.
People have memories of playing this game, and I love that. I want to make more memories of playing this game. So I don't really care what the future looks like. I just want there to be a future.
This is like one of the only few times that we don't really know what's on the horizon, you know, compared to like the past 2, 3, 4 years where they're like, yep, you're gonna have this expansion, then you're gonna have this expansion, then you're gonna have this expansion, and you're gonna have these seasons, and blah, blah, blah. Like they let us know. This time, we don't know, and I'm guessing that's partly because like they don't know. Like they're probably just now figuring out like what are we gonna do, you know?
I think I am nervous. I think there's a part of me that's also quietly confident, but I'm not counting my chickens at this particular moment in time.
Suffice it to say, the stakes for tomorrow are sky high, and we're all waiting and hoping that Bungie will actually deliver.
Every battle we've fought has brought us to here and now. It's time.
On June 4th, 10 AM Pacific, the Destiny servers go online. Players are starting to log in, and they reach the main loading screen. The servers are completely overloaded and dysfunctional, and although some amount of instability is to be expected on day 1, this is getting a little out of hand. Most people can't even get past the main menu for hours and hours, and even those lucky enough to get into the game are being hit with a barrage of error codes. People are getting stuck in endless cycles where they try to launch the campaign and then they get error coded 20 times before it finally works and lets them play. Early reviews for the expansion are brutally roasting it for being unplayable, and this is probably not the ideal start that Bungie was hoping for. As the day goes on, people are finally starting to get into the game, and especially as we get into the evening hours, the error codes are starting to subside. Players are venturing inside the Traveler, exploring familiar destinations with massive ghosts and pieces of the D1 tower, and we're finally reunited with our Hunter Vanguard, Cade 6. To the delight of many players, we're getting permanent access to the Prismatic subclass right away, starkly contrasting the delayed and scuffed launch of Strand from the previous year. Even without everything unlocked, Prismatic feels amazing right away. Being able to mix and match these newly updated aspects, fragments, and abilities all at the same time is just taking build crafting to new heights. As we make our way through the campaign, it's becoming obvious that the Paleheart destination is unbelievably good. Perhaps the best destination we have ever seen. It's linear, meaning that it's one long line, and as you progress further down the line, things start to become more and more unnerving. The Witness is located at the far end with its monolith, and with stuff like hands coming out of the walls, floating pillars of land, and faces that have been completely split apart, the environment is absolutely insane. The fact that the destination is based on memories has given Bungie the full freedom to create by far the most varied and diverse destination we have ever seen. Even when we've had good destinations in the past, all of the parts were more or less the same biome and art style, but here, this is showing the true power of Bungie's art team without limitation. The cutscenes help to take this even further, and overall the cinematics are easily the best we've seen in the entire history of the franchise. Within the story, we're proceeding with our mission of stopping the Witness from turning everything into the final shape. The final shape is its perfected, eternal version of reality where life is basically destroyed and everything becomes exactly the way the Witness wants it to be. We begin by exploring the Pale Heart and then getting the main crew of characters back together as they were separated during the journey through the portal of the Traveler. Cade has some emotional reconnections with Zavala and Ikora, and then we eventually learn that the veiled statues that we've been seeing for the past few years are actually dissenters of the Witness. Remember, the Witness was created from a precursor civilization, and these dissenter statues might actually turn out to be the key to weakening it. Sadly, Zavala's ghost, Tarj, is lost during his confrontation with the Witness, but now we know what to do. We press forward to where the Witness was made, and we destroy statues to notably wound it and set up our next confrontation that will be taking place within the raid. Something that is enabling this campaign to really shine and feel substantial is the focus on the main characters. Many previous Destiny stories were, for all intents and purposes, just side quests with side characters who had very little bearing on the overall narrative of the game. You'd go meet new people, go do new things, but then nothing actually advanced within the real story and the main characters. The final shape, on the other hand, is the polar opposite, and with familiar characters like Cade, Zavala, Ikora, and Crow taking center stage, it feels both familiar and also like a true endgame moment where everything and everyone is coming together. The fact that we are so invested in these characters gives their story meaning, and when something happens to them, it feels like something has happened to a member of your Guardian's family. When Zavala is tempted by the promises of the Witness and then ultimately loses his ghost, it's a big deal because he's not just some side character. It adds a lot of weight and significance to our story, and it affects a character that we've literally known for 10 years. To give a contrasting example, we really had no connection to Rohan because we just met him and then 3 minutes later, he died. As more and more players continue to push through and complete the Final Shape campaign, it is clear that Bungie has cooked. There is near universal praise of the expansion, with some even calling it the best DLC ever made. Prismatic is awesome, the Pale Heart is full of secrets and is visually stunning, and the gameplay of the campaign and post-campaign missions is stellar. Those early negative reviews from the server issues are being quickly overturned by new reviewers who have actually played the content, and overall the reception is super positive. Many players are breathing a sigh of relief. It looks like Destiny is going to live to see another day. There are important things that still remain to be seen though. The raid is coming on Friday in just a couple days, and then the saga is set to conclude with one final mission after the completion of the raid. Over the next few days, players are continuing to work their way through the campaign and explore the secrets of the Pale Heart, and raiders are furiously preparing for the fastest raid launch in Destiny's history. Especially considering that this will be a huge moment for the story, this raid is easily the most anticipated of all time. Everyone's Guardian even has a debuff to reinforce our situation even further. It reads, "The air buzzes with anticipation. You feel an itch in your mind as the Witness bends the light to its will, reshaping reality. Soon, its power will be beyond your reckoning. It must be stopped." Fast forward to Friday, and it's now officially time for the raid race. Tons of players are flooding in to get their chance at glory against the Witness, and even more are watching along on streams. As teams are reaching the first encounter involving the plate and resonance mechanics, it's becoming immediately obvious that this raid isn't going to be a pushover like the one from Lightfall. Even the best teams are still taking hours on this first encounter, and those who are making it onto the next encounter are finding that it's certainly not easy either. The third encounter is relatively straightforward because it is just the same mechanics as earlier, but the fourth one is proving to be a major roadblock for literally everybody. Every single team that has made it to this strange white puzzle room is completely stumped, with players making no progress for hours on end. Because it is stopping every single team and giving other teams time to catch up, many are calling it the Great Equalizer, featuring very confusing puzzles with symbols and statues and mechanics that aren't really given any explanation or hints at how to make progress. This is one of the most unique and insane encounters in raiding history. Literally 9 hours after the encounter was first discovered, the first team has finally beaten it. As a select few teams also start to discover the solution, they are all covering up their screens to keep their strategy secret from other competitors. One thing that they are revealing though is that they have reached the final boss. The confrontation with the Witness has finally arrived. After climbing up an unbelievably massive spiraling staircase all around the body of the Witness, players are reaching the top and making their first attempts. As the attempts go on, we're getting deep into the night and into the very early hours of the morning. With everything on the line, this marathon of a raid continues, and now several teams are battling it out against the Witness. It has now been nearly 19 hours since the raid began, making it officially the longest raid race in Destiny history. The Witness is really difficult with complex mechanics, insane amount of movement during DPS, and tight damage checks that are forcing many teams to switch to Golden Gun Hunters to optimize every little bit of damage. After an insane number of attempts, Team Parabellum has beaten the raid with a total time of 19 hours, almost exactly on the dot. And as it would turn out, no other team would beat the raid on day 1. With everyone struggling to even get through the encounters leading up to the Witness, it's no surprise that this is turning out to be one of the most difficult raids in Destiny history. Although there is some debate, the majority of players agree that the difficulty makes it a worthy confrontation with the Witness. The raid is complete, but the job is not over. With the Witness officially weakened and no longer having its hold on the Traveler, it's time for our endgame moment as a community. It's time to unite all of our allies, rally together, and put an end to the Light and Darkness saga once and for all. The completion of the raid has unlocked a new insane activity, Destiny's first ever 12-player mission called Excision. This involves easier versions of raid mechanics and basically every single one of our allies, and once we finally reach our ultimate encounter with the Witness, this truly feels like a cinematic moment. After getting to Final Stand, our ghost tells us to channel the Traveler's light through him, summoning a massive beam that we can direct at the Witness. It seems that this is working, and over the span of about 15 seconds, we continue firing and eventually defeat the Witness. It floats backward and off into the distance, and for the first time, it refers to itself as I instead of we. In the subsequent cutscene, our ghost just kind of floats up into the air, and then he dies. We are transported into this ethereal-looking area, and we plead with the Traveler to bring him back. But it won't. Nothing happens. After a while of silence, Cade appears, and in one of the most special moments of the game's history, here is what he does.
Nobody makes my fate but me.
Guardian. There you are.
We group up with Zavala, Crow, and Ikora to reflect, and we release these lanterns into the sky above the last city. And as thousands of additional lanterns float upward, this is how it ends. This is the conclusion of the Light and Darkness saga, almost 10 years after the original launch of Destiny 1. It's a deeply emotional moment for many people who've played the game throughout an entire decade of their life and through so many different phases and eras. Some of us have completely grown up during this time. As we look out towards the Traveler in the distance, it's clear that this is everything we could have hoped for. This expansion, its story, its raid, its gameplay, its cutscenes, it's all worthy of being the conclusion of the Light and Darkness saga. We made our own fate and ended things in spectacular fashion. As we're nearing week 2 of the final shape, it's very clear that this is not the end of the expansion. The first saga might be over, but there are still many new developments within the gameplay and the start of new stories within Destiny's episodic model. Crow, now officially the Hunter Vanguard, tells us that the forces of the Witness are still out there. In addition, the defeat of the Witness has sent out these so-called echoes into the solar system, and we're learning more about what lies in the journey ahead. The first echo takes us to Nessus, where the environment has completely changed, and we're now investigating what is going on with the Vex. There's a new activity called Breach Executable, and players are diving into the first week of Destiny's episodic content. Simultaneously though, players are also hard at work trying to uncover a secret quest. Bungie previously revealed that the new exotic class items would be dropping today, but nobody really knows what to do in order to get them. We're all messing around with the puzzles on Nessus for the new episode, and also exploring the Pale Heart to see if perhaps the start of the quest could be there. After several hours of trial by error, we've discovered that completing 3 of the Overthrow events and taking out 3 secret witch bosses will unlock Dual Destiny, a brand new hidden exotic mission. Requiring exactly 2 players, this is the most unique quest that Bungie has ever made. We're fighting through multiple different encounters, solving puzzles with symbols, and coordinating to hit the correct resonances around this circle. Each mechanic requires close communication with your teammate, and then, at the end, we finally see the reward, the coveted exotic class items. These things are truly special because they allow you to combine 2 exotic perks at once, and also use exotic perks that originate from other classes. Combined with Prismatic giving us access to every element, the build crafting potential here is limitless. It feels like the ultimate fusion of every ability and build and playstyle that you can possibly imagine. The exotic mission is clearly popular among people who play it, but it is also receiving some criticism for strictly requiring 2 players. Many people out there consider themselves solo players and rarely ever group up with others, so a mission like this is coming off as a little bit restrictive. The class items themselves also present a considerable challenge if you want to get an exact perk combo. With 64 possible combinations on each individual class, it's going to take tens of hours on average just to get the one that you want. On the bright side though, this is giving considerable chase for players who previously had nothing to do. There are a sizable number of veterans who feel like they have every single thing in the game and therefore they aren't really interested or excited by the new stuff, so from that perspective, the rarity and excitement of this loot is enticing. Other gameplay updates and their impacts are also being really noticed and appreciated by the community. Fireteam Power is a new system that boosts low-level players up near the power of their teammates, making it easier than ever to group up with friends of different skill levels. The new Pathfinder system is replacing bounties and opening up a new way to earn experience and make progression through the Pale Heart and Ritual playlists. Shaders got a revamp, power level is now shared across your characters, the HUD has been vastly improved, clans have been overhauled, and there are just so many quality of life updates that are really being felt by many players. Perhaps the most insane thing of all is that sunsetting is finally being reverted. Old items from all of those years are now usable again and able to reach the max power level. Players have mixed opinions on this because although certain items are still viable, the vast majority of things are rendered completely obsolete by updated loot from the past few years. One takeaway from all of this though is that the final shape has not just delivered on the promise of new content, but it has also improved the core game in several important ways. This is a common factor shared between all of the great Destiny DLCs, but it's up to you to decide if it's living up to the legacy of other expansions like Forsaken or Taken King. On June 12th, it is officially the 10-year anniversary of the Destiny 1 Alpha. Many players are talking about it, sharing their thoughts and experiences, and reminiscing about those first few days where it all started. The time when loot was brutally rare, the time when you might have stumbled across that question mark night, and the time where you might have flown on the Tower Fan for the first time. It's all very nostalgic, especially with the return of familiar elements like the D1 Tower and Cade 6. As we get deeper into the episode content, there is definitely some concern about it feeling scarily similar to Seasons. After 23 seasons of repetitive, formulaic, and predictable gameplay, we were really hoping that the switch to Seasons would shake things up. And it's not just copium, because Bungie told us on several different occasions that episodes will be significantly different from Seasons. Episodes are a big shakeup to the actual content delivery for Destiny 2. Along with several other statements, this is largely why we were hoping for something new and innovative. Unfortunately, one of our new objectives is asking us to do public events, lost sectors, bounties, and patrols, and it is getting absolutely roasted into oblivion by the entire community. With that said, many players are still prepared to wait and see. We are still very early in the life cycle of the episode model, and it remains unclear if perhaps there will be significant shakeups in the future. Especially when we enter 2025 and the new content that is being called Frontiers, more information will surely be revealed to us. One interesting change is also happening for Episode 2, where each act will drop all of its content at once instead of time gating it throughout multiple weeks. Bungie will be viewing this as an experiment to see how we respond to this style of delivery. It's now July 31st, 2024, and it's time for another wave of bad news. This time, around 400 people are parting ways with the company, with some being reassigned to other roles at Sony and others being outright let go. It is absolutely devastating. These developers just poured everything into making the final shape as good as it could possibly be, and now they've lost their jobs less than 2 months after the release of the expansion. Bungie has put out a statement about the situation, saying that, quote, "We were overly ambitious, our financial safety margins were subsequently exceeded, and we began running in the red." The thing is, no matter how you look at it, this does not bode well for the future of Destiny. Countless roles are being eliminated, extremely talented people are no longer working on the game, and entire departments are now running on skeleton crews that are unlikely to produce good results. Another piece of news that they've communicated is that going forward, Bungie will be canceling all of their games except for Destiny 2 and Marathon. They evidently extended themselves way too far by working on other games, and therefore the funds from Destiny 2 were just not enough to sustain them on all of these other projects. Remember, Destiny is the exclusive source of revenue for the company at this time. As the days go by, we're learning more sad details about the future. It seems that we will not be getting any more major expansions because they keep declining in performance, and we also won't be getting a Destiny 3 anytime soon. D3 was the one glimmer of hope that remained for many players, but according to employees at the company, D3 was simply never in development. All of these years, the company has been investing hundreds of millions into random incubation projects at the cost of neglecting their main franchise that actually pays the bills. Although there hasn't been any work on a D3 yet, there was this other project that was being called Payback. Led by company veterans Luke Smith and Mark Noseworthy, this project is set to be the next Destiny game that is more of a spin-off instead of a sequel. Unfortunately though, this project has been cancelled, and thus Luke Smith and Mark Noseworthy have also parted ways with the company. These are the people who have been here along with us for the entire journey since the very early days of Destiny 1. They had a big hand in creating the absolute peak moments of the franchise. Weeks later, Bungie still hasn't commented on the situation or given us anything to look forward to, so unfortunately, player morale is continuing to fall. We all know that Destiny will end eventually, but people are concerned that the end might be coming sooner than any of us expected. It remains to be seen how successful Destiny will be in the years following the final shape, and nobody really knows what's in store for us beyond 2025. There's always that lingering thought that Destiny has never reached its true full potential, and there's still hope that maybe someday it can. But overall, looking back at the results of the past 10 years, I'm reminded of this moment from way back in 2013.
Let's build a world where we can tell any great story we want, a place millions of people will want to visit again and again for the next 10 years and more.
It has been a tumultuous journey, but they did it. They made something that mattered, and something that lasted for 10 plus years. Maybe Destiny didn't end up being an iconic story on the same level of Star Wars and Harry Potter. But despite all of the challenges, the reboots, the layoffs, the disagreements, Bungie managed to ship 2 incredible games. And they became wildly popular and loved by many through all of the ups and the downs. So here's to Destiny and all of the memories it holds for millions of players around the world.
Guardian, you now enter a new chapter. But Destiny's tale will one day reach its final page. And when that end comes, how will you remember this journey? Thank you for watching.